hate using that thing. Good morning, everyone. We're going to call the meeting to order. Today is Monday, June 17th. It is 9:01. All council members are present. Town manager, town attorney, town clerk. If you please rise for the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
We thank you for this time and for this beautiful day. We ask to be blessed with wisdom as we discuss our strengths and our weaknesses. Help us to work as a unified team as we listen politely to others' points of view, celebrate our diversity despite our differences, and boldly steward Fort Myers Beach towards a bright and healthy future as we work together on our shared mission. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So full house.
Thank you, everyone. Please, just a friendly reminder, if you haven't done so already, silence your phone. It's got a pretty packed agenda. I want to make sure we can keep everybody focused as possible. Although, Joe, you got that green shirt on again.
Monday.
Next is the approval of the final agenda. Is there a motion to approve the final agenda?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to pull B from the consent agenda, please, for further explanation.
Okay.
I would, Mr. Mayor, like to pull A just so we can highlight that for the public.
Okay. Any other changes to the agenda? And is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
So moved.
A motion by Councilor King,
Second.
a second by Councilor Woodson. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries unanimously. Next is public comment. Just a reminder too, if you're going to be speaking on any one of the public hearings and you want your comments to be part of the record, save those comments for the public hearing. Or if you want to talk twice, you're welcome to do that as well. But just wanted to give everyone a heads up. So, Madam Clerk.
First up, I have Becky Weber, and following Miss Weber will be Susan Bonfigley.
Becky. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm a midget, so here we go. My name is Becky Weber. I live at 266 Curlew Street, and I'm here. I had a meeting this morning with the engineer from Tetra Tech regarding the flooding on Curlew and Egret Streets because our houses have flooded, it'll be now 3 times since Ian. We have stormwater issues, and Tetra Tech, Bob Ferguson has been great to work with, and he's been speaking with Mark. And it looks like that they may be requesting of council that additional monies be set aside because more work than I believe was budgeted may be needed for Curlew and for Egret Streets. Our current storm drainage is not adequate. We have one. They're going to be adding a duck bill. It hasn't been there, but all the water just flows into the streets and up the driveways and into the houses. And they're recommending some additional work. So I'm here to ask City Council for that comes through for approval on that. Actually, I'm AKA begging that it does. I really can't deal with flooding yet again. I also wanted to mention that we had some water line work done by the city right before the storm, of course, that crossed our easement that we use as a driveway for 3 homes. And that whole thing has sunk and we can barely get out of the easement. And we're asking that someone from the city can come by and fill that in because we don't want to break a water line. And I wanted to say thank you all for all the great work you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Becky.
Susan Bonfigley. After Miss Bonfigley is Robin Capella.
I'd like to withhold till the public hearing.
You got it, Robin. After Robin will be Mike Miller.
This is my first time I have notes because I was told you guys are intimidating.
Make sure you say your name for the record.
I'm
please.
Robin Capella, and I live on Bay Beach Lane, 4223. mayor told me that if I really cared, I should get involved. So this is my first getting involved. So I have a bunch of questions and a bunch of pleas. My first questions are, does the council, any of the council or all the council know how many people this island could have accommodated before Ian? And then do you know how many people it can accommodate if everybody builds what they're right to build without any amendments, without any asking for anything extra? And what is the vision? What is each of your visions for that? Because I don't see where we're like, okay, we can have 40,000 people that can sleep here at night. I don't see that. I'd like to know from all of you what those visions are and how many people. And are you making decisions with statistics? Or are you just making decisions because something looks pretty? I don't know how many people this place can accommodate. So that's kind of my question. So what statistics are you using and how are you making those decisions? My next question is the developers, well, especially London Bay, seems to threaten us with, well, if you don't let me build, then you're not going to be built for 10 years. My question is, so what? Everybody keeps saying you won't survive if we don't start building. I want to know what bad thing happens if we don't get all these big units. I see all these big, beautiful homes going up. More than happy to help people get back in their homes. I think they're great. And that's what I thought we were trying. So why are we rushing to do all these amendments for this overcapacity stuff? I don't understand. I think it's about 60%. I did a back of the envelope. It's probably more than that if our condos aren't back yet. We don't know what this island's going to look like yet. We couldn't do traffic this year. What are we going to do next year if the 60% of those come back? So I'm trying to figure out why we're in such a big hurry to approve these things that are way over capacity. So I'd kind of like to wait. I think one more season wouldn't hurt us before we approve any overcapacity amendments. I have a plea for you, Vice Mayor. Please don't give away any of our town assets. I heard on the last one that you might be willing to give some away for getting doctors or lawyers. I'm not sure the rest of us agree with that. So please do that. I know the Councilor Woodson is trying to help with the traffic issues, whether that'll help or not, but I don't understand why we want to help with the traffic issues, but we're voting to overcapacity things. So I'm a little confused by all that. Anyway, thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Robin.
Mike Miller. After Mr. Miller is Angela Amos.
Morning, Mike.
Morning, council, everyone. How's everyone this morning?
Fair to partly cloudy.
Yeah, better, I tell you. Couple of little things real quick. One, I want to talk about London Bay in a second, but someone had just talked about over on Curlew, all the flooding. We just had our flapper valve near our house replaced, and it doesn't work. Also, the new drainage that they just installed does not drain. We had well over 2.5 feet of water in at the end of our driveway, and we couldn't get out for at least a day.
Mike, just for the record, you're on Bahia Via.
Yes, I'm on Bahia Via. Curlew is just right next to us. Okay. The reason I'm here today is because I want to talk about London Bay. I had already done it last time, but there was no audio for like the YouTube and things like that. So I'm going to go ahead and just reiterate, do some cliff notes on what I had spoke last time I was in front of council. London Bay intends to bring 20 to 30 people a day down a narrow canal, which is 29 to 30 feet wide. It's a residential canal, and it is not made for commercial traffic. They want to take it from their resorts on mainland to the old Charlie's Boathouse Grill, of which they don't even know what they want to, quote, do with it. They want to do this about every 30 minutes to an hour, depending on the time of year. And, the canal just cannot support commercial traffic. London Bay is going to take everyone to their property with no benefit from this town, for the town or the local businesses. We have a solution here. They acquire a dock at the Fishtail Marina. Fishtail Marina has a 90-foot to 130-foot wide commercial canal. And all they have to do is shuttle a few hundred yards down the street in an open air shuttle or, golf carts or whatever it is to London Bay. And, And how are they going to do this? They're going to do it right in front of Santini Plaza. Santini Plaza is going to be loaded with local businesses of restaurants, bars, shops, flip-flop places, T-shirts, trinket shops, where people are going to notice that there's something on the mainland other than just London Bay when they come here. And it's only going to support the community and help local businesses. If you don't do that, then what's going to happen is they're just going to hoard the people in and hoard them right out without anyone knowing what's going on. Then once these people find out what's going on, they may not even want to go to London Bay. They might cruise down, come by boat and hit Santini Plaza, check out the, use dinner shops, and may even rent some golf carts and go cruise the island because they don't have to worry about parking, paid for parking, what they're going to be doing. All of this is going to support local businesses. There'll be no traffic on the island from that point of view of them coming over by boat. And again, this is all about supporting local businesses. I just feel London Bay needs to come in to play here and figure out how to support the local businesses and not just themselves. And that's it.
Thank you, Mike.
Have a good day.
You as well.
See you soon.
Angela Amos.
I have no doubt.
It sounded foreboding.
Angela Amos.
I'll vote to the agenda.
Okay, that's all I have signed up.
Okay. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in public comment that hasn't already signed up?
Wait a minute. Angela wants to speak about short-term rentals, which is not a public hearing.
Okay, Angela, there's no agenda item for short-term rentals.
Okay.
Well, there is.
Well, for public hearing anyway, so this would be your only opportunity to speak on. Yeah. Thank Madam Clerk. She's the one.
I just looked at what you want to talk about.
Good morning. My name's Angela Amos. I live at 4841 Dolphin Lane, which is right in the middle of the island. And I know that there's discussion about allowing short-term rentals into the residential areas. And I'd just like to remind everybody the whole reason why we put those rules into place. It was to preserve the residents. I live in a very fortunate part where we are all full-term residents. We have very few people who just come down seasonally. And after the hurricane, we've had quite a few homes that have turned over to developers. And now we have a new one right across the street from us that has turned into a short-term rental. Well, it's turned into a rental, and I don't think it's official. But almost every weekend, there are new renters who are coming in. They are unaware of the rules. They are unaware of the quiet times. They're unaware or willfully ignorant of the capacity that is supposed to be housed in that building. We've had to call the sheriff for noise complaints, and it's just constant. And so I would just like to remind you guys that, when you're making these decisions, I understand we want to go bigger, we want to be better, we want to be an attractor for more tourism, but you also want to make sure that you're taking care of the people who live here. And by allowing short-term rentals in these residential areas, you're impacting our quality of life. And that's something that needs to be taken into consideration as well as, what we can bring in as tourist dollars. So that's all I'd like to say is just consider why we have those rules, why they were put into place in the first place. And when you start making these decisions, look at where the property is. That's why we have the rules. Instead of just having a blanket one size fits all, there were zones because this was not a commercial area, or these neighborhoods were not commercial areas. But now with more and more of these houses being purchased and turned over into these Airbnbs or VRBOs, you're losing the quality of life for the residents who live here. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? You have no more
No more
cards?
signed up.
Okay. Is there anyone else that'd like to speak? If not, we'll close public comment. Next is local achievements and recognitions. Councilor King.
I'll start with thanks to Beach Talk Radio for their pub crawl over the weekend. It was all to benefit the Fort Myers Beach Community Foundation. I think they've raised about $3,000. I think they're keeping the till open until they're doing it on Facebook now to try and reach 5,000. So good luck with that and thank you. Also, congratulations and best wishes to Megan and Mayor Allers on what will be their 5th wedding anniversary this week. And congratulations last week to Vice Mayor and his wife Brenda for their wedding anniversary.
Very nice. Thank you. Vice Mayor Earl?
Thank you, Councilor King.
Checks in the mail, right?
A couple of weeks ago, a couple Sundays ago, Brenda and I had a chance to attend the inaugural grand opening of the Beach Baptist Church, where they put some trailers together and had their first air-conditioned service in a long time since the storm. And a lot of volunteers helped to put that together. It's a beautiful service. Their services are at 10:30 on Sunday, and they're just off Connecticut and Estero Boulevard. I want to just commend them for their and recognize them for all the volunteers and hard work and all the struggles that they've gone through, and obviously all the folks that they've helped in the process. This past Sunday, Brent and I were invited to attend the St. Peter Evangelical Lutheran Church at 37051 Estero Boulevard, and had a beautiful service at 9 a.m. They are open in their parking lot under a tent. They're currently rebuilding the existing church. They have very graciously accepted refugees from Chapel by the Sea and the Beach United Methodist Church. And so saw lots of folks there from both of those churches, as well as the Lutheran Church that's located at that location as well. So just, again, beautiful services there. They're, again, out in the tent in the parking lot at 9 o'clock. Again, go, just see these folks, the resilience, to see them keep at it, and their commitment, their faith. It's just quite an encouragement. So I wanted to recognize them as well. That's all I've got. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Woodson?
Yes, I want to recognize the town staff. I don't know if you noticed or not when you drove in this morning, but the fitness courts are open right along Estero Boulevard, big bright blue pad, and people were actually there this morning using it. I think this is the first morning that it's been open, and I know it was installed through all the rain and everything else. But great job. We've been talking about this fitness court for, I think, about 3 years now. So
If not longer.
yeah, if not longer, it's finally in. And I just want to say congratulations to myself and my husband, Mark, for 24 years today.
Congratulations. You should have let my personal assistant know that.
Wow. Well, the same week.
Congratulations.
Yeah. Councilor Safford?
We can go on with my granddaughter's birthday, my grandson's birthday this week. It's a big week.
Wow.
What's
Congratulations.
going on?
I want to give a shout out to the team at Waste Management. I mean, Thursday was absolutely crazy with the water. There were recycle bins, garbage cans floating everywhere, and these guys were just out there. It was amazing. I mean, most of us wouldn't even go outside, and these guys were working their tails off. And they never get thanks, but I really want to give them thanks. Thursday was amazing.
Yeah, it's not a very fun job, especially in the rain.
Yeah.
Anything else?
No, sir.
Well, all mine have been covered except for one, so I do have one that you guys do not. I'd like to take a second to recognize and thank Councilmember Safford. He completed the Institute for Elected Municipal Officials held in Palm Beach Gardens from June 7th to June 8th. They sent me this certificate, which is a hard copy in here. I have not opened, although I'm guessing that's what's in here. So congratulations, Scott. That's a very beneficial class.
Thank you.
Can you get the top copy?
Put it on the wall with all the sloth awards.
That's right.
Top copy back.
All right, next we have advisory committees, items, reports, and appointments. We have the Tier 1 project update from Andrew's site work. Are they here? Coming around.
That paper copy back.
Morning. My name is Chad Baker with Andrew Site Work, and I am the project manager overseeing the Tier 1 Side Street project. Just kind of a little summary. The Tier 1 Side Street project includes 21,000 linear feet of 8-inch potable water main, over 500 residential water services, 40 new fire hydrants, 14,000 feet of new storm drain, 230 drainage structures, and over 34,000 feet of swale improvements. Our notice to proceed was issued for February 19th of 2024. and we have a contract completion date of May 3rd, 2028. It's a little over 1,400 calendar days total contract time, and today's contract date is 120. To date, we have 25% completion, and we've used a little over 8% of the contract time. It is a 4-phase project, broken out phase A, B, C, and D. Currently, phase A is a 3,600 linear feet of 8-inch water main, 3,500 feet of storm drain, and 7,000 feet of swale improvements. In phase A, we are 47% complete. Phase B, which is Fairview
Chad,
West. Yes.
Is there any way that you can include in there what streets are included in phase A and phase B?
Yes. Actually, hold on a sec. Hold on.
The numbers are great, but
No. I have a whole breakdown.
okay. I got it up there. Maybe I don't know if that's being seen by everybody, but
It should be.
okay.
Probably pretty hard to see though. It's little.
Well, it's hard to tell what street. I mean, if you live on the street, you know what it is, but
Hey, Chad, before you get into specifics on it, I just wanted to go back and ask a question about some statistics you cited. You said, I heard you said that you're 25% complete,
Overall completion. Yes.
utilizing 8% of contracted time.
That is correct.
Does that mean you're
We're ahead of schedule.
ahead of schedule?
Yes.
All right, very
Yes.
good. Continue on.
So up there on the TV, those are the streets right now. Those are the project limits for phase A, B, C, and D. A has the largest area, with the main improvements being Williams Drive. You have, let's see here. You have Williams Drive, Bahia Villa, and Estrelita Drive. Those are your main improvements. The remaining streets, they do have drainage improvements, but it's minor improvements compared to the actual scope for each phase. Phase B, which is Fairview Isles, that has all drainage and water main improvements on it. Phase C, with Shell Mound, Madison Court, Andre
Chad,
Mar.
sorry to
Yes.
interrupt again, but can you go just a little deeper into it? Like, when do you expect completion of phase A, phase B?
So phase A, we anticipate November 2024 being complete. So we're at today's contract day 120, and we are at 47% complete. And we are projecting a final completion for phase A by November 2024.
Okay.
And phase B, currently we are at 32% complete, and we are projecting a final completion of March 2025. Phase C, currently we are at 12% complete, and we are anticipating a completion date of February 2026. Phase D, we are 22% complete, and we are projecting a final completion for October 2025. So the goal is to have the Tier 1 project complete by February of 26. So basically taking out half of the contract time from a 4-year project to a 2-year project.
Chad, those are impressive numbers. You heard this morning some unique challenges, and I'm sure there's other streets that have unique challenges, but we heard this morning about Curlew, Egret, and Bahia Villa. Do you have any comments on those based upon your experience with the significant rainfall we've had?
The rain does not help us, especially when we get that much rain in a short amount of time, over a week. I know our rain gauge saw over 8 inches off of Chapel Street. So the duckbills will help. The drainage structures, they are larger, so they're able to hold more volume of water. And the storm improvements we're basically upsizing. So we're seeing right now that the existing storm is 12 inches and we're installing 24 inch. So we're doubling that size of the storm right now. So it'll be able to hold a lot more water. It'll transfer a lot more water. And but there is, drainage issues. And we don't think that maybe the plans captured, all of the improvements that maybe should have been captured. Not to any fault to anybody, but, we are working with the town, on a street by street basis to kind of capture and fix those, the issues and drainage issues for the street.
I think we heard this morning that there may be a need to sort of infuse some additional resources to the Curlew egret. Is that something that the town is working with Chad on, or?
We were aware that when Tetra Tech developed this plan a few years back, that there may be areas, these areas that we're referencing, the Seminole, the Curlew, areas like that, they're either at or slightly below sea level.
Yeah.
So trying to push 8 inches of rain out of anywhere is almost going to be nearly impossible unless you're hydraulically doing it. What we're doing, as far as what Chad mentioned, is increasing the volume. That's almost taking it almost 1,000% carry through those pipes. Under normal conditions, when everything is hooked up and the system is running, you are going to see a vast improvement as far as water being carried. To your point, Vice Mayor, as far as adding additional structures, I know we've talked with Mark and we've mentioned to Chad and the folks, Eric Fay at Tetra Tech, that we are going to have to go back and maybe add additional drainage in areas there. But those are things that you come to once you get to that point. Again, this was an extraordinary 4 set days of rainfall.
Yep.
You're going to get that during a tropical storm. You're going to get that during a rainy season, with a good download. So we are aware of that, and we are currently trying to pinpoint those areas that are pinching.
If folks have concerns like we heard this morning, procedurally, what's the best avenue for them? Should they reach out to Mark, yourself?
We
Brett?
we have limited people out in the field, and Chad and his staff are actively going. I would just appreciate if they would just reach out to me, and we can get that to the appropriate party that way.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Chad, continue on.
So that's pretty much, as far as status and the progress. Our milestones, we have received Department of Health approval for Williams Drive, Bahia Via, Sterling Ave, and Seminole Ave. So we can proceed with tying in those water mains and getting the residents connected to the new water main. And then once the connections happen, we can begin the storm improvements. So that's a pretty big milestone for this project right now. We are currently working on the Phase C and D water main. And once we get the water installed there, we will begin the storm improvements. So right now we've had to start the water first because the proposed storm is in the same trench as the existing water. So we've had to put in the new water line first, get it cleared, connected, and then we can begin the storm improvements. So that's kind of the sequence for all 4 phases of the project.
I'm sorry, just one more. Chad, did I hear you say that this was originally, the timeline was originally 4 years and you expect to be finished in 2 years?
That's correct, yes.
And is that just because you guys are great, or are things going better than normal? Or what do you attribute that to?
So we've had crews available, so we've kind of just staffed the project, all hands on deck to start, and we've gotten ahead of the schedule, and so now we're kind of at the point now where we're kind of following back, going to get up restoration complete, and then we'll have the crews back on site, and we'll keep chugging along.
That's very good news for the island. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Vice Mayor, to that point, it is because they are that good. They're one of the best around, and it shows. But to Chad's point that he mentioned, the water line service on Bahia Via, when we're putting these potable water and storm sewers, what you've seen the work on for the last month or so, they've been basically digging those trenches to put those water lines in, get them ready to go to hook up to the mains. We have yet to come back in a lot of these cases and actually do the stormwater portion of that. So it's not just doing everything all at once. That has to be done in stages. The water obviously takes a number of days to get that approved through the health department. So like Chad just mentioned, once that's done, they can go back now on some of these streets and really button up the stormwater portion of it as well.
John, questions for Chad?
None, but thank you for your hard work and efforts.
Council Woodson?
So, yeah, I do. I'm confused. So is it safe to say that on Bahia and Curlew and all of those streets that are flooding terribly still, that it's not done, it's in process? And
That is correct. So Bahia Via, we are not done with the storm improvements.
okay.
The storm improvements don't really capture the entire Bahia Via limits. You kind of have at the Estero Boulevard, and then it's kind of in between, the middle of Bahia Via. So it doesn't really capture the whole thing. But what we're hoping is that we can capture the improvements with some of the paving and allow, build the road elevation up a little bit to kind of promote, positive drainage, to allow that water to run off into the swale instead of sitting on the road and building up.
Because I just got an alert this morning that we're expected to have the same kind of rain coming this weekend because of some other system that's out in the Atlantic. So
I'm hoping that, we did take delivery of 30 duckbills, backflow devices. So last week wasn't really the best week for us to kind of work. So we're trying to capture that this week and, get ahead of, that. So that way, maybe this next rainstorm, we'll be able to see a difference and, hopefully.
So you said you've got 30 duckbills that you
Yes, sir.
have now in hand that you can
Yes, sir.
install.
Yes, sir.
Can you let the public know where you plan on installing those? It sounds like Bahia Villa is one for sure.
Bahia Villa is one. Phase A. So basically, all of Phase A, it's a variety of streets, but it covers all of Phase A essentially.
And when do you expect to have the final stormwater hookup done on Bahia Villa and the duckbills installed?
So right now, Bahia Villa, the only thing left to do is the seawall improvements. So the drainage right now is done at London Bay's site, kind of up by Sarah Boulevard. And then we've gotten the cross drain done kind of halfway on Bahia Villa. So the only drainage improvements left now are to do the seawall improvements with the outfall. And,
Okay.
So.
And do you have a time frame roughly that you think it would be completed, weather permitting?
By Wednesday. Rain starts Thursday.
The improvements will not take long. So I would say by the end of the month, drainage will be done. But as far as the seawall work, that is kind of what the lengthy process, because you got to allow the concrete to cure,
Sure.
which has,
But you'll
extended
be
cure
able to
times.
install the outfall with the
Yes.
duckbill
Yes.
and work around it.
Yes.
With
Yeah. Right now, Bahia Villa, the first one up by Sarah Boulevard, London Bay's site, that outfall is in. So the water is able to leave Bahia Villa. It's unfortunately the elevations of the road kind of, so the positive drainage right now is at Sarah Boulevard and Bahia Villa, kind of a London Bay site.
Anything else, Karen? No. Scott?
I think Karen asked all my questions. I just want to say we have a duck bill on Sable. It's working great. So thank you.
Yeah. They're great. They
work. Yeah,
they work. So just,
All right.
so, all righty.
Thanks, Chad.
Thank you. Thanks.
Next, we've got a Estero Island lighting project update, all of our favorite subject. Ivy Davis is here via Zoom, it looks like.
Good morning. You hear me?
We can hear you barely, but can you guys hear him out there? They're all kind of nice.
Try to work on this. Right. What about now?
We can hear you.
Good deal. Good deal. I want to first apologize for not being there in person. My schedule wouldn't allow me to make it over there this morning. But first, I would like to thank the mayor and the staff for working with our team, particularly Andy, Frankie, and Mark, helping our team identify 2 staging areas on the island to help store our materials. With that said, all materials for the project has been ordered. In fact, the underground materials are on site. Right now, I want to say in the last 2 weeks, we resubmitted permits addressing initial comments from the county. So we do believe we'll get a resolution on the permit situation by the end of the month. At which point we will set up a pre-construction meeting with all stakeholders involved prior to commencing on construction. Right now, we have a tentative ETA of commencement on the 15th of July with a completion date within 15 months. Now, what we will, with a little luck from weather, as well as developing some efficiencies in the work, we believe we may be able to pull that in a month or 2. To minimize the impact to the local area, we decided to commence the project on the south side of the island at Estero and Estrelito Drive and work north. Again, right now we have it estimated from July 15th through about September 12th, 2025 with a completion. We also are going to wait to post hurricane season to actually put up the lights. So we'll commence putting the poles in around August, and sometime after the hurricane season, we'll go back and put the lights up. With that said, I'll open up to the floor and address any additional questions.
Councilor King,
None.
Vice Mayor Earl.
Thank you for being with us this morning. Just to prepare the public for what's coming. Obviously, FP&L has lights and power poles there now, or power lines and poles. What should the public expect in terms of all these new street lamps and poles that are coming up? How many are there? How far apart will they be? Just give people a little sense of what's coming.
1 second. So I can tell you off top of my head that it'll be close to 730 lights on the Estero Boulevard, as well as the side streets, and I guess in the town center as well. We have a few Hall of Fame amber fixtures going up down there as well. So about 405 on the Estero Boulevard, another 300 or so on the side streets, and then like 30 downtown. As far as space between the poles, I don't have that information off the top of my head, but I can get that to you. But I believe it's about somewhere around 100 feet between poles. But
and just to be
I can get that information.
just so folks understand, these are 400 on Estero Boulevard, for example. This is 405 new poles that don't currently exist. Is that a fair characterization?
Correct. We are not a lot. Correct.
Go ahead and explain why. You're going to explain why they're new poles.
Well, it's more or less to address the what is it? The foot per candle, for the county, because of the DOT road, and as well on the DOT road we have to have breakaway poles. So we're addressing that.
It's important that people, when they think of new poles, it's not the big concrete poles that we see out there that are holding the power lines. They will be similar to the ones that are on the corner of Crescent and Estero. They're 20-foot or 22-foot light poles that cantilever over onto the street. Is that correct? They're more of a decorative pole. They're not just that straight up concrete pole like we see on Estero Boulevard.
Correct.
Also, to your point, sir, the intersections through DOT regulations, the intersections or crosswalks have to be engaged. So that was part of the county side of this on Estero.
And this, just again, for further clarification, the 405 new poles on Estero, the existing lighting system, whatever there is left on Estero, that goes away. Is that a fair characterization?
That is the plan at this point.
So we'll have 405 new poles replacing. Do you have a sense as to what's currently there? So just so people get a sense of the dramatic difference there'll be?
Not off the top of my head, but I can get that information.
Yeah, I want to say it was like 178, something like that.
Yeah,
So
it was quite a bit less.
We'll be doubling, at a minimum, we'll be doubling the amount of street lights on Fort Myers or on Estero Boulevard. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that is fair. We are tasked with meeting the DOTD standard of 1 foot candle. And in order to do that, we need the additional.
And on the side streets, are these brand new street lights? Or are they replacing existing ones? Are they going to be street lights on streets that never had them before?
So what the lights on the side street will be in addition to what's already there. So we'll be adding lights to the side street.
But all the lights on the side streets will be the same lights.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
That would be the name.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No, thanks.
Okay. Karen?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Scott?
So what's going to happen to the light fixtures? Are they going to be removed or just turned off? The old ones?
Either or, but I think what we're going to try to do is get them taken down.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. And just for some clarification, Ivy, the 1 foot candle plan that you had referred to, that meets the DOT standards for public safety.
Correct.
And then it's going to be from sidewalk to the back edge of the sidewalk to the back edge of the sidewalk, correct?
Correct.
Could you do us a favor if you haven't already? Can you provide us with the plan of where the lights are going to go, on what sides of the street they're going to go, so that we can push that out to the public so they can get a better understanding of, when the polls start going in someone's front yard, we're probably going to start seeing some emails. So I would just as soon get it out there ahead of time and let them know what's coming. Might be just easier for all of us. I know that you had sent us one in the past, but there's probably been some changes through the county permitting to set these up, because I know you were waiting on their plan as well. So if you could send that over to
Exactly.
staff so they can get that out for everybody to see, that'd be great. Any other questions for Ivy?
Just if I could, just to repeat once again, Ivy, there's 405 new poles going on Estero Boulevard, and the total, including the side streets, is how many poles did you say?
700.
700?
Total. Oh, no, that's total for Estero and the side.
Right.
If memory serves me, it's 440 poles on Estero and 268-ish on side streets.
Okay, he's just so we can be clear. I think he said 405 on Estero. You say 440?
Yes.
Well, it could have changed, but
Yeah, this,
400.
the number right now is 405 and 295 on the side streets.
295 on the side streets. All right, thank you.
that's how much changed since the last time. All right. Thank you, Ivy, for your input, and keep us posted on when that July 15th, if we're still going to make that with the county's permitting, how that goes.
Will do.
All right. Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Next is the approval.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Go
Mr.
ahead.
Just so we can get a sense of just in a 10,000 foot level, we're going to be doubling the number of streetlights on Estero Boulevard. The 295 on the side streets, the new streetlights that are going in on the side streets, what is the existing number on the side streets? Do we have any idea? In other words, is it safe to say we'll be doubling the number of lights on the side streets as well?
Easily, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we lost, especially on the south side of the island, the east side of the island, we lost a tremendous amount of coverage there because of Ian.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Anything else? All right. Next, we have the approval of minutes. We have the town council minutes from June 3rd, 2024, and the management and planning session from June 6th of 2024. Is there a motion to approve?
So move, Mayor.
Got a motion by Counselor King,
Second.
seconded by Counselor Safford. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously. Next is the consent agenda. All of those items were pulled, so we will move on to the items removed from the consent agenda. Item A, special event, was pulled by Jim.
I just very briefly, I don't see Linda here. Is Linda here this morning?
She
she's
sent
on
an email
vacation.
saying
She couldn't make it
That's right.
today.
So I just wanted to, just for folks who are listening at home who may not have an agenda in front of them, this is to approve the farmers market to go back into Santini Plaza, which is exciting, from November 5th, 2004 to April 4th, 2005, and Times Square from September 9th, 2004 to May 2025. So great to see Santini Plaza back, and obviously the Times Square in addition to that. I just wanted, again, since folks watching sometimes don't have an agenda in front of them, just want to let people know that the farmers market's coming back to Santini Plaza as well as Times Square. And with that, I would move the approval of special events farmers market item A on the consent agenda.
Okay. Got a motion by Vice Mayor Adderholt,
Second.
seconded by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, that carries unanimously. Next is Resolution 24-130, Town Hall Trailer Contract Amendment. John?
Looks like I just would like an explanation. We've gone over the contract and had to increase the amount by over $15,000.
That is correct. We had to get these trailers hooked up. Originally, the contract was just to do some of the work at the rec center and some of the work in concession stands. Then we added this to it. And anytime you go over a contracted amount that we do, we got the work done under the emergency order. And now this is just, going to approve that so we can move on. Keep the
Thank you.
lights on.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Mayor, I'll move 24-130.
All right. Is there a second?
I'll second.
A motion by Counselor King, second by Counselor Safford. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, that carries unanimously. Next is our public hearings. Do we want to swear everyone in, even though the first one is not quasi judicial, or do you want to?
It's, if you want, for efficiency purposes, yes, that may be beneficial.
Okay. So do you want to go through the sheet first and then, or do you want to just swear people in and then we'll?
We can go ahead. Mayor, if it's easier, let's go ahead and run through our routine
You got
standards, and then we'll just note for the record that the first item is legislative in nature rather than quasi judicial.
Okay. Let's see, where am I, Ari? The next 8, with the exception of the very first one, item A, items on our agenda are public hearings for review of various land use requests. For the benefit of the public, please be aware that these items are quasi judicial in nature. Our attorney will further explain.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So zoning revisions, special exceptions, and variances, these are all quasi judicial in nature, which requires our public hearings to comply with procedural requirements established in Florida law and in our land development code. Quasi judicial proceedings are less formal than proceedings before circuit court, but are more formal than the remainder of our meeting and will follow the basic standards of due process, requiring that certain notices be provided, the application of the correct standards, and decisions to be made on competent and substantial evidence that have been presented to the town council, either in written documents or through oral testimony. The town council will evaluate the testimony and the information for each item and draw a conclusion regarding whether the criteria in the land development code, the comprehensive plan, or state law, as may be applicable, has been satisfied. Pure speculation or mere opinion, not based on competent facts, cannot legally be considered by the town council in evaluating the agenda item. Testimony by professionals who are qualified as experts in a particular area has been considered to be competent substantial evidence by the Florida courts, as well as testimony by neighbors and residents who have fact-based information such as minutes, surveys, engineering reports, or testimony that's based on their current personal knowledge. So if you intend to speak, please keep these matters in mind. When you come forward, please state your name clearly for the record, whether or not you've been sworn in, your qualifications, if you are an expert, or your interest in the matter. So for purposes of efficiency, we need to go ahead and dispose of a few housekeeping items. My first question will be to the town clerk. Have all agenda items been properly noticed pursuant to our land development code?
Yes, they have been.
Next, we will go into a disclosure of any conflicts of interest. At this time, does any council member have a conflict of interest that would prohibit them from voting on any of the 8 items? And if so, please disclose this for the record at this time so we can assure that we have a quorum present for each item.
John?
None.
Vice Mayor Holt?
None.
I have 2 with item E and item F for the Pink Shell Resort. I have a business contract with them for our golf carts. So I
Okay.
will be filling out Form 8, I believe it is, with the town clerk. Karen?
None.
Scott?
None.
So in view of the mayor's disclosure, we still have a quorum present and we can proceed. So at this time, we would like to go ahead and swear in anyone who will be providing testimony on any of the 7 quasi judicial items.
And that includes public comment. All right. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right. All parties have been sworn.
Okay. The first item is is ordinance 24-17, amending advisory committee requirements. This is the first reading and public hearing of an ordinance entitled An Ordinance of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, amending section 2-94, qualifications and appointments of members, and section 2-96, removal of agency, board, committee, or commission members of Division 2, procedures for the establishment of boards, committees, and commissions of Article 4, boards, commissions, committees, and other agencies of Chapter 2, administration of the Code of Ordinances of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, removing residency as a qualification requirement for the town's agency, board, or committee, or commission members, eliminating duplicative language, providing for codification, severability, scrivener's errors, conflicts of law, and an effective date. I will now open the public hearing.
Just a few comments. This ordinance is brought to you on first reading at the request of Councilmember King, identifying some inconsistencies in the code. It does take out the requirement for having a committee member reside within the jurisdiction or own property. At this point, your rules that you recently amended will be in conflict with this. So when we bring this back for second reading, we will bring your rules back to make the two documents consistent.
Okay. Questions for Nancy? John?
No questions, but just thank you and Becky for your hard work on this because it was very glaring, the inconsistencies in that. And we do have people that do not reside in the town proper area, but they do serve on committees, so it allow them to continue to serve this community. So thank you.
Vice Mayor Earl?
Just a question for Nancy. The procedurally, if we have two equally qualified candidates and one happens to be a resident of the island and one is not, are we allowed then? This doesn't prevent us from using that as a factor in our consideration for them to serve on a board or commission, correct?
It's not a requirement. It would be similar to you have one applicant that has 10 years of experience and one applicant that has 5. You determine which one is most qualified.
So the answer is yes. We could use it as a consideration if we had two equally qualified candidates.
As a consideration, yes, just like experience.
Yeah, very good. Thank you.
Okay. Council Whitton?
I'm good.
Council Stafford?
2 questions. Number one, is it residency or owning property? Is there a distinguishment between the two, or is one or the other?
I'm not certain. Hold on.
Because I've had some people approach me, on the LPA and audit committee and saying, hey, I own property, but I'm not a legal resident.
The removal is no longer a registered voter within the town's jurisdiction or a property owner within the town's jurisdiction.
But that's different for the LPA, correct?
Yes, because the LPA is governed by state law.
And the audit committee, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So they
those are
have
the
to be
two.
residents. Owning property is not sufficient. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then
I'm not sure because we just put a person on there that is a property owner on the LPA, but I don't believe they're our resident.
So we'll have to look further into that.
They have a home here, though. I think they're rebuilding it.
My understanding is they live in Acero, but own here.
Yeah, so they wouldn't be a resident here.
We can take that under advisement and bring it back to you with a correct answer.
I thought it was the opposite. I thought they have a residency here, but they own a home in Estero.
No.
Am I backwards on that?
I think you are.
So it would depend on where their homestead is. So we'll look further into that specific instance.
So it gets
but
even
this is
crazier
on-
with the homestead exemption too, or no?
Well, that would settle where you reside.
Right.
Right.
But
If you're homesteaded here, then you would reside here.
right.
Hopefully.
I'm still,
So
it's clear as mud right now.
Yeah, we will analyze that specific case. This item before you today, however, is to straighten out your ordinance on first reading.
I wonder, Nancy, if under the emergency declaration, we could waive that for someone who was displaced as a result of the storm?
I think
Again,
you're
we
making
can
an
look at
assumption that he was displaced, though.
To make,
Yeah.
I think you're making an assumption.
Okay, I thought he was, but
I'm not sure either.
I don't
but
know. Yeah.
all right, we'll look at that particular case. But again, this is before you for first reading.
And then my second item was page 67 under council member requirements. It says we have to file the Form 6, and I think there's been an injunction on that. Do we want to change the wording to file proper forms?
We
due to
can. I
state?
believe you are in your procedural rules, and we'll be bringing those back to you on second reading of this ordinance. So we can
Can we change the
hopefully have,
language to whatever the state requires?
yeah, compliance with Florida law
Yeah.
would work.
Okay.
Good point. Anything else? I don't have anything. Is there any public comment? Is there anyone that would like to speak? Ellen? You want to speak? When in doubt.
When in doubt. Ellen Vaughn, resident of 7500 Estero Boulevard, and I'm troubled by the possibility of removing any deep association with the island being part of a decision-making group that is presenting rules. Given the upheaval after Ian, there's a distinct possibility that someone with only a financial interest in the island, not the best interest of the community, could wind up having significant influence over decisions that are brought forward. And that just makes me very nervous. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen. Anyone else with public comment? Long time no see.
Paula Kiker, 6035 Estero Boulevard. I've been a resident off and on for 30 years this summer. Currently, I'm not a resident, but I own a commercial building on Fort Myers Beach. I have a vested interest and I have a love of this town. In this ordinance, it appears to me that in the past, anytime an ordinance is put in place, it affects the incoming people, not the current membership of any committee. So if you want to look into that, I think that's the appropriate answer, and there will not be any issues for singular people or singular committees in that member, if that helps.
She's suggesting that it be prospective rather than
It's a
retro.
grandfather provision. Yeah. That's a good idea.
Thank you, Paula. Anyone else? Okay, we'll close public comment, bring it back for discussion or a motion.
Mayor, I'll move ordinance 24-17.
Got a motion by Counselor King. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Vice Mayor Adderholt will second. Any further discussion?
With amendments or with talking points, or are we just moving it forward for the final reading?
I think we can do that at the second reading, can't we? The clarification.
Just for clarification.
This is just to move it to the second reading.
Okay, great.
Any further discussion? Roll call vote. John?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
Mayor Allerton, aye. Counselor King?
Aye.
Woodson?
Hi,
There he goes again.
I know.
we look the same.
I know. It's twins. Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Our motion carries unanimously. Next is item B, ordinance 24-16, amending schedule of uses, Sandy Bottoms. This is the second reading and public hearing of an ordinance entitled, an ordinance of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, amending and restating ordinance number 22-06 to amend the schedule of uses for the commercial plan development zoning for the property located at 2301, 2307, and 2311 Estero Boulevard, and 111 and 121 Mango Street, generally identified as strap numbers 219-46-24-W3-0110D.0010 and 19-46-24-W3-0120E.0010 and 19-46-24-43-0120E.0020 and 19-46-24-W3-0120E.0030 Fort Myers Beach, amending the master concept plan for the restaurant uses, providing for revisions to conditions of approval and deviations and other clarification as necessary, providing for repeal, conflicts of law, Scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. If the town council member has any ex parte communication to disclose, please let us know the subject, discuss, and the identity of the person, group, and entity with whom the communication took place and correspondence that you received or observations made of the site. John?
None that I recall since the first reading.
Okay. Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Yes, none since the first reading.
I have not received any since the first reading as well. Counselor Woodson?
None since first reading.
Counselor Safford?
Me as well. None since the first reading.
Okay. Jason Smalley has been qualified as an expert already by this town council, and based on his education and experience has been accepted as an expert in the field of land use planning and development in the town of Fort Myers Beach. Are there any other individuals who would like to be qualified as an expert witness on behalf of the applicant at this time that haven't already? All right, seeing none. Has a property owner applicant seen a copy of the agenda backup materials from staff? They are nodding their head yes. Go ahead, Jason.
Good morning. My name is Jason Smalley. I'm with your Planning and Zoning Department. As was mentioned by the mayor, this is in reference to properties located generally at 2301, 2307 Estero Boulevard, including the adjacent properties, as the short title has mentioned. So the request today is generally the same request that we heard on the first reading of this. This is for redevelopment of a restaurant and bar. There was an existing CPD and master concept plan. So what's being asked for today are some changes to conditions of approval for deviations and to switch out the master concept plan for the current proposal. As broad strokes, they are asking to add approximately a 2,750 square foot tiki hut, which would cover the front portion of the existing lawn of the lot. That area would be used for service. Included in these changes are some minor changes that are minor tweaks from what existed previously under the existing CPD for the business that was known as Tuckaway. The numbers come out to where previously there was 11 deviations, 11 conditions of approval. We're talking about today 9 deviations, 12 conditions of approval. In general, these changes include slight reductions to the setbacks. The tiki hut will now be attached structurally to the building, and so the setbacks from Estero and Fairweather will need to be changed to accommodate the placement of the proposed tiki. Included in the requests also are reductions of parking. As we mentioned during the last meeting, staff is showing that they are requesting in total a 38% reduction of the parking that would be required on this site. Keep in mind that under the previous CPD, they were given a 30% reduction. So on balance here, we're talking about a request today of an additional 8% of parking reduction. That number comes out to them providing 33 spaces of the 53 spaces that would be required on this site. Also included in this, in the deviations, is a request to reduce the visibility triangle that would be apparent if you are on Fairweather or on Estero looking to go on to Fairweather. Their request, as was mentioned extensively in the first meeting, would reduce the 10-foot visibility triangle down to a minimum of 3 foot, and would allow for a small number of posts to keep the tiki hut elevated within that area. I would like to point out that during the last meeting, they had the applicant had agreed that they were going to either physically or as part of their general business model not allow for any of the seats to be within the visibility triangle area. So what we're talking about today as far as things in the visibility would just be the posts of the tiki hut. On your desk was a clarification of their schedule of uses and a clarification of the timing. So the clarification of the schedule of uses was to include a discussion point, I believe, from Councilor Safford, whether or not they would have a bar structure outside. So they are clarifying for their master concept plan that they would allow for physically the bar to be underneath the tiki hut outside. Secondly, there was a discussion about their changes to hours. What the clarification was about was to make it aware that while the business would be open from 7 a.m. to 12 a.m., or could feasibly be open from 7 a.m. to 12 a.m., that the outdoor service portion would be limited until 10 p.m. along with the music. So amplified and outdoor music would be allowed up to 10 p.m. along with service out in the outside area. After 10 p.m., service and the outdoor entertainment and amplified music would be disallowed, although the restaurant could continue until 12 a.m. And while service would not be allowed outside, their customers would under the current language, be allowed to be underneath the tiki area. So they wouldn't be served, but they would still be allowed to be out there. The applicants are here if you have questions or concerns, and staff is here for any clarifications, questions, or concerns that you may have.
All right. Questions for Jason? Scott?
No, not this time.
Councilor Woodson?
Not yet.
Vice Mayor Holt?
No.
John?
None currently.
Just one question. The view triangle that you were talking about, is it something that needs to be or should be codified in the ordinance? That they wouldn't, I know they said they were going to try not to let people in there and you can only control what you can control, but does it make sense to have that in there as part of the?
So as part of the conditions of approval, the recently added numbers 11 and 12, they have shown that they will be posting restricted use areas in that. If it pleases the council, you could offer a requirement for physical separation or some other method, but their proposal is to essentially let their customers know and their staff know that things will not be happening inside of those areas.
And I'm fine with that. I missed that. Sorry.
No problem.
All right. Thanks, Jason.
Welcome.
Would the applicant please proceed with the presentation on this item? Good morning.
Good morning. How's everybody doing?
Good.
For the record, Ken Galander with the Neighborhood Company here on behalf of the applicant. Really, Jason did a fine job of outlining the proposal. Again, we are excited about this opportunity to bring this development back. Let me just move through. Again, as we mentioned, reopening the restaurant, expanding the outdoor seating and entertainment area, site improvements, the vehicle management, improved access for the refuse removal. Again, that interim food truck idea, and we acknowledge that was going to be up until, I believe, operations of the restaurant. Again, our master concept plan, and I want to know, I'm going to move back to our, where did it go? That also on the master concept plan, which is incorporated as part of the ordinance, also identifies that specific area that would limit the ability for those chairs and whatnot to be, and that's that area that's outlined within the hatch area and further identified with that the yellow circle there. Also to go over, we are wanting to and agreeing to that, which may include a bar area, which was part of the testimony at the prior hearing, that may include a bar area underneath that tiki hut area. And the condition 6 is also provided for you with a handout. The restaurant operations from 7 a.m. to midnight, and for the outdoor seating area, that's limited to 10 p.m. So with that, we're full agreement with this staff report. We appreciate and thankful for the unanimous approval on first reading, and be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
All right. Questions for Ken? John?
None.
Vice Mayor Holt?
Nothing.
Councilor Woodson?
No, I just want to clarify. It looks to me that the things that were in question on the first reading with the hours of operation, those have been addressed.
Yes.
The music for the outside has been addressed to 10 p.m.
That's correct.
So all of the things that we brought up are now in the update.
That is our understanding as well. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilor Safford?
This might be a question for the Millers, but temporarily until it's open, did they get everything squared away with the Neptune across the street for parking? Because I know that's been an issue.
Looking at conversing with the Millers, he's
just wanted to make sure that
confirming that. Yes.
Yeah, okay. Fantastic.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ken. Next, we'll open it up for public comment. Is there anyone that would like to speak on ordinance 24-16? Yeah, come on up.
Good morning. My name is Susan Von Figley. I live at 2434 Cottage Avenue. My husband and I reside on Cottage Avenue, just across Estero Boulevard from Sandy Bottoms. Initially, I was enthusiastic about Sandy Bottoms opening as a restaurant, but now it appears their focus is on becoming an entertainment venue and bar operating well beyond typical dinner hours. They actively promote monthly musician schedules to attract patrons. During their grand opening on Memorial Day weekend, I was surprised to find that they were operating with a special events permit. We knew nothing of it. The music was so loud that we couldn't enjoy our seaside deck, and even indoors, my couch vibrated along with the floor beneath my feet. We had to increase our TV volume just to watch the evening news. Since returning from a much-needed vacation and with good weather permitting, we find ourselves constantly subjected to Sandy Bottom's live music. On more than one occasion, I likened the microphone usage to that of a carnival barker. Musicians have encouraged patrons to make noise, exasperating the disturbance. I find myself at the mercy of Sandy Bottoms. With poor weather, they won't be playing music, but I can neither enjoy our deck or pool. With good weather, we are guaranteed unwelcome music and noises coming from Sandy Bottoms, thereby reducing our outdoor enjoyment again. Should their musicians play with a bass beat, we can feel it inside our roadside bedrooms. This is not how I envision living in my own home. As a neighbor within 500 feet of the property, I received a notice from the town about the LPA meeting, albeit arriving a day after the meeting. I played the online recording and noted Sandy Bottom's desire to emulate Leaky Tiki's setup, which included open air sides. Sandy Bottoms also proposed halting outdoor music by 10 p.m. and excluding drums from their musical lineups. I have fond memories of Leaky Tiki, though I empathized with neighbors enduring the noise. Presently, Sandy Bottoms seeks operational hours from 7 a.m. to midnight, potentially including amplified music that would irreversibly impact our lives. Even a quiet acoustic guitar strummed before 10 a.m. yesterday resonated through my home, disrupting my peace. I respectfully urge denial of their amplified music request. Should an open frontage lack sufficient sound containment, indoor music should likewise be restricted. Music and guest interactions should be minimized to ensure our household tranquility. I expect Sandy Bottom's music to remain confined to their premises, with patrons conversing at normal levels. Loud music leads to louder conversations, all of which disturb our home life. With repaired and newly rebuilt homes soon to be occupied nearby, I implore you not to subject us to this disturbance. I also voice concerns about a proposed food truck park nearby, fearing further disruption akin to a carnival. Our neighborhood is our sanctuary, not a venue for such commercial activities. The Neptune and another neighbor has assured family-oriented atmosphere with subdued music. Should Sandy Bottoms be approved, I anticipate Neptune making a similar request. Single and dual musicians have proven surprisingly noisy, as seen with Cabanas under Diamond Head. On occasion, I can hear their musicians at our Cottage Avenue home, far more than 500 feet away.
Susan, I need you to wrap it up for us, please.
Okay. If you find such disturbances acceptable, I invite these businesses to your doorstep. To the Millers, I urge reconsideration of your venue's nature. A restaurant with modest on-premises music is welcome, but patrons should enjoy it without infringing on our daily lives. Your business cannot dictate our home's enjoyment or tranquility. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in public comment? If not, I'll close public comment. Are there any additional comments, rebuttal, or closing statements from the applicant? Go ahead.
Hi. Again, Ken Galander for the record. We can certainly appreciate the comments that we just heard. I believe Mike would like to make some comments about that. But again, what we're proposing does have a structural element to it. It's not the open tent that we're experiencing, but we can understand the aspects of being good neighbors. We have also identified on our master concept plan where that duo or the solo artists are restricted to perform, which are intended to be oriented away from the residential neighbors. Mike?
Hello, everyone. Michael Miller again. And I want to just hand out a few things here, if you don't mind.
Just hand it
You know, I do understand her concerns, 110%. We've also done under our tent is we've put a decibel monitor that is visible. So not only do we go around and check the decibel levels, but right now that inside the tent shows, was it 81.7 decibel levels? Okay, now bear in mind, the town of Fort Myers Beach is 72, but that's at the property lines. Okay, now that is under our tent with the musicians are facing that decibel level. So usually it's a little under, sometimes it might be a little higher at 85. And what that does is we've also gone around and checked decibel levels regarding. And one of the things I want to just mention, and this is just for reference only, and when the cottage was up for their LPA meeting, the LPA had stated this. When they're in front of the LPA meeting, Anita stated, asking them, the cottage, to having that be completely enclosed area eliminates the idea of being the cottage bar. Jane mentioned, as I'm asking them to be responsible for their noise, Anita said, and that would be their responsibility, period. And Jim added, and there are decibel requirements. Anita said, agreed. Now, I'm just bringing this up as reference, okay? It has nothing to do with the cottage bar or what they're coming up to next, okay? And the reason is we are well under your codes, okay? And as you can see, the decibel levels on there reflect that. And, you know, on the edges of our property is anywhere from 45 to 60. I'm using the cottage as just as a reference. Okay, it has nothing to do with what they're doing. I 100% support the cottage, and I hope they get a unanimous approval today. Residences, condo owners, hotel guests, they have all rights, just as she does right there, 110%. Okay, all we're doing is we're following the rules and regulations that the town put in place. And we're actually doing it well under what you guys have put in place. And that's pretty much it.
Mike, one of our concerns was that you're going to be operating as a bar at the first hearing. Can you reiterate what you said as far as the requirements for being a restaurant versus a bar and how that relates to your food sales?
Yes. Well, I want to jump back one real quick. The Whale is a bar restaurant. Okay. The Cottage is a bar restaurant. Okay. They're on the north end of the island, or we're on the north end too, like Sandy Bottoms is. But Sandy Bottoms is a restaurant bar. It is a place that's going to be serving food and also liquor, obviously. But we're not here to have bands playing loud or anything else. You know, what attracts people to a restaurant is, number one, a tiki hut. Okay. That is very, very big for people literally get attracted to tiki huts. Also, people don't want to go and just listen to music on a radio. They want to hear, everyone comes to this island for live entertainment. And with live entertainment, there's always going to be sound protruding out, but we are primarily a restaurant that's going to serve alcohol. Does that help?
Yes. Any further questions for Mike? No? Thanks, sir.
No, thank you. See you guys soon.
Yeah, a t-shirt made, I'm sure of that one day. Thanks, Ken.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, I will now close the public hearing and request a discussion or a motion from town council to approve with conditions, deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain. Any further discussion or a motion? No discussion?
No discussion.
Someone like to make a motion?
I'll move ordinance 24-18. I think it's 18?
16.
Sorry. Should have had my readers on.
With
we should-
conditions.
The conditions that are in the,
Staff report?
yeah.
Right.
Okay, got a motion by Counselor King,
Second.
seconded by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor Safford? Aye. Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
Mayor Allers is an aye. Motion carries unanimously. All right. Does anyone like to take a brief comfort break before we get into the next one?
Please.
All right, we'll take a 10-minute brief break. Hate using that thing. All right, we're going to call the meeting back to order. It is 10:33. The next item is item C. It's ordinance 24-15, DCI 202-30246, 125, 131 through 151 School Street, and 2661 through 2681 Estero Boulevard, Myerside. This is the second reading and public hearing of an ordinance entitled An Ordinance of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions, or denying the commercial plan development CPD zoning for the property located at 125 and 131 through 151 School Street and 2661 through 2681 Estero Boulevard, generally identified as strap numbers 19-46-24-W3-0020C.0230, 19-46-24-W3-0020C.0270, 19-46-24-W3-0020C.0290, Fort Myers Beach, to allow a mixed-use development including lodging, live-work units, retail, a restaurant, and restaurant uses, providing for other clarifications as necessary, providing for the conflicts of law, Scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. If any town council member has had any ex parte communication to disclose, please let us know the subject discussed and the identity of the person, group of, or entity with whom the communication took place, and correspondence that you received or observations made of the site. John?
I've received some pro and con emails regarding this.
Okay.
Since the first reading.
Jim?
I too have received both pro and con emails, handful of both pro and con since first reading. And I've also had a conversation with the applicant and the neighborhood group.
Okay.
Neighborhood company.
I have also received emails both for support and against the project since the first reading. Councilor Woodson?
I too have received the same emails.
Councilor Safford?
The same as Vice Mayor, received emails for and against, and had brief conversations with the applicant and the neighborhood company.
Okay. Sarah Prost has been qualified as an expert already by this town council, and based on her education and experience, has been accepted as an expert in the field of land use, planning, and development in the town of Fort Myers Beach. Are there any other individuals who would like to be qualified as an expert witness on behalf of the applicant at this time that have not already been? All right. Has the property owner applicant seen a copy of the agenda backup material from staff? They're all nodding their head yes. Go ahead, Sarah.
Good morning. Sarah Probst with Community Development. The neighborhood company, on behalf of Cottages at Myerside LLC, owner of 125 and 131 through 151 School Street and 2661 through 2681 Estero Boulevard, has applied for a commercial plan development rezoning. The property is currently zoned CPD and in the Boulevard Future Land Use District. The applicant is requesting a CPD with 7 deviations to allow a mixed-use development, including 4 live-work units, 45 lodging units, and 9,000 square feet of commercial space. The proposed list of uses within the commercial space is attachment A in the ordinance in your packet. The request includes the following deviation requests from the Land Development Code: a deviation from LDC Section 10-285, Table 10-1, which for connection separation to allow access to be less than the required 125 feet separation to allow a 76-foot separation between Oak Street and the entrance. A deviation from LDC Section 10-416 to allow an alternative landscape betterment plan as opposed to meeting the requirements contained specifically within the Land Development Code. A deviation from Section 34-1804A and Section 34-2020, which regulates parking for residential and non-residential uses. This deviation would allow a 30% reduction, and I believe we're going to be discussing an additional increase in that percentage request to 31% reduction in the parking. And a deviation from LDC Division 4, Table 34-3, from the CR zoning district, which limits height to 30 feet and 3 stories to allow a maximum of 37 feet and 4 stories. A deviation from Division 4, Table 34-3 for the CR zoning district, which requires setbacks of 10 feet to instead allow a build-to line of 5 to 10 feet along Estero Boulevard and School Street. A deviation from 34-1803A1, which allows the conversion of dwelling units to hotel motel guest units per established equivalency factors to increase the equivalency factor from a maximum of 2.5 up to a maximum of 5.6 to allow a maximum intensity of 45 guest units rather than what would be allowed by right, which is 20 units. Based on the subdivision of these parcels, 12 units would be allowed. They're utilizing 4 of these units as live work. So we would divide the total proposed 45 spaces by the remaining 8. And that's where we get the equivalency factor of 5.6. The proposed development, as they're proposing it today, they are asking for an additional deviation from the CR zoning district to allow a floor area ratio of 1.3. And that increase would be to allow larger live work units. That was part of the discussion at the last town council hearing where they talked about providing larger units. And in order to do that, they would be increasing their floor area ratio. So there's that additional deviation, which we received rather late. So you may have that emailed to you. You may have copies of it.
What do you email me?
Yeah.
Copies.
Okay, great. So you have copies in front of you of that. This is within the allowable maximum FAR of 1.5 for the future land use district of Boulevard. So they're increasing above the allowed by right commercial resort 1.2, but they're within the allowed future land use of 1.5. At the town council hearing on June 3rd, council discussed a variety of concerns, but there were no additional conditions proposed or requested. However, the applicant has provided some additional conditions that they think meets the conversation intent of the council. You should have received a copy of amended deviations, an amended master concept plan, and an amended schedule of uses, I believe, this morning from Amy. Staff is available for any questions you may have, and the applicant is also here.
Okay, questions for Sarah. John?
None.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Not at this time.
Councilor Woodson?
Not at this time.
Councilor Stafford?
Not at this time.
Not at this time.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. Good to see you all again. Noel Davies on behalf of the applicant for this item with the law firm of Davies Duke. Beverly and Roland are here today, as you see, and also their professional planners, Ken Galander and Patrick Vanass with the Neighborhood Company. I wanted to reiterate that the subject application is not a comprehensive plan amendment. This is a rezoning CPD to CPD, as you heard from Ms. Probst. And we are consistent with the policies and objectives of the existing Boulevard future land use designation. Future land use designation. We do believe that the evidence that you've heard to date, and that's what's in the record for this matter, as well as any additional evidence presented today, meets the legal standard and meets your rezoning criteria, and does so in a way that's supported by the requisite competent substantial evidence. Again, that's evidence and testimony from the applicant's experts as well as the towns. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Galander. I will be here for any questions throughout and would respectfully reserve the right to rebuttal.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thanks, Noel. Again, Ken Galander for the record with the Neighborhood Company, a certified professional planner. Again, I think this is a key day here for the town of Fort Myers. Thank you, Sarah, for your work and outlining the project for us. Just to be moving forward, Beverly and Roland worked on this vision after the storm, and it's been a long process. It's been an excellent process to go through. Our pre-application meeting with staff in March of 2023, and then moving forward with a community meeting that garnered a great input, garnered a lot of support back in August of 2023. We formally submitted in November of 2023, and here we are about 7 months later at this key juncture, and we certainly appreciate the majority approval at first reading. Don't necessarily need to go through the mixed use development again, but Sarah identified that we're seeking that 45 unit boutique hotel, the 9,000 square feet of neighborhood commercial, and the 4 live work units. Sorry, I'm going to move through, but I think a key item that we discussed and put on the testimony prior at the first reading was our public benefits. And I failed to mention that as part of the prior project, the applicants, as a request of the town, to provide $12,000 towards sidewalk improvements. And that has been presented to the town. And that is to help with that public benefit of increasing and enhancing that public realm and making that pedestrian friendly environment. So we just wanted to make sure that that is noted.
Ken, wasn't
yes,
that
sir.
actually a condition on the previous CPD, not this one?
That is correct.
But so you're just carrying, skins are carrying over, so to speak.
Yeah, we believe that's appropriate to, it's part of the effort for this redevelopment and this part of the heart of the island. As Sarah pointed out, some items to address, and I would like to provide these handouts that outlines. Thank you. I'm sorry. Yeah. So staff's condition 7, and
we already got it. Yeah.
Okay. I think it's probably very similar to what you had before, but I just wanted to make sure we're all on the same page. Staff's conditions 7 and 8 focus on the parking, and that was a legitimate discussion that we had at first reading. And what we've proposed as just a combination of just utilizing condition 7. Staff's language is carried forward in our proposed condition, encouraging visitors and staff to arrive without an automobile. The proposed parking exceeds the on-site provided. The applicant shall provide valet and or coordinate with adjacent property owners and or consider other parking options. And those are consistent with your policies and within your comprehensive plan, encouraging those alternative ways to address on-site required parking. So we feel that that's an appropriate condition. But along the lines of condition 8 and the discussions that we had, the opportunities to work with the town for a shared agreement with the Bay Oaks campus, the Bay Oaks Center. And what our condition specifically refers to is those opportunities for those health and wellness. And we have those listed: medical clinics, urgent care, dentist, pharmacy, rehab, medical spa, chiropractic, massage therapist. And that would be those parking spaces that would be leased would be up to 15. I believe the condition that staff proposed is pretty open-ended, but we feel we understood the discussion is 15 would be that appropriate maximum. For traffic mitigation, that was another discussion that we felt that needed to be formally addressed. And this isn't a existing condition, but on page 2 for traffic mitigation, these are outlined items that the applicant wants to focus on, such as marketing initiatives, supporting and encouraging the guests to use alternative modes of transportation rather than driving their vehicle, utilizing their website and marketing materials to do that effort of helping encouraging not driving, information on the walkability of the area, those business of interest, the bicycle rental, utilizing the beaches, Lee Tran trolley and the seasonal tran service, making sure those schedules and maps are readily available. Public and delivery of food options, free resort fees, restaurant discounts, and discounts on future days. Additionally, establishing partnerships with businesses on the island, especially those in this heart of the island area, to provide incentives and discounts for the guests. And for those guests that do not drive onto the island, will receive monetary discounts or vouchers for future stays, and or with participating local businesses such as restaurants, bike rentals, and tourism operators. And then participate in what we feel is an initiative that the town is moving towards with is looking at this comprehensively, traffic mitigation, such as off-island parking opportunities, transportation initiatives. There's been discussions for the water ferry, taxi, which again is an element that's identified in your comprehensive plan that is desired to focus on in the future. Off-site parking availability, identification systems. There's technologies to use and information that can help visitors and those in the area know where parking is, know where availability of those vacant parking spots are. And then obviously working with your partners at Lee Tran to try and evaluate and improve the transit opportunities, and just understanding what a proprietor is dealing with in terms of they want to use transit, but is it functioning and is it efficient as they want it to be? So with that, we are in agreement with the staff recommendations of approval and the conditions that we've proposed here. We again had the unanimous recommendation of approval by the local planning agency, approval to move this to second reading by town council. And we certainly respectfully request the town council approve this on second reading, and we can move forward with the next steps to get this highly appropriate mixed-use development in your heart of the town. So be happy to answer any questions. Again, we have our full team here, and again, thank you for the opportunity to present before you.
All right, thanks, Ken. John, questions?
Not at this time.
Vice Mayor Hall?
Ken, just this first time I've seen this language.
Sure.
Couple questions on condition 7. This concept of one of our residents during public comments said that we're giving away or against giving away parking spots. There's no intention of giving away any parking spots. This would be a shared parking spot between the town and this and Myerside, if certain criteria are reached in the medical arena. And you've got a list here that's a little different than what we discussed on first reading. And I see you've got medical clinic, urgent care. I would just want to include language that requires that either one of those entities would include an MD, physician's assistant, or nurse practitioner. We need somebody there that can write a script. And if we're going to offer a shared parking spot, or 5 spots. Dentist, pharmacy's great. Rehabilitation clinic, I would also like to require that involve a licensed physical therapist. I don't know what a medical spa is, but I'm not hip to all the trends. So maybe you could tell me what that is.
Well, sometimes these spas have a component to specifically addressing health issues that the potential or the client is experiencing. So they're just focused more on a more acute therapy session for that.
I have no issues with this development encouraging that, but I don't think that would be something that we would want to exchange or share parking spots for. And the last item, chiropractor, massage therapist. Again, massage therapist is wonderful. Hope you have one there, but I think that's going to be difficult to do a reciprocal parking arrangement for. I'm comfortable keeping chiropractor on there if that's all right. So that's how I would tweak that particular section. So
yes, sir. We agree with those edits.
Right. That's all I have for now.
Great.
Okay. Councilor Woodson.
Well, I just wonder, I'm back at the list of uses, and I know where you're going with this, Vice Mayor, but I'm just wondering if there's any kind of, or other public services, because we don't have, barbers or beauty salons or anything like that listed here, but could that be included as part of this list of possibilities?
What I'd hope to do, and what I'd hope to have language inserted in here that it would allow the applicant to come in later and petition if they're unable to be successful in these critical medical areas, but there's still other needs for the island. I would allow the applicant to come in and petition the council for exceptions that you're talking about. If we don't get a hair salon or a place where you can get your hair cut on the island in the interim, and there's still a tremendous need, and they want to make that pitch to the council in a public setting, I think that's appropriate, and we can have that conversation. I just thought we'll prioritize the medical stuff first, and if we can, and then later give them that avenue through a process where they could ask for that additional use. Because I'm not opposed to that. I want to keep the focus where we can in the medical space. But that's just my opinion. But I'm open to any thoughts,
if I may. And again, apologies, working through our week and the timing to get this to you. The last statement on our condition 7, the property owner may petition the town council to accept alternative personal services providers other than those preferred health and wellness providers listed below. So we're trying to acknowledge that we want to keep that door open, and we need to get the town council involved to help us make that.
I'm sorry, Ken, I think I missed that. Did you see that, Karen? Does that give you any comfort?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it does. Thank you.
Great.
And just for the record, the whole purpose of this colloquy is based upon the premise of the applicant from day one that they want to make this a health and wellness type of an entity.
Yes.
We wouldn't otherwise be having this conversation.
Right.
And that's part of the public benefit pitch. And I don't mean that as a pejorative, but that's part of the broader public benefit offering, if you will, for this development. Is that fair?
That is a fair statement. At our community meeting, it was, again, that going back in time, it was part of the vision, part of what is the heart of the island like, what is potentially for this community campus potential. And that was just, it was a logical offering and discussion at the community meeting. And that's carried forward through this whole process.
Very good. Thank you. That's all I have at this time.
Councilor Woodson, anything else?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Safford?
This might be a question for Bevan Rowland. I rewatched the LPA meeting because I was a little confused as to how it passed unanimously, but there were still some concerns. And I noticed during the LPA meeting that you guys had mentioned something about buying passes for Bay Oaks. I don't know what that number was. I don't want to make it a condition, but I thought that was a great public benefit. Is that still on the table?
Beverly can speak to more of those details.
Hi, Beverly Milligan for the record. Before Ian, when we were Myerside and operating every single unit had a membership to Bay Oaks. And post Ian, in the new builds, every single unit will have a membership to Bay Oaks. We don't, sure, it's a public benefit, but it's the right thing to do. We're doing it. We did it before. We've set that precedent. We think it should be, we think every new hotel room on the island should do it, quite frankly. It's good for the community. It's good for Bay Oaks. And therefore it's good for the community, again, full circle. And it's good for everybody to do that. So we didn't put it in as a condition because we're doing it. If you want it there, it's fine with us because we'll be doing it.
I just want to know where, I mean,
Yeah, it really works and it's fantastic.
Okay.
And it helps everybody.
I think it's a great addition.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bev.
No further questions at this time.
Okay, I have a couple. Okay. So I'm looking at your conditions here, and I guess I'm trying to look at it from the other spectrum or from the other side. And I guess I could argue that, and it made me think about it because unfortunately, I now have to go to physical therapy. For the first time in my life, I had to go get some knee work done. But what I noticed is the parking lot was full because there was a lot of people using that facility. And when I look at all of these things, to me, although I love the idea of health and wellness, to me, this promotes nothing more but more traffic, because people that are going to see these people aren't going to walk there. They're not going to bike there. They're either going to be driven or they're going to drive there. And our solution, at least what I'm seeing, is that the town now gives up some of its taxpayer property to offset the increase. To me, this is like a catch-22. It's something I think is needed on the island, but at the behest of taxpayers now giving up even more for a CPD that's being proposed by an applicant to help offset their problem. They're asking for the conditions, they're asking for the deviations. And this, to me, is the town solving that for you, not you coming to us. So at the last meeting, I asked a question about why the change from 42 to 45 units from what was presented to the public. And I really didn't get an answer. And now today we find out this morning that you're asking for even more intensity and you're asking for less parking. So you're asking for more, but I haven't heard any discussion from the applicant or anyone up there in the last two meetings as to something to give back. You know, you're allowed, we'll say 30 units by right. There's been no discussion or no answers, at least given to me, unless I've missed it somewhere, that the applicant's willing to work with the town. So far, it's what can the town do to make what I want to do work, not the other way around. And it's giving me pause because although this is a step in the right direction, I appreciate that you guys obviously listened to some of the comments and most of the comments that the council had, and you tried to propose something, but there's nothing. To me, there's nothing here. There's no teeth. There's may, will, could, should. There's nothing here to say other than if we get a doctor in there, the town's going to give us spaces to lease. Am I making sense? So I guess I'm just looking for an answer of why every time there's a meeting, the ask gets more significant than the previous meeting.
To start with that comment, I don't believe we've identified more of an ask here. This has been a discussion routinely through the LPA and through your first reading that this was an idea that the town had an opportunity for us to utilize under your policies to do shared parking.
Mm-hmm.
And we are wanting to do that to help reduce that impact of parking on site, potentially reducing that traffic impact by not requiring as much parking. We've had that discussion. I think we've all acknowledged that as a component of the impact on Estero Boulevard is to provide more parking, more cars, et cetera, et cetera. So regarding our 42 to 45, that was pre-application. That was before we even got into our formal application with the town, was the 42. We evaluated our project, we evaluated the needs, and we evaluated what we needed to ask. And then we're asking for that 45 with the appropriate, we didn't know how many commercial space we needed. That was an effort of us being our experts and our professionals evaluating what would be the best project for this heart of the island in terms of a mixed use development. with regards to asking for the increase in floor area ratio, that is based on a conversation that we've had in this public setting of these live work units. It makes sense to make them bigger, and we need to provide for that square footage in comprehensively to make sure we're consistent with your land development code and comprehensive plan. So
But
it's really
therein lies my
1.26.
point.
It's really,
You want to increase, but you're not willing to decrease anything. And when you look at, that's where I'm getting hung up, is because we heard you, if you can make a bigger workforce units or employee housing, however you want to word it, if you can make those bigger, that would be great. But it's making the problem worse, in my opinion, not better, because now you need more from the town, but other than making the place bigger for the people that are going to live in it, what other benefit to the community is there really for that? And that's where I'm kind of struggling. So I'm trying to get some answers for that. I appreciate it.
Here.
Good morning. Please know I'm not trying to beat you up. I'm literally trying to just ask questions that I've been asked, which I feel are very legitimate questions.
Good morning. For the record, Patrick Van Ness, certified planner with the neighborhood company. I hear the question and I'm confused. I'm confused because we were all here last meeting and we presented live work units at about 500 square feet. We were asked by council to possibly increase those to 1,200 square feet. So everything you're seeing today is a reflection of what we've been asked to do. We've also said previously that if those live work units are going to ding us in any way and are going to be perceived negatively, we are more than happy to remove those. But we believe there was a public benefit, and so did the rest of the council. So I'm very confused today right now. The other thing, when it comes to parking, we have multiple options that we've identified. We have the opportunity to get a shared parking agreement with the library, with the church. We can do valet parking on site. And we were asked, it was proposed by council, and it was an offer that if we provided these medical providers, we could have parking at Bay Oaks. Again, we did not request that. It came from council. So again, very confused as to why this is portrayed as if we are making that request.
Well, I guess I'm a little confused as well.
And what I believe I've heard from all the other council members is having medical professionals on this island is a benefit. It is desired. So the fact that it is portrayed as we are asking for more, I think we've all established that there's a belief by a lot of people that this is a benefit. And we've proposed a list that was slightly longer than what was discussed originally. Again, for you to review, for you to edit as you please, but we tried to take the comments we received, put them in writing, and then present them back to you.
And I can appreciate that, but maybe you're not understanding how I'm saying it. Yes, you did listen to the council and you tried to make some changes in here that alleviated some of the council members' questions. But again, it was at the behest of the taxpayers. The taxpayers now have to give up parking to offset, which I don't disagree, and I'll say it again, I don't disagree that some of these things are needed on the island and they are a public benefit. But you're asking, if we're going to give you a public benefit, you're going to pay for it. You're going to give us more. You are the ones here asking for a significant amount of increase over what you can do by right. We're not asking you, you're asking us. And the solution that I'm seeing in front of me is we'll do that, but you have to now give us even more. And I don't know how that's confusing, but, and maybe I'm the only one that sees it this way, but you're adding more. You want to significantly increase your intensity and density. And your solution, at least again, the way I'm reading it, is in order for us to accommodate what you feel is a public benefit, we need you to give up public benefit to make that a reality. Not we can get rid of 3 units, not we can get rid of 5 units, not we can do this, not we can do that. It's we need you as the community to give us back more to make your public benefit that you want a reality?
Okay. I don't think we asked for those parking units at Bay Oak, so I don't see it as the town is giving up anything for us. I think it was suggested as an incentive. Moreover, like I said, we have multiple options as to how we can address our parking. And I think it's been discussed that businesses want to provide sufficient parking to make themselves successful. Again, these folks are not in business to lose money and to have something that goes bankrupt. They're trying to be successful. With regards to the parking, again, it's a shared parking agreement. There is overcapacity, and it's a revenue source for the beach. There is a precedent. Myerside used to lease, was it 3 or 4 parking spaces already? 4. So there is a precedent there that was a source of revenue to the town. So again, I still remain confused as to how this is something that we've requested. Again, it was provided to us as a potential incentive. We embrace that incentive. It is consistent with what we've expressed all along, that we want to create a health and wellness theme. And I think there's a lot of support for having those service providers on this island.
Okay, let's leave all these conditions out of it. Do you feel the way that your proposal is being proposed to the council today, that the commercial space with the parking limitations that you're faced with now, if nobody else helps you, if nobody gives you anything, do you think that 9,000 square feet of commercial space can survive and 45 units with the parking that you're asking for?
We feel that we've got options as to how we resolve that.
Do you have those options and agreements here for us to review? Are there any agreements in place for parking?
Well, there is one that's been proposed by one of your council members.
Is there anything here that we should have in record?
We can do valet parking on site and gain an extra 10 spaces.
Sure.
We have a letter by the library saying they are open to having a shared parking agreement. And we also have a letter of support from the church group.
But
so I do feel pretty confident that any parking shortcomings that we may have, we'll be able to address. Yes, I do.
But as of right now, you don't have any agreements with anyone on paper that you get this many spots or you get this much, or you have nothing that we should consider today.
I think I've expressed myself pretty clearly.
Okay.
I think council understands what I'm saying. I think I've addressed the issue.
Fair enough. And I think I've made my points as well, but so let's move on to the other thing, the height. As you had said before, Patrick, which rightfully so, 35 versus 37. One of the deviations is saying they're going from 30 to 37. Wouldn't that, because you're proposing a step back solution to the building, that then through code allows you to have that additional 5 feet? So is it really 7 feet they're asking for, or is it just 2 feet? Because the way I look at it is it would only be 2 feet, not 5 feet.
We have to ask a deviation from the CR district when we ask for a mixed-use project like this. So the CR district is 30 feet. However, there are other provisions in the code to allow people to go to 35 feet and an extra story. So our deviation is indeed 7 feet from the CR district.
Mm-hmm.
However, for clarification, I was pointing out that average homeowner, anybody can request that extra 5 feet and that extra story if they meet code requirements.
And I'm just trying to help the public understand that what you're asking for is essentially really 2 feet above what you could do based
That's
on
the way we look at it. Yeah.
I see it the same way.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to help people understand that we're not talking about a huge number. We're talking about 2 when it comes to height.
Yeah.
The other question I have that I have not been able to find in here, maybe I missed it. What are the size of the rooms that are going to be in this development?
It was part of our application, and it was part of our parking calculation that was provided to staff. I don't really have that, but I think Ken is looking for it right now. There would be a range of smaller traditional hotel rooms to bigger suites that would be kind of a top level penthouse.
Just
kind of
rough, I mean,
scenario.
rough idea. What,
I'll let Ken answer this.
In our documentation, we identified approximately 25 of less than 450 square feet.
Okay.
And about 20 of greater than. So there's going to be that mix because you will have some suites and you'll have those kind of units that are available for by the desired market.
and this maybe is a question for Sarah. If I'm reading the code and the comp plan correctly, if you have units that are 450 square feet or less, you can use a multiplier of up to 2.5. However, if you go over 450 square feet, only a multiplier of 2. So how does that relate into mixed sized units? I mean, they're requesting 5.6 over the 2.5. How does that get applied to the overall structure? If they're all under 450 square feet, my understanding would be it would be a 2.5 multiplier they could ask for up to. If it's less than or more than 450 square feet, the most they could ask for by right would be, or at all according to the comp plan, would be a 2 multiplier. They're asking for a 5.6 multiplier. So I'm just trying to understand how we're getting from what the comp plan says to double what's being asked.
Through the deviation process, which is allowed through the land development code. So it's what we'd included as a maximum of 2.5, but you are correct. There's a range in there depending on the room size. So that's why, I mean, we're just asking for the multiplier of 5.6. So we could say rather than having the deviation say from 2 or 1.5 or 2 or 2.5 to 5.6, but by asking for the 5.6 they have accommodated their request.
And is it your interpretation of the comp plan that they can ask for 5.6?
Yes, and many developments have asked for 5.6. They've asked for a whole range of numbers throughout the years that I've been here and prior to my being here.
Okay.
But I did want to speak to the question regarding height. So they may be eligible for the 5 additional feet, but they are, so, it could be an increase of only 2 feet that they're asking for. But in order to receive the additional story, they would need to have below flood unenclosed other than a maximum of 300 square feet. So they don't receive the additional story without the request.
That makes sense. Okay. Thanks for clarifying that.
No problem.
Sarah, before you leave, can you clarify in your staff report, I think it's on page 242, it is regarding the deviation number 6, deviation to 34-18-03A1, which allows the conversion of dwelling units, hotel guest units per established equivalency factors. There's a comment that's made at the very end concerning the comp plan where it says, now I lost it. Hold on. The staff comment, the request would increase the density multiplier from 2 or 2.5 up to 5.6. However, staff notes proposed development meets the FAR allowed in this district by right. While the current comprehensive plan utilizes the multiplier, the new comprehensive plan that has been transmitted to the state for approval applies only FAR to commercial uses. Per the not yet fully adopted comprehensive plan, this request would be appropriate. So it's a little confusing to me, but is it your testimony that it is compliant with the current comprehensive plan, not the one to be adopted?
Yes, it is compliant by them requesting the multiplier, which was the way it was done previously. And according to conversations that we had at the last meeting, that may be a change that we're looking to ensure that we keep that multiplier. I'm not sure that'll be something to be sorted out in the future, but I believe that what they've requested is appropriate. I do note that the deviation that we received today for the 1.3 It is still within the floor area ratio allowed by the future land use district, but they still need the deviation because of the zoning. So they would still have to ask for that increase. So that's something that's not discussed in this staff report because it wasn't information that we had at the time the staff report was written. So, but I do agree that it's appropriate that the way they asked for it, they asked for the multiplier, and now they've also asked for the deviation for the floor area ratio. So they've covered their bases on that.
Thank you. That clarifies. There was a timing issue that came up, and I really appreciate you putting that on the record.
Okay. Yes.
I guess the reason I was asking, I was going back through the previous CPD, which I disagree with staff at the time on that one. In bold letters, it said, under no circumstances can an applicant request more than what the 2.5 multiplier stated in the comp plan. That was in bold writing in the staff report. Now from what I'm hearing, you're saying that was not true.
I don't believe that was true because it's been asked for and approved by multiple developments. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure why that was determined at that time because it has been found to be appropriate and a request that can be put in. Because I believe that the comprehensive plan actually refers it back to the land development code for, how this should be sorted out. I would have to reread the comprehensive plan to make sure that, but I'm fairly certain that is the case, that it refers you back to the land development code to sort out the details of it. But if you want, I can sit down and take a look at that and make sure.
No, it caught my attention because it seemed different than what was being applied here.
Yeah, then that certainly.
And the fact that it was in bold lettering is what really caught my attention. And again, like I said, I disagreed with you guys then. So
you guys.
Well,
We're all different people.
Well, just really but my point is, it was the request on the last CPD was to deny it.
Yeah.
And it didn't understand, but. So you're saying nothing's changed. It was just an interpretation of the comp plan.
I believe so, but I will, when I sit down, I'll sort through it and make sure that I am correct on that. But that was my interpretation and I did reread it for this.
Okay. I know I got a lot of questions, but
no, you're fine.
I appreciate it. I'll hold the rest of my questions that I have for after public comment.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Yeah, Patrick.
If I may, I'd just like to clarify that we 100% believe that we are consistent with the comp plan and that the equivalency ratio section of the land development code allows us to ask for more lodging units. Also, just as an example here that everybody will understand and everybody will remember, Margaritaville was approved for more lodging units through that same mechanism. They did not ask for a comp plan amendment to get additional lodging units. They used that equivalency ratio and the ability to ask for a higher multiplier through public benefit. We are requesting the same. I did go back after our last hearing. I believe I had stated in there that they had gotten an equivalency ratio of plus or minus 12. I stand corrected. That was their initial request. And as part of the review and approval process, they obtained a little less units than what they had requested, but they did obtain 9.5 as an equivalency ratio. And again, we are much lower than that.
So Patrick, before you run out, just one more question. Is it your ask that, because you use Margaritaville again, you used it at the first one, you're using it at this one. Is your ask that we follow the precedent that was set with Margaritaville to justify you asking for what you're asking for?
No, I'm not asking for a precedent. I use that as an example. The question was, this equivalency ratio, is that consistent with the comp plan? Can we approve additional lodging units based on this equivalency ratio? All I'm saying is, yes, you can. And the perfect example of where it's been used before is Margaritaville, but there also have been other projects. But I'm just pointing it out because that's the latest big project that was approved using that mechanism. We're asking for the same mechanism. Again, we're not saying that you should prove density based on another project. We're just saying this is the process. It's been used before, and this process applies to us also.
All right, thank you.
Mayor, one more item. I guess you guys are kind of close to your conclusion of your presentation. I'd like to ask Mr. Davies if you have any questions of council. There were multiple disclosures made at the onset of our hearing regarding emails that were received. I don't know if you want to ask any specific questions, or you probably have been provided a copy of the emails.
Again, for the record, Noel Davies, applicant's attorney. Appreciate the opportunity, Nancy. We don't have any specific questions with respect to that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Now we will open it up for public comment. Or is there anyone that would like to speak on the, well, she's got a stack.
Got a stack. First up is Bill Veach, and following Bill will be Paula Kiker.
Hi, everybody. Bill Veach for the record. I feel for Beverly and Roland here because they're kind of the first ones, but that I would consider to have a big ask. And the big ask is all these additional residential units that that is, if there's any kind of public benefit, it should be, to me, proportional to the benefit that they're getting. This is millions of dollars of benefits for all these additional units. Some of the history, you've talked about the previous CPD when the town staff did not recommend approval. This one is asking for more, and now they're recommending approval. That to me sounds a little bit odd. I don't know what changed with the staff or with their opinions, but it seems like it's changed over the course from their second CPD to this third one. When they're talking to public benefit, I read through the list in the packet, and there wasn't really a lot here that I saw as being anything of a commitment at all. Because like the one where it does say commitment to try to establish a centralized health and wellness center, it says try. You put try in something, it kind of removes the legal weight entirely. It means they have to make an effort. It doesn't mean they have to achieve anything with that. The other thing is that, so part of when they said they're going to try to have this medical themed facility, that is a public benefit for getting these additional units. And now to say we want additional something from the town to make that happen, including the parking, I think to me is kind of double dipping in that. Now, if they didn't have these extra units, would they have sufficient parking? Would they be able to do this without requiring to extend their project into other people's properties? And the other thing is, I've heard it said, when I went through their list of public benefits, a lot of them are just like following the law, to build resilient and hardened sites. That's Florida building code. That isn't necessarily a benefit for the town. That's something they're obligated to do. You don't get benefits from following the law except for not being fined, things like that. Another thing is that, they've also mentioned that they need these other units to make the project economically feasible. That need versus greed kind of is something that you can't determine because you don't know all the numbers and you don't know whether that's really the case or whether they just want more. The other thing is that when we did a survey after Ian in one of our events, one of the Resilient Lee events, like 1 in 7 people thought that that financial viability was a reason to grant additional density. So it's not a popular thing in the town. They're the first ones out of the gate with something that I consider to be a big ask, and I really think that this is just too big of an ask. And I'll just also say that if there's a real need to get things moving along and to get some retail on the island, you can also fix the CB zoning district. That's been there for a while. I know it's coming through the LPA, and that's a way to be able to encourage mixed use, but within the amount of residential units that they're allowed with their district.
Thanks, Bill.
Thanks.
Paula. After Paula is Ron Fleming.
Speech is intact then. Good morning.
Good morning.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and staff. Paula Kiker, 6035 Estero Boulevard. I am here this morning to speak in favor of the Myerside Resort project. Today is monumental for most of us. Monumental because today is the day that the first new resort development since Ian comes before us. Today is the day that, with your favorable vote to approve, moves us forward to the next chapter of Fort Myers Beach becoming a vibrant town again. Your decision will divide most of us. Some of us in our opinions, whether the allowances or deviations should be allowed or not, but at the end of the day, that decision falls in your very capable hands. We're going to be a different town, and that's okay. We are going to be okay. We must rebuild wisely, and rebuild quickly. Fort Myers Beach has always been and will always be a tourist town. We will always have traffic. We will always have a 2-lane road. We will always have a divide between commercial businesses and residents, wants and needs. We will always be that small town with that tourist town vibe because of its people, not how small or tall a building is. This project is a boutique gem for the island, but is a huge financial investment. And in order for this project and many others that are going to come before you, is the financial piece doesn't work, we will remain a wasteland of parcels of dust and weeds. And on another note, just a very, very big thank you for everything you have all done to bring our town back. Your time, your dedication, your knowledge, your strength, and your love for Fort Myers Beach is so very much appreciated beyond words. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paula.
Ron Fleming, and after Mr. Fleming is Robbie Robinson. Oh, okay. After Ron Fleming will be Ellen Vaughn.
Okay, thank you.
I'm Ron Fleming. I live on Del Mar where the Shamrock is. Council, mayors, staff, thank you for the opportunity to address you. I don't know how Paula did it, but she stole my speech. So I'll be brief. I'm wholly in favor of this. As Paul stated, you have so many difficult decisions. This is just one. Again, thank you for, the island looks great. I mean, we have some places that need to be cleaned up on Estero Boulevard, but it's coming. I think the Myerside Resort, I liked what they were doing before. Of course, the storm changed everything. I know there are some people that said, well, we don't want this because I remember back in the day that was where I grew up and it was wonderful. Well, I remember when Myerside had people literally living in the trees. I know a retired deputy. Now, this is hearsay, but it's true. He told me at night, we never go in there unless there's 2 of us. Well, they bought that property. They cleaned it up. They're your neighbor. I mean, they're my neighbor. I live very nearby. The change is coming. But this is a good change. I wish the storm never happened, but that's beyond us. We have to move on. I encourage you to approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron.
Ellen Vaughn. That's all I have signed up after Ellen.
Okay. Always the most colorful person in the room.
Of course. Ellen Vaughn, resident of 7500 Estero Boulevard. And I too want to speak in favor of Myerside. And Paula said it so eloquently, and I won't repeat any of the things that she said, but I agree with them all wholeheartedly. And to echo what Ron was indicating, Beverly and Roland have a track record on this island. They came here more than a decade ago and established a wonderful business where there had been blight. And I think we are to give them that should be taken into account when we are looking at approving their proposal. They are asking for more than they are to build by right. Every developer coming before you is going to make that same request. And they have a track record. You know that they really stand behind what they do. In addition to offering use of Bay Oaks, they also provided all of their guests access to the Mound House. And many of them came by and visited and said they were staying at Myerside and they had given them tickets to come to the Mound House. So with all of those things said, I just encourage you to vote in favor of this project. And I too was reminded of what we went through when it was TPI. And at that time, we used to use the phrase 5 decide. Well, we now recognize it's 3 decide. So I hope 3 of you can vote in support of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen. You have no other,
That's all I have signed up.
is there anyone else that would like to speak? Come on up. Oh, the hand went up behind you. No, come on up.
Hi, my name is Todd Capella. I live on Bay Beach Lane, and my big issue with all of it, I'm a couple of issues. One, no, the island is not going to shrivel up and die if we don't hurry up and rebuild as fast as we can, blindly, and frankly overpopulate the island. We already know it's already been established, and everybody has a hard time remembering or keeping track of the fact that if everybody on the island does only what they're allowed to do, it would double the load on the island, double the number of people on the island. And you know, when the proposal first came out, I saw the pretty pictures and I was like, yeah, that's cool. But then you start peeling off the layers and going, oh, wait a minute. Now they need this and now they need that. And I'm not seeing a lot of public benefit. I understand that you may think that having dentists and doctors and things like that on the island is a public benefit, and maybe it is, but also stop to think about, wait a minute, you know, one doctor on the island, how many people is that one doctor in network, and how many people on the island are going to even be able to use that one doctor? So, you know, and there's just too many, it's way above what they're allowed to ask. And that's why there's multiple aspects of the FAR and the density and the height. And that's why there are multiple metrics that you have to stay within in order to meet what the island and the town and the residents and the voters are willing to accept. And this breaks a lot of those rules. It's not like it breaks one or two, it breaks a lot of them. So, you know, I have to say I'm totally in support of Mayor Allers and his questions that he brought up. And I think the rest of the council needs to give that an awful lot more thought. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. Barbara? We'll get to you next, Steve. She had her hand up first. She was quick.
It's still morning. Good morning, Mayor and Vice Mayor, Council, and staff. My name is Barbara Hill. I live on 340 Madison Court. I believe Mayor Allers is correct. I am so thrilled to hear your comments today, which further identifies my thoughts as well. I first loved the Myerside Resort. I loved the design of it. I am definitely for mixed use development, but the 7 deviations that they are asking for is more than I can approve. I don't like the idea that they're doing more density than allowed. This is not reasonable. The setback fronting Estero Boulevard is also not acceptable. The leasing of the ground floor with regard to public benefit, that's really based on supply and demand. They're saying that, yes, they would allow health and wellness activities and businesses. However, that's all based on whether that's even viable. If, for example, they have 3 clothing shops that want to rent that space and they are available and they're willing to pay that rent, are they going to say no to those businesses simply because they're reserving those for only health and wellness? I would say that the development would never allow that to happen. Business is business. So if the clothing shop is going to go into that space, that's what's going to go into that space, regardless of what they or council would like. So I don't like the idea of parking. They're not compliant with the 90 parking spaces that are, excuse required. And so that's an issue for me. So while I thought the design was lovely at first, I can't approve of this, and I'm hoping you all vote no. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Barbara. Steve?
Good morning, Steve Johnson, Seminole Way, full-time resident of Fort Myers Beach. I think Mr. DeLander maybe said it best. It's a key day for Fort Myers Beach. And the reason I say that is because it essentially opens Pandora's box. Whereas I would prefer to be a faceless developer, since Roland and Beverly have been outstanding, really citizens of the community. I have to contribute that I think just the project is just much too intense. And what it does is it opens door to more intensity. Although I've come and spoken before for different projects, one thing I've always heard is that each project stands alone, that nothing creates precedent through the LPA or even town council. But that's all we hear is that for parking variances, the whale got to do that. I mean, it's builds. Even today we heard, well, if Margarita got this, then we get this. I think as we move forward, the recommendation would be to stay as close to our comp plan as possible. Now, I find out that there is a new comp plan that's been submitted apparently to the state, but where have the shreds been? Where's the community input as to this the comprehensive plan? I mean, it's been literally done in a vacuum. The future of this rebuild is a real big deal for the town. And as elected officials, you can give variances, as it's brought up constantly, that you have this right. It's written into the LDC. You can't ask for this. That doesn't mean you have to grant it. I mean, you've all been elected, maybe except for Scott. You've been appointed. But the point is that you are elected officials and you can make these decisions for the town. But I would just ask that you be fair about it and try to include the town in this decision and what the future of this community is going to be. So again, unfortunately, it was our friends Roland and Beverly, but it does to me represent Pandora's box in just how self-interests will drive the commercial self-interests of this town will drive our future. And I'd hope that you would open your ears and minds and use independent thought, critical thinking as to what really this community needs, and include the community members in those decisions. So thank you.
Thanks, sir. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Come on up.
Good morning, Mayor, Council, and staff. My name is Chris Smuts with London Bay Development Group, and we're the owners at the Outrigger parcel at 6200 Estero Boulevard. As Fort Myers Beach property owners, we would encourage you to consider the island-wide economic impact of the Myerside project during today's public hearing. This project and others like it not only have the obvious economic impact related to permit and impact fees, but will also increase property values and property tax revenue, generate additional sales taxes and tourism taxes, lead to job and wage creations, as well as have cascading economic impact on this community. This carefully planned blend of hotel, live, work, retail, and restaurant uses is a testament to the owner's commitment to providing the island with a mix of commercial offerings and corresponding public benefits. Approving this project today sends the message that Fort Myers Beach Town Council is committed to rebuilding the island for the future generations. Thank you for your time and dedication to Fort Myers Beach.
Thank you, Chris. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Come on up.
You get to hear me again. Robin Capella, 4223 Bay Beach Lane. I'm sure he's going to say that, London Bay, and they want to rebuild. But I want to reiterate again, and I really appreciated Barbara's elegant speech, and I think it was really good. But I took umbrage to the fact that we're a wasteland. We are not. Things look a lot better. We can slow down and think about things. We don't have to give 5.6 over. They can give up a little. I've been a financial VP for years. They can give up a little. And I'm with Dan. What have they given up? There is no public $12,000 for a sidewalk. Come on, guys. And I disagree with you, Vice Mayor. We are giving up parking spots. We are giving them away. Anytime we let somebody else use them, that we're giving them away. Please rethink this. Let them go back to the drawing board and give us something back, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Can't see you on the poll. No? Okay, with that, we will close the public comment. Are there any additional comments, rebuttal, or closing statements from the applicant?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, Noel Davies on behalf of the applicant. Just want to reiterate what you've heard a number of times now since we're at second hearing, but you have testimony and evidence before you from not only the applicant's expert planners, but also the town's. The comprehensive plan has been analyzed. As I mentioned in the opening, we are consistent with your comprehensive plan. That's accurate. That is supported by substantial competent evidence from experts, both from the town and the applicant. And for those reasons, it's appropriate, it's lawful, and it's correct to approve this project. And we're respectfully asking that you do that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Bev, come on up. Welcome back.
Thank you. Bev Milligan for the record. I just want to mirror, first of all, the what Ken started the presentation with. And he started the presentation with, that we started this project in March of 2023. If we can just go back there for a time. It was a really, really difficult time for the entire community. And quite frankly, we're pretty proud of ourselves that we're standing here today. It's taken this long to be standing here. And, we in August, we had an event at Diamond Head and invited the public, and we have been very, very public and open with this. And because we participate so heavily in the community, we've met with many of the people in the room and many of the people that are listening and talked about and with about the project. And I just really, really want to thank everybody for their support. This has been such a long journey, and I don't know that we would have made it without town staff and walking hand in hand with this community. They got us here, and I just really want to thank them. I want to thank our neighbors. I want to thank the LPA for their unanimous vote, and especially, did I say staff? Because it was a journey before Ian, and they've just been very, very supportive, and thank you to you for your consideration, allowing me and my husband to get this far. So thank you.
Thanks, Bev. Anyone else? Patrick? Roland? No? Okay, then I will now close the public hearing and request a discussion or a motion from town council to approve with conditions, deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain. We'll start with Scott. You want a discussion?
Yeah, so I've got a question about, two things. Number one, Mr. Mayor, you talked about, you're going to rehab now and you think you're going to
Physical therapy.
It's not what I heard, but okay. For the record, he's going to physical therapy. So I
rehabbing my knee.
Rehabbing your knee. So
I can already see the news calls.
So I had my hip replaced a couple years ago, and you had said that if they have a chiropractor there or a rehab facility, a physical therapy facility, that it would create traffic. Now, where I used to go is Island Fit, and they used to be on the island, and now they're over the bridge. So I just don't understand the argument that it will create traffic. I think it'll actually reduce traffic because you're not having to go over the bridge. Can you imagine having a 10 o'clock appointment during spring break, you'd never get back here. So I'm trying to understand. So I'm not, I just want to have this discussion.
And I
because
appreciate it.
I think we're creating our own traffic because we don't have the necessary goods and services on the island. And I think every day you go over that bridge and back, that's creating traffic. I think if something's local, you're not going over. Now I understand you have to drive, but I don't think that's causing traffic. I think not having the service on the island is causing the traffic.
I guess my point, Scott, was both create traffic.
Correct.
Because if it's on the island or off the island, you're still, the only way you're getting there is via Estero Boulevard. Whether you're on the island or off the island, you're still taking Estero Boulevard to get there. If you've got a bum knee or you've got a bum shoulder, you're not riding your bike, you're not walking, you're getting in your car and you're driving there. When Island Fit was on the south end, did you get on your bike and ride down there for therapy?
No, I drove down there, but I wasn't going over the bridge, dude. We all know
my
where
point
the
was, it was traffic on Estero Boulevard.
Okay.
And if that's the number one quality of life issue that we've all been told ad nauseum that this island is facing with, my only point was I appreciate that those are being here, and I'm not disagreeing that it's important that they are on the island. I'm just simply saying don't use it as it's a saving traffic, because it's not. You're still driving to that location on Estero Boulevard, which directly impacts the quality of life of the residents of the island. That was my point.
Okay, but I just to have a rebuttal here, I think when people talk about traffic, they're talking about getting onto the island and getting off the island. And I think a business mid-island is not going to create that. It's going to actually help.
Okay.
So, and then, with the parking, I'll reiterate it again. I don't know why the government is involved in telling somebody how many parking spots they need to have. They're investors, the people building their building. They're going to require them to have so many spots. ADA requirements going to require them. They have so many handicap spots, but I don't think it's government's job to dictate how much parking they have. The market, to start with, but once they're a going concern, the market's going to dictate how much parking they need. The market, if it's impossible to park and it's a pain in the butt, people aren't going to support their businesses and they're going to lose tenants. But I think the market's going to dictate what happens with their parking. That's just my 2 cents.
And I can appreciate that. My point was, I get hung up on words like if or may or try, but to me it appears there's been no
to Barbara's point. She said if a clothing shop wants to get in there, but we can't make them have a doctor. We can't make them have a chiropractor. Right. I think what Jim came up with was the carrot. Hey, if you do have that, then we'll help you out. And I don't think. I think again we live in a free market society. The market's going to dictate what is going to be there. I just don't think we can't tell them that they have to have it. That's why there's all those subjunctive verbs in there. May, try. That's why I feel that those are in there.
Well, I guess I'll disagree with that comment. We can make them because that's why they're here asking for the deviation.
You can't make them have a doctor's office.
No, I'm talking about the parking requirements. Technically you can, but my point was you're a hotel. What would be a complaint that you would? So I asked the question if the applicant thought it would be successful with the parking that they're requiring. I didn't hear a yes.
So
I didn't hear a no.
I'll give you my example, Dan. And you know what we went through with our hotel, kind of same story. I only had 4 units and a gift shop. So this is, let's just say 9 times bigger. Mm-hmm. Okay. The only time I had a parking issue was at Christmas week, Easter week, at the height of season. But I figured it out. I mean, I rent, I asked Beach Bar if I could park there, I paid. They're going to figure out, the market's going to figure it out. And maybe some people didn't come to my gift shop because there wasn't parking. It was always a challenge. I mean, parking's a challenge on the island. But if we want to reduce traffic, why do we keep making parking requirements. It's just counterintuitive. And I get the fact that, you know, if you're going to physical therapy, you're going to need a parking thing. But we want to encourage businesses, you know, to promote to promote different things other than cars. But we keep having this, getting stuck on this parking issue. And it's like park. Well, that means I've got a car. So I think, again, the free market's going to figure this out.
Okay, you had 4 units.
Yeah.
Is it safe to say if you had 8 that you would need more parking to accommodate those 8 people? Or those extra 4 people? Would you need parking?
Well, I would have had a bigger lot.
But you would have needed to have parking for your guests, right?
Back in the day, yeah, probably. But
Is it safe to say that if you have 4 and you're going to 8, that you're increasing the amount of people that are driving onto the island to take advantage of your hotel? If not, how are they getting here?
Well, that's the whole thing. Is nowadays people are Ubering,
which is still a traffic, still a car
right.
coming on. I'm only trying to make the point that if you're increasing the amount of people that you're inviting to your property, you're inherently increasing the amount of traffic that's going to come to your property. That's all I'm trying to say. And I don't know that anybody can, with a straight face, say that if you're going to have 4 units and you go to 8, that you're not promoting increasing traffic to the island, because you're promoting 4 more people to come and stay at your hotel. That's the only argument I'm trying to make.
Okay.
What else you got?
For right now, that's all I have. I want to hear what everybody else thinks.
Okay. Councilor Woodson?
So I'm not going to go into detail about how much I agree with Scott on this, but I will also say that I truly believe that Myerside, the neighborhood company, we asked for things in this last meeting, and they addressed every one of them. You talk about the parking, you know, they have a whole traffic mitigation plan that came to us as a result of that conversation, talking about using trolleys, walkability areas, giving benefits to people who don't drive here but use public transportation, looking at off-island parking, taxi discounts, water ferries. It's all in here. You know, I too believe you cannot demand that they have medical renters per se, but they are going to give a nod to those people that do. And I know for a fact, based on what was told to us last time, they have gone out and promoted that. They have talked to people. They have talked to the dentists and the doctors and urgent care people that were on this island. You know, unfortunately, it's been a long time, and these other people have had to go and explore other places for their businesses. They've kept it close, but maybe not close enough to the island. And maybe they will do satellite offices. But I truly believe that they have come back to us with everything we asked for and have a plan for that. And so I want to compliment you on a job well done.
Vice Mayor Holt?
Yeah, I don't want to belabor a lot of these points, but this is such a great conversation, and it's going to foreshadow a lot of conversations we're going to have in the future, and I think it's healthy, and I appreciate the civility on both sides, as I know folks are very passionate about this issue. For me, essential goods and services are a key part of our quality of place here in Fort Myers Beach. And I don't want to over dramatize this, because this is a small piece in a much bigger puzzle here at Myerside. But quality of place and this essential service piece is something that critical to me. Having a grocery again, pharmacy, gas on the island. It's critical for quality of life. The public benefit piece of this for me, in part, is something that the applicant has been consistent about from day one, and that's the health and wellness focus. We lost the urgent care facility at Santini Plaza. We lost the physical therapist at Santini Plaza. We lost the dentist and the chiropractor at locations nearby. That affects quality of life here in Fort Myers Beach. To my knowledge, none of these entities that I just referenced are coming back. We've got serious challenges in some of our other retail space at Kia Stero and Seagrape Plaza. I thought Barbara Hill's comments were prescient in the sense that if the t-shirt shop offers the applicant the right price, they're going to be tempted to take it. That's why I suggested these parking places that is incentive to further incent them from their already stated purpose to encourage critical medical service providers to come to Fort Myers Beach. Is this binding in this application? It's not. Fully acknowledge that. Is it a risk? I think it is a risk, but I think it's a risk worth taking, and it will have my support. But I do respect all the input that's been provided thus far. That's all I have.
Okay, John.
I just would like to clear up a few things. I know folks want us to slow our roll, I guess, but we don't control what comes before us. And it would be very dangerous for us to attempt to do so because it would create legal issues. Density, I hear that a lot, and mixed with intensity. It just seems like it's a buzzword. I'm not sure everybody knows what it is. Maybe I don't know what it is because I'm dense between the ears, and maybe I'll go to rehab for that. But I'm a newbie to this island, and I can tell you we've got less population than what we had in 1990. We're almost probably about half, and that's pre-storm. So I take that into consideration. And then I see over the weekend that Lee County has us at 42.9% of open hotels and rentals on the island. And then the chamber broke it down even further that less than 1,800 hotel and vacation rental rooms available. And that's down from 4,315 pre-Ian. So that's a factor to me. Also, I think some of the emails I received of folks that were against this are also against a tax increase for the millage rate. And I think that's kind of talking out of both sides of your mouth, because I see this as a big positive of increasing our tax revenue once this project gets completed. So that's where I'm coming from.
Okay. That it?
That's it. Thank you.
All right. I guess I'll add my 2 cents for what it's worth. As I said at the last meeting, Bevan Rowland, I have great respect for you. I think you took a piece of property that nobody else wanted to do anything with. You cleaned it up. You made it a place where people wanted to go, wanted to hang out. You did everything that this community asks of you, and you play a vibrant role in assisting nonprofits. And I mean, you guys do a lot, and I really respect for you for that. And as I said in the last meeting, I really want to get a yes on this project. I really, really do. But I look at things a little bit different. And I've said it 1,000 times, and I'll continue to say it. I'm okay with whatever decision comes down from the 5 people up here. When it's done, it's done. It's over. It's over. You move on to the next thing. As long as everybody understands and goes into it with an open mind. So what I've tried to do in this case is just present things in an open mind. I understand that the neighborhood group has to do what they have to do, and I commend them on the tactics in which they did that. I would have done the same thing. I would have put out a pretty picture to get the support. I've always said, if you can walk into a room and 50% of the people or 49% of the people already love it based on what they see, you're already ahead of the game. So I think the way that you did this was spectacular. I think you got a lot of support behind it. But it doesn't, to me, change the fact of the numbers. It doesn't change the fact of what this is going to do, not just this one particular property, but in general. I'm not a big fan of using the word precedent, but in your presentation, you brought up another development that used the same process for a reason, and for you to get the same process, which the next person is going to do if this gets approved. They're going to say, you did it for this one, you did it for this one, why aren't you doing it for me? And to just give you an example, since we all like to talk about numbers, there's a property just down the road. If you apply the same numbers that we're talking about today, the 5.6% to what they can build by right, that's 840 hotel rooms. 840 next to a residential neighborhood. If this gets approved, how do you then tell them no? Because your argument was you did it for this person. Now, their argument's going to be, you did it for them. You use that process for them. We want to use the same process. They're going to do the same thing, whether they do or they don't. I would be shocked if they don't. Let's just put it that way. I think that I'm all for smart growth. To me, this doesn't appear as smart growth. I completely support, we can say the 30 units. You're, in my opinion, asking for double what you could do by right based on the staff's comments. You're asking for double what you could do by right. That is a lot of intent. That's a lot of density. Whether it's between your ears or whether it's in a book or whether however you read it, that what is being built there by right is already 3 times what was there when the property was purchased. Whether you want to admit it or not, that adds traffic. That adds strain on the infrastructure. That adds time to first responders getting there because they're stuck in traffic. It adds to all of that. And although this is a very small number, I will agree with that. And it's a very beautiful project. And I think if you would have even moved a little bit and tried to come closer to the 30, even if we agree that 30 is the number, but you haven't done that. There has been nothing that you've said, and the public benefits, we can go back and forth. To me, there's nothing on there that's a public benefit other than one maybe thing that maybe you can argue these things if you try and make them come to fruition, that you could use it. Architecture is beautiful. I think it's great. I just think putting a 54,000 square foot building on a 1 acre piece of property without sufficient parking. I don't know how staff, no offense, Sarah, I don't know how staff got to a yes on this and was a no on a much smaller scale on the previous one. To me, that just baffles me. Obviously I can count. I'm going to be in the minority here, which I'll live with it. I'll move on. I will congratulate you if it gets approved because you are great people and you do a lot for the island. But I think this is it's going to have an adverse effect on the area in which it is. And I don't think people are really looking at, I know I keep saying infrastructure. It's a thing that nobody likes to talk about, but all we've heard over the last week is, why is my street flooding? Well, you build a bigger house, you build more cars, you put more things on there. That the tube's only so big. It can only take so much water. And if I'm going from a 2-bedroom unit, 1 bath place, and now by right, I'm building a 4-bedroom, 4-bath unit, that's 3 more toilets that are flushing. That's 3 more showers that are running in the height of season. That's going to put a strain on the infrastructure. So although this may seem modest and small because of the size of the project, this, I agree, is probably going to start a snowball effect. And it's going to start very, very quickly. So with that, I will stop talking. I won't be supporting this project, but I do congratulate both of you and the neighborhood group for going through the process. And I know it takes a long time, but I certainly wish you the best. So with that, is there a motion?
I'll move ordinance 24-15.
For
approval?
Okay.
With or without conditions?
As listed in the packet or the town recommendations, staff recommendations. I guess that confuses me because it's already in there. Why should I have to reiterate that, I guess?
Because when we do the draft ordinance, we give you that option. So we're just making sure that that's what the intent is. It makes the record a little clearer.
If we may.
I'll go with that.
Clarity.
Okay.
For clarity, the applicant had provided additional conditions, and the council had discussed a change that would, sorry, I'm trying to find my way back to them, remove medical spa, massage therapist, and after a medical clinic and urgent care include an MD or practitioner who can write a prescription.
Include an MD, a physician's assistant, or nurse practitioner. Must include. All 3 of those have the ability to write a script.
Okay.
Got
it? Yes. So do you want to include their conditions that were not included?
That's fine. Thank you.
Everyone clear on the motion? Okay, I've got a motion by Councilor King. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Got a second by Councilor Safford. Any further discussion? None? Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Holt?
Aye.
And I'm a no. Congratulations. All right, next we have item,
We take a break,
oh,
Mayor.
you want to take a 5-minute break?
Could we please?
Yeah, take a quick 5-minute break. Look at that, getting this ready. Now there we go. All right, we're going to call this meeting back to order. It is 12:17. The next item is item E, Resolution 24-133, VAC 20D. Oh, did I skip one? I'm sorry. Let me start again. Item D, Resolution 24-131, VAR 202-40071, 1250 Estero Boulevard, The Cottage Shuckers. A resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions VAR 202-40071, consisting of 5 variances from the following LDC sections. Section 34-674A1B, build to line maximum setbacks. Section 34-675B3, building height. Section 34-676A4, parking spaces. And Section 34-676B, rear parking. And 5, Section 34-676D, location of entranceways for property located at 1250 Estero Boulevard, also identified by strap number 19-46-24-W4-0070F.0010, to allow for redevelopment of restaurant/bar and providing for an effective date. If any town council member has any ex parte communication to disclose, please let us know the subject discussed and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place, any correspondence that you received, or observations made of the site. John?
Just familiar with the site, but I don't recall any emails or anything.
I had a conversation with the neighborhood company, and a long time ago had a meeting with the applicant.
I also had a meeting, discussions with the neighborhood company. I've also talked by phone with the owner of the property, and have not received any emails for or against.
I have not received any emails. I did watch the LPA, and months and months ago saw the first renditions of the plan.
Scott?
I'm very familiar with the site, and I had,
Who needs it
Who
now?
Rehab now? Yeah.
Who needs rehab now? Yeah.
yeah. I also had a meeting with the neighborhood company.
I'd like to amend it. Folks, jog my memory. I did meet with the developer a long time ago, as I think Don McLean would say.
Okay. Jason Smalley has been qualified as an expert already by this town council, and based on his education and experience has been accepted as an expert in the field of land use, planning, and development in the town of Fort Myers Beach. Are there any other individuals who would like to be qualified as an expert witness on behalf of the applicant at this time that have not done so before? Anyone? Okay. Has the property owner applicant seen a copy of the agenda backup materials from staff? Yeah, they're nodding yes. Go ahead, Jason.
Good afternoon, councilors. Again, my name is Jason Smalley. I'm with your Planning and Zoning Department. Before you today is a request to approve 5 variances for the property located at 1250 Estero Boulevard, generally known as Cottages and Shuckers. The 5 requests I would like to briefly go through. I know that the mayor has quickly mentioned them. I would just like to wrap it up for anybody that perhaps didn't see the LPA meeting. The request before you, again, there are 5 of them. In general, the first one is variance from 34-674A1B. This is for build 2 lines. Currently, the downtown zoning calls for new buildings to be constructed 0 to 5 feet from the front property line. That's sort of the mirror inverse of a setback, which requires that you develop a minimum that you develop much further from the street setback. So they're requesting 1 variance to not have to build between 0 and 5 feet off of Estero Boulevard. The second request for 34-674B3 is for building height. They are requesting an additional 2 feet 3 inches of height. Staff recognizes that that modern coastal engineering and the request to put their final destination of the elevator on the 3rd floor are going to necessitate for the most part, the additional 2 feet 3 inches. So that elevator cab, final destination at the top, and then thickening of the roof and the floors for coastal construction. Third, they are requesting, excuse me, a variance from 34676A4, which is parking spaces. Currently, the building that they are requesting to construct would have a requirement of 114 spaces. They are providing 16 spaces for a total reduction of 85%. So they are requesting to alleviate 85% of their parking requirements.
You've got it listed as 17 spaces, right?
Yes,
One.
and we will get into that in a moment,
Okay.
but actually right now will be great. So this is a issue that was noticed by staff where the applicant has proposed to put multiple bike racks. The code does allow for applicants during development to request to have parking removed, 1 parking space per 4 bike racks, 1 bike rack with 4 slots in it, I should say. So staff's understanding of this code section is that there is an allowance for 1. There is no technically limit on what it can be asked in the code, but staff recognizes that since there's not an upper limit, there would be an opportunity for technically somebody to propose putting in a few dozen bike racks and then requesting that their parking be reduced to minimal or even 0 theoretically. So with the way that the precedence has been set and the way that staff has always reviewed that code section, you can remove 1 parking space from that calculation, but it wouldn't allow you to remove everything. So the way that staff looks at it, they are providing 16 spaces, and this reduction would be 85% from their requirements. Number 4 that
Actually,
they are.
before you go on.
Yes,
just-
absolutely.
Just for clarity, so they are to get a 67% decrease, right? So is this 85% above that 67%, or is it 85%?
It's additive. So
Okay,
they
got
get 67, they're asking for 85.
So the difference isn't,
Yeah,
because the way it reads completely different from that.
So the difference, I believe, is what 18% difference between what they are allowed by right in the code and what they're requesting for. The hard number is that they are going to be providing 16 spaces plus the bike rack. The number 4 request, a variance from 34676B, which requires rear or in some cases side parking when you redevelop a lot new. Staff recognizes that the existing parking is already forward of the building. And as general broad strokes, the way staff has looked at this is that with the exception of the additional 2 feet and 3 inches in height, all of the other variances are requests to keep the site as they existed pre-storm, therefore not having to move the parking, not having to change out where the Estero ingress and egress is going to be. And that gets me to my last point here, number 5, variance, of section 34676D, which is the location of entryways. As I mentioned before, under new development, the entranceways are expected to be moved to a side road if they are available. While this does have access to a beach access, they want to continue to keep their access along Estero and then utilize the access along the beach access as well. So they will have 2 entrances, 2 exits off of the site. I would note that the applicant had received a unanimous recommendation of approval from LPA, and that they are coming before you today, even though the code would allow for them to take advantage of the expedited review process because they're only asking for variances. They have asked to be on the meeting today just to ensure that they do not push a final approval past June while the town council is going to be on recess. So they have requested to come before you today and present the package, but they did get a 7-0 vote at LPA. In general, what they're asking to do is they're asking to rebuild the structures that existed before. They're going to be bringing them forward of the 1978 CCCL line, which marks the beach area or the EC zone from the normal developable area upland of that. So they're pulling all of the buildings that existed onto the beach forward of that line during redevelopment. And they are going to be constructing roughly a 12,000 square foot 12,000 square foot building, which is an increase of approximately 1,100 square feet from what existed previous. Staff is here for any questions or concerns that you may have, and the applicant is here as well.
All right. Questions for Jason? Councilor King?
None at this time.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Nothing.
Councilor Woodson?
I'll hold.
Councilor Stafford?
Nothing at this time.
And I don't have anything.
I'm sorry. One other thing I did want to just point out at LPA, there was just some discussion about music. I believe it came up earlier on another case. The recommendation from LPA is that they come up with some sort of mitigation technique with some sort of physical barrier to keep the noise from going from their building back towards Estero. They are beachside of Esteros. That was a condition of approval that you'll note was added between the LPA meeting and this meeting, and it's part of the staff report that you have before you.
Thank you, Jason.
You're welcome.
Who's going first?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Afternoon, everyone. Again, for the record, Noel Davies with the law firm of Davies Duke on behalf of the applicant in this matter, and that's Right Choice Investments, LLC. The full team is here today, including Joe Orlandini and the applicant's professional planners, Ken Glander and Patrick Benass from the Neighborhood Company. Our request is to seek your help to rebuild the iconic cottage. In order to do that, as you heard from your staff, we are in need of 5 variances. The shape of the subject lot is unique. And then given the updates to FEMA regulations, as well as the restrictions from the coastal construction control line, variances are the mechanism allowed and really what's required here to build back what was lost in Ian. And with that, I'm going to introduce Mr. Benass to walk you through the rest of our presentation. Thank you very much. Patrick?
Good afternoon. My name is Patrick Benass with the Neighborhood Company. Not going to belabor things. I know we've had a long meeting already. I think most of you, if not all of you, listened to the LPA meetings. We went into a detailed presentation during that meeting. The only thing I'd like to do is clarify a little bit why we're here today. As mentioned by staff, the LPA has final agency approval if it's a unanimous approval and there are no objectors. So in this case, we had no objection. It was a unanimous approval. However, if you recall, we were hoping to be at the LPA last month. And unfortunately, we had to be at the LPA this month. It went very well, but you're taking a break in July. And our new process with the possibility after something's been approved unanimously, we give a 10-day grace where someone can provide a comment or an objection. And if someone does within those 10 days, it goes before you for final decision. In this case, we were at the LPA the 11th. So the 10 days is going to be after this meeting, 21st. Should there be someone that objects, we can't go to hearing before you in July. You're taking a break. It would delay us till August. The applicant is trying to redevelop this property as soon as they can. They have been waiting for these variances to get their building permits in and reviewed and approved. So that's the clarification as to why we're here today. As I mentioned, more than happy to provide a presentation, but if you feel that you know the details of this, and staff has provided an explanation for all the various variances, we support their findings, their conclusion, and their recommendation for approval.
Questions for Patrick? John?
None.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
I did have a chance to see the LPA's hearing, and I thought they did a nice job of scrubbing the proposal. I would, if the applicant is comfortable, we heard all the nuts and bolts of the proposal at the LPA hearing, but I'd love to hear from the applicant. I know the applicant is trying to preserve the iconic nature of the cottage, but I'm guessing he has a few rabbits in his hat with respect to the menu and maybe some things that you want to just do some marketing today to give a little sizzle, additional sizzle to the project.
Jim, you put me on the spot. Thank you. I appreciate being here and everybody taking the time to look at our project.
You gotta identify yourself.
Oh, sorry, Joe Orlandini. We have taken a lot of time with the architects and the design. We're going to do the best we can. I'm going to start with the building, Jim. But we're going to do the best we can to keep the character of that original cottage. One of the things we've somewhat figured out is if you actually looked at the prior building, it actually had rectangles. So we were able to take those rectangles and stack them together and reuse them in a sense. The shapes, how the bar will somewhat have its function will be very similar to the prior cottage. We want that feel. The ground floor, I think, is going to be probably one of my more favorite places in the building. We are planning to actually put the wood floor back in the lower level on top of the concrete so that we have the sand and that original feel in the cottage. We're going to try to do some cosmetic lowering of the ceiling. We do have to have a taller building. We've taken a lot of awareness of what that will feel like. So we want that to carry into this building. We want it to feel as close as the prior building. It's important to us to keep that feel. When we get into the upper parts, it's obviously a different landscape that we're going to have. The prior building actually sat just above the ground floor. So we're obviously going to have a third floor to this that's going to feel different. It'll have a larger view and a broader view. We are set back, so it is going to look different when you take a picture from the water from what it's set forward from the Lani Kai. Unfortunately, the layering of this is because of our coastal construction line. We respected that line. We held the building back beyond that line, so we're upland of that line, and hopefully everybody enjoys the new building. When it comes to the menu, Jim, I don't know exactly what we're going to do, but we're going to try to carry on the favorites is what we will do. We've listed those what they are. We know that we want those to stay there. We are contemplating maybe some, because of the spaces, one of the floors having a little bit nicer menu than the prior. Hopefully that broadens the clientele that will come in. But we want the cottage to remain the cottage. And Mike, hopefully our sound, and we definitely intend on containing it. We do not get you in trouble, but we want to play fair with everyone as far as the sound. I have met with all the neighbors, and uniquely everybody has bonded together and wants to work together as the prior ownerships did not. So we feel that we have a great future ahead of us with those bonds coming together. We want to be part of the community and do great things for the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else? Council Woodson?
Joe, you should have stayed up there a minute. I have a couple questions. Sorry.
I was so quick to get away from that microphone.
So your first floor level that you talked about with the sand and all that, that still is your ground level and it's going to be open, correct?
It is open.
Okay.
On that ground floor, we actually have two stairwells. We have an elevator. The contained garbage, what you will call the dumpster area, is actually enclosed so that you visually don't see the dumpster outside. Those areas of the lower level, if you've seen in the rendering, people are confused with what's on part of the exterior and the lower level. It's vegetation. So I happen to like that on some of my prior buildings. I want the vegetation to grow where the closed walls are, and then where the open spaces are, it's completely see-through. So from the beach side, if you've seen the rendering, the beach side would be completely open. And then from the roadside is where we utilized the closed areas. Now, if you look at how we positioned it, we did position it to the left side, the closed area, with the intent that another building would go in front of us. So that way you never notice that closed area.
So a couple other questions. So I haven't seen the inside, well, I have seen the inside detail. There's a stage for music.
It's not necessarily a stage.
Okay.
The floor isn't going to have a raised area as you do with your floor here. We're literally going to leave it flat. Where we actually place the actual band and people, we're still a little bit in a planning stage of where that will finally lie. We're running into some kitchen issues that is making us move things around ever so slightly. What people don't realize in designing these buildings that were dealt with on these small properties, it's difficult. It's difficult to fit a stairwell, a bathroom, 2 stairwells, a bathroom, 2 elevators, and you still have to function in this building. It's tight. So it's been very, very, very difficult. So to lock in where that space is going to go, it's probably close, but it's definitely not a raised stage.
Because the LPA made the condition in between here that the back of the 3rd floor would be enclosed for sound.
We've
to a
got,
stereo?
so one of the things I have to make clear is the architects who've drafted this have drafted the top floor as open.
4th floor,
The 3rd.
3rd floor.
Yeah.
So
On that floor,
plus 2.
the openness that they've left is something that we did not actually want. We want it to be able to enclose during the day or during any periods of rain, but then also at that 10 o'clock hour, if we do decide to have live music. So we had the intent for that. They did not show the enclosures, what would be glass garage doors, something decorative in that sense. So that's what we do intend to do.
So you mentioned 2 elevators. So one is service and one is patron.
Correct. Yes. One's the main elevator for the people, and then the elevator is for food delivery up and down. Obviously, we don't have the ability to have a kitchen on the ground floor. We will have a bar serving area. No kitchen that will service bringing the food down.
Thank you.
I guess I just got a little confused in that. You were saying the top floor is open. Is that what you're talking about for the elevator and all the mechanicals on the roof?
Essentially, the rear part of the building, which faces the water, it's an open structure with doors that physically close.
But again, that's not the top floor. You said the top is the top floor where I guess what I'm trying to get at is there's
only
going to be a rooftop deck up there, or is it just going to be I didn't think so. I was a little confused on the way you said it.
There is only a 4th floor that Karen kind of mentioned. It's only actually to access mechanicals. So what we did is we created the resiliency in the building in this design so that we put everything on that very top floor, where the elevator would go. Our air conditioners, the generator, panels. So that way, if at any time we do get another storm of this caliber that we just had that does flood that floor, we can reopen. Everything will function. We're not dealing with panels and electrical issues. So we've eliminated anything that would come from the ground going straight up to that top floor. That's our access. So to answer your question, that 3rd floor is the top. There is no roof on top of the building. We did keep this building as we used our footprint, but we didn't want it too big so that it did not keep the comfortable feeling that the cottage was. If you remember the cottage, it was cozy. That's what this. It's
Depending on who the band was.
well, the feeling in there was tight. So we want that tight feeling to remain so that atmosphere continues and you're going back to a place that has that same feel. We hope it picks up where it left off, and we're going to try to create that space so it does.
Any other questions for Joe?
Good.
Nope, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, it's more just so it's public knowledge, people watching on TV, that we're increasing the building height by 2 feet, 3 inches. Is that correct?
That's what they said, yeah.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Don't go anywhere. I got a quick question for you. When we met, I'd asked you a specific question as it related to parking. Were you able to, the question I asked was, what is the usable square footage of what the new cottage will be versus what the old cottage was? And the reason I was asking, because I wanted to correlate it to parking. So,
Yeah.
if you had 1,000 square feet and you had 10 parking spots, and now you're gonna have 3,000 square feet, but you only have 10 parking
Yep.
spots. So were you able to get that?
So I came up with an estimate. It's really hard to get accurate records of what used to be there. I did look at the property appraiser website, and appraiser breaks it down into kind of an indoor space, outdoor space. And as everybody recalls, there was a lot of deck area. So that deck area is very big when you look at the property appraiser.
Mhm.
I came up with some estimates, and our estimate is the previous cottage probably had 7,000 to 8,000 square feet of patron space.
Mhm.
And currently we are at 7,800 plus or minus of patron space. So the increase in the total square footage really is associated with back of the house
ADA
issues.
compliance things that-
Yeah, and above all, if you guys recall, bathrooms were a challenge. We've got much bigger, much better bathrooms. So really, when it comes to patron space, roughly the same square footage.
Okay, I appreciate you doing that. I just thought it'd be an interesting exercise to see how that correlates. Obviously, we know bathrooms have to be bigger. The kitchen's got to be a little different compared to what they were, but the square footage is going to be pretty close. The usable square footage. What I mean is people dancing, whatever they're going to be doing there. The amount of people you could fit in there, the occupancy is going to be roughly the same. Okay. Yes, sir.
Jason Smalley, again, Planning and Zoning. I just wanted to clarify from our last conversation on the parking numbers, just so that we're all on the same page. They are providing 16 physical spaces plus 1 bike rack. So they are providing the equivalent of 17 spaces. The requirement based on the area calculation was for 114 spaces total. So they are asking for a reduction of 97 spaces. And that comes out to a total of an 85% reduction of the 114 spaces required. Or another way to say it, it's an additional 18% reduction of parking than what is allowed for by right, which is 67%.
I was just gonna say.
Sorry.
Because I think that just made it more confusing.
So for clarification, the code in the downtown zoning district allows a reduction so that they're providing 67%, not a reduction of 67%. So they basically get a 33% reduction and they're asking for an 85% reduction. So it's not an additional it's the opposite direction. So I wanted him to clarify that because you don't get a 67% reduction, you get reduced to 67%. So a 33% reduction.
Just so that everybody outside that is listening, their heads probably just exploded.
I'm so sorry.
If 114 spaces are required.
Yes.
By right, with the 67% decrease, what does that number come? How many spaces is that? Yeah,
Okay,
you're
so you
going
get-
down to 67%.
Times. So you'd be required if you were providing 67% of the parking, you would have to provide 76 parking spaces.
Okay, and they're doing 16.
Yes.
So 60 spaces essentially is what we're talking about.
Yes.
And,
Yeah.
and for clarification, I believe it was brought up in the previous meetings. For another thing is the way our code reads that if you have a bar, you have to have this many. But if it's a bar and restaurant, it essentially doubles the amount of parking, even though it's the same usage.
It goes from, I believe, like 8 per 1,000 to 13 per 1,000. So yes, that's correct. So A bar space requires a much higher parking requirement than a restaurant space.
But why I guess I'm trying to understand why the need for the double. Why go from the 8 to the 13? If it's the same usage, if it's in this case the cottage, why
couldn't-
not stick with the 8 instead of having say 8 plus the extra?
I couldn't tell you why that was put in our code. All I can assume is that they're assuming that when people go to drink, they have to have more cars, which doesn't seem like a good
Well,
option.
yeah, I'm wondering if this is just for another conversation
Yeah,
to look at.
so
we're not dealing with this as much going forward, because I think it gets very confusing to people
Yes.
when they hear you're getting a reduction of this many parking spaces,
Mm-hmm.
but the reality is that's an inflated number because
You're required to provide more than you normally would because
Right.
you have a bar
and
there.
the restaurant, but it's the
Yeah.
same place you're going to. You're not
Yes.
going there. I'm not driving my car there to go to the bar and then going and grabbing another car to go to the restaurant.
And I'm assuming this was based on the parking regulations generally seen at that time. But I couldn't speak to exactly why that multiplier exists. But I just wanted to provide a little bit of clarity because
Right.
it was sort of said reverse of what it should have been.
So just to muddy the waters a little bit more, if you were to just take the 8,
Mm-hmm.
what would that number be? How many parking spaces? I'm letting you guys do the math. That way, if it's wrong, it's on you.
Good man.
So it was 11,000 square feet. Ooh, hold on.
It'd have to be less than that.
Your brain.
Yeah. Well, it has to be less than that.
96.
Right, but that's now the 67% would come into play at that. That's what I'm getting at.
Okay, yeah. So then
60.
Yeah, that's
65.
Trying to get
64.
the real number.
Yeah, so 64. And they're
which is
asking
60.
to have 17. Okay, so
And how many did they have before the storm?
28 they're saying. Yes.
But many of those are because you were on the other side of the CCTL.
Yeah, so the building was pushed further back.
Right. Okay. That's all I have. Any other questions for, who are we on, the applicant? Yeah, I think we're on the applicant side of it. None? Okay. We will open it up for public comment. Is there anyone who'd like to speak on the cottage / suckers? Come on up, Mike. I can't believe you have anything to say.
Hello, my name is Mike Miller, everyone. I hope you guys will still remember me. It's been a long day. And owner of the Whale. And I just got a few little comments. One, I am a little disappointed in the neighborhood group here. For the main reason is after all of this parking issues, they didn't use non-exclusive parking. I worked really hard coming up with that phrase to get through a lot of stuff. So you guys need to use it in the future, I'm telling you. It's not patented yet, patent pending. No, but I just want to let you know the Whale, and we all support a positive and for the cottage, and we want them to succeed. And as you know, everyone's listening to the LPA. We had we've spoken to them. We do have a concern about the noise. But Anita, and I'm not going to read the whole thing that I did before. Anita came up and said something very positive, and she said, she said right here. I'm trying to get it here. They need to be responsible for their actions, and with that, I agree 100%. I know that they're going to be good neighbors, and also, therefore, what we've done actually yesterday is we've gone ahead and put an application in to remove our special exemption for noise ordinances for that reason, because every business needs to have their and be responsible for their noise ordinances, and we need to follow the town and how their noise ordinances. You guys put a noise ordinance together, and we all need to follow it, and we all need to be on the same playing field. So that's what we're doing. And I'll be seeing you guys in a few months after your break, and have yourself a good day and get these guys approved.
Thanks, Mike. Anyone else have anything to say? I can remember many times walking across the street when I first moved here from the Whale to the cottage.
It's looking a lot more like rehab now.
Right, exactly.
I'm not too far off.
Are there any additional comments? We'll close public comment. Are there any additional comments, rebuttal, or closing statements from the applicant? Nope. Okay, and I'll close the public hearing and request a discussion or a motion from town council to approve with conditions, deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain. Is there a discussion or a motion?
Well, I got a question. So the parking, is there an issue with the parking on this project?
You're asking anyone?
I'm asking anybody.
Is there a parking? Do I have an issue with the parking? Sure. Is it, in this case, there's a lot of things that are outside there. I mean, the CCCL, they got to be behind that. I mean, it's, to me, it's different. It was important to see the square footage, the usable square footage of what they're using, the patrons that they could fit in there before versus what they have now. I'm not a huge fan of the fact that they were having less parking spaces. But in this case, I understand the circumstances.
Because I just want to let everybody know, because we are looking at every case individually.
And I think, to me, it's never made sense to why the double calculations for parking if it's a bar restaurant. Why you have to have calculations for the bar, and then on top of it, it's for the restaurant. To me, it makes staff's job much more difficult. And for people to understand, it makes it much more difficult. So I would like down the road to look at how we can clear that up to make it a little bit easier for people to understand and not create variances that aren't necessarily needed or requests that are necessarily needed. Anything else, Scott?
No.
All right. Councilor Woodson?
I'd like to make a motion to move forward and approve resolution number 24-131 with the variances that have been approved by LPA.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilor Woodson, seconded by Vice Mayor Adderholt. Any further discussion? Vice Mayor, or Councilor Woodson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
Councilor King?
Aye.
Councilor Safford?
Aye.
And Mayor Allen is an aye. Vote carries unanimously. Congratulations. Next, we have item E. Now we have item E. This is resolution 24-133 VAC 202-40030 Pink Shell Resort Beach Access Easement Relocation. A resolution vacating beach access point number 42 located over real property owned by Captiva Villas Development, LLC, generally located at 200 Estero Boulevard, Fort Myers Beach, accepting and approving a comparable replacement easement to be located on real property owned by Jabo LLC, subject to terms and conditions as contained in a second amended and restated pedestrian location and view easement agreement, directing the town clerk to record the resolution, authorizing the mayor to sign all needed documents, and providing an effective date. If any town council member has had any ex parte communication to disclose, please let us know the subject discussed and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place, any correspondence that you received, or observations made of the site. Councilor Safford?
Back months and months ago, we were getting bombarded by emails about this, and it's just gotten real quiet. So I have none at the present time.
Okay. Councilor Woodson?
I've gotten many emails on this subject, and most of them have been negative.
Okay. Do I have to, even though I'm abstaining from the vote, do I have to?
No,
Or should I?
you're not going to be voting,
Okay.
so.
Oh, Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Yeah, I've received a number of emails a long time ago, and just watching the LPA hearing, I think a lot of those concerns were addressed. Although I did receive an email at 2:58 a.m. last night from someone who was in opposition.
Okay. Councilor King?
I will echo exactly what the vice mayor just said. Mine came in at 2:58 a.m. as well.
All right. Sarah Prost has been qualified as an expert already by this town council and based on her education and experience has been accepted as an expert in the field of land use planning and development in the town of Fort Myers Beach. Are there any other individuals who would like to be qualified as an expert witness on behalf of the applicant at this time that have not been? No? Okay. As the property owner, seeing a copy of the agenda backup materials from the staff. They are nodding their head yes. Go ahead, Sarah.
Good morning, afternoon, almost noon. Sarah Probst, Community Development. The property owner of the property containing beach access number 42, Captiva Villas Development LLC, has requested the current walkway easement be vacated and relocated. Jabo LLC, who owns the property at 200 Estero Boulevard, directly to the south of Captiva Villas, has proposed that the easement be moved to 200 Estero Boulevard. That's the large pink shell resort building. The beach access would extend from the trolley stop at the front of the property through the pool deck to the beach. Beach access number 42 was originally granted to Lee County in 1985 and has been relocated twice over the years, in addition to having a recordation in favor of the town also. The current location of the beach access would go through the middle of proposed pool improvements between Sanibel View and Captiva Villas, the two buildings to the north of the larger pink shell building. The beach walkway easement would be open from dusk. The proposed beach walkway easement would be open from dawn to dusk for safety. The applicant has met with staff and the attorney, and this proposal was found to be appropriate. The applicant has provided letters from the county indicating a willingness to move the beach walkway easement also, and they've provided the required letters of no objection from the utility companies and from the town departments who might have a need for that easement, which is a code requirement. The view corridor would not be moved. It would remain in the original location between the Captiva Villas building and the Pink Shell Resort building. That was the original location of the access easement. Staff is available for any questions you may have, and the applicant is also here.
Questions for Sarah? Councilor King?
Not at this time.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Just a quick one, Sarah, and maybe it's the council's, maybe she's better situated for it, but I'm curious. I watched the LPA proceeding. And one of the things that just was never clear to me, just procedurally, is the county controls the access, the beach access, but yet we're here. Help me understand that just a little better.
Okay. My understanding of it, originally it was a Lee County beach access easement. Over the years, it's been granted to the town. So the town has a role in that, but it isn't just the town. It's the town and the county still. So they would have to get it approved by us and by the county, and the county has already voiced that they would be comfortable with that.
Just over the years, the county sort of yielded that authority to the town just gradually, or was it
it was done via an easement document. I'm not sure what caused them to do it. I think that it was when originally it was granted under Lee County.
Okay.
Then when the town took over, I think that when the next resolutions were approved, there was an interest in ensuring that the town got involved, because now we were making the approvals and recommendations and the changes to their zoning, and wanted to ensure that we had a stake in that process.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Woodson?
So they're not closing an easement, they're just moving an easement, correct?
So they have to vacate the location where it is now.
Right.
And from what I understand, it is already blocked. That's been a point of contention amongst some of the letters that we've received, that it was already blocked by the pool deck work that's been done. But they're not proposing to close an easement. They're proposing to move an easement. And the way that has to be done is they vacate the one and they create a new.
So in moving that easement, it still is an easement, but it has to go through their property now? or it's taking it out of there? I'm confused when I'm reading this. It's like,
So it was on the Captiva, hold on, the property owners. So the different properties are owned by different entities. So the Captiva Villas Development LLC owns the property where the easement 42 was. And the property next door is owned by Jabo LLC. So the easement just overlays on the property. So Captiva Villas wanted to move it. Jabo LLC next door says we'll take that on. So I'm not sure if I'm describing this well at all. So I apologize. So they're not getting rid of an easement, they're just moving it, but the legal way they have to do that is by vacating one and creating a new. I'm not sure if I answered your question. I apologize.
so you're saying that Captiva Villas wanted to move the easement and Pink Shell is taking over handling that.
Essentially,
Kind of?
yes. I mean,
Okay.
it's the property owners. I mean, I believe that they're managed together, at least somewhat, but they're owned separately. So the property owner was Captiva Villas, and they're moving it over to Jabo LLC. And yeah, their attorney can probably speak a little bit more coherently to this. So I apologize.
Okay, I'll wait then.
Okay.
So I have a question about the hours of operation, so to speak. Number one, can we impose that? And then, so here's my second follow-up question. If we allow this, then can somebody living down on Hercules say, hey, I want my beach access to have the same hours? Are we opening up a can of worms here?
Well, they can make a request for you to put additional restrictions on your access areas. That is possible. That's the answer to your second question. In answer to your first question, yes, in the proposed easement that we tried to further identify dusk to dawn, and some times are in there, and that is your discretion to approve those or not.
It's my understanding that there's no other beach access that has hours of quote unquote operation. Is that correct?
I would say, and Jeff may be able to speak better to this, but my understanding is that none of the access easements have hours because we don't have any like actual way to close them off. So they're open because they're open. If we chose to gate those access easements, we could send somebody around to close all of them.
I don't want
But
to do that.
no,
but
no,
so-
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying we don't really have the ability to close off any of our current ones because they're not designed in such a way.
how is this enforceable? I mean, somebody cruises in there, an hour before sunrise.
It'll be closed.
So you could actually physically put a gate, close it. I guess that's what I'm asking. And
Yeah.
Okay, that was kind of the big thing. So you can actually close it off. Okay.
Wait till you come up and we can hear what you're saying.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Got it. I was kind of confused about that. So.
All right. Yep. All right. Sarah? Other Sarah?
Yes. Good afternoon, Sarah Spector with Red Zone Andrus on behalf of the applicants, which is both Captiva Villas Development and Jabo, which both have the same managing partners, which I do have them here today. Part of them are here today.
Sarah, could you just break that down and how that relates to the pig shell itself?
I will, if you'll, I think it'll be easier to explain when I have a map up, which actually that might be my first slide. It is. So when these properties were purchased, there were 2 that were developed as condominiums with the properties around them being left not submitted to the condominium form of ownership. So Captiva Villas is one of those where the surrounding property is owned by Captiva Villas Development. And then the condominium is Captiva Villas Condominium Association. So I don't know if can I point real quick?
Sure.
Okay. So this is Captiva Villas. and then this is the condominium. It says the property line is it's a footprint. This is then Jabo. This is a different condominium, and then Jabo. So the only reason it was Captiva Villas development.
Can I speak into them? Because I know that from re-listen. No, if you want to point those out and I'll repeat what you said so that people at home can hear the full thing. I apologize. I just know from listening to these, sometimes you can't.
So Jabo.
That's Jabo
Yes. Owns this property, this property.
and owns that. Jabo owns both of those properties.
For purposes of, so you know what we're talking about, this is White Sands,
That's White Sands.
Captiva Villas,
That's Captiva Villas.
and this is
Sanibel View.
Sanibel View. Oh.
Hey.
Thank you so much.
Did a good job.
No. Just kidding.
Sorry, just for showing, not
Oh,
for.
okay, so you can hear me. All right, perfect. So I know the ownership account there, but I describe that any other way? That,
Can you point into the green line, the easement?
yes, so that was the next thing I wanted to do too. There are currently 3 easements on Chelsea. I know that was a question earlier, whether this was on, I guess, town property or some other property, but all of these, there, this is access 41. There it is. This is beach access 41. This is beach access 42. And this is beach access 43. What I want to tell you at the beginning is I know a lot of you had gotten quite a few letters of objection when we had originally proposed to move this 6-foot easement 42 and combine it with 43. We have since changed that and are now moving it through the White Sands building. So, and I say through, it actually is going underneath the building, through the pool deck and down to the beach. So we have since received, there, again, this is vacation villas and beach villas. Both have now submitted letters of support. There's just one person within vacation villas that has submitted a letter of objection, opposition to moving it here.
And Sarah, the green is the new easement proposed. Which is the one that's actually closing that or being moved?
This one right
Okay,
here.
Thank you.
And the reason for that is this, as you can see, it's a little hard to see. I'll show you on the next slide. But this runs through a pool deck. The pool decks, there was 2 pool decks. They were not even. And for ADA reasons, they made the decks even to address any, there were previously falls in this location. So they've since evened the decks and put a fence around that. So there's a fence around the entire, which we'll get into in the special exception next, but there's a fence all along here, but there's gates here. And thank you very much. So let me show you the next slide, which shows you a little easier so you can see where they actually are now and what we're proposing. As in the way of public benefit, and one thing I do need to address, Sarah was not at the LPA meeting. We did agree to leave the access open from 8 a.m. in the morning to 11 p.m. at night, which is the operating hours of the hotel. We had originally had dusk to dawn, and that was at the suggestion of the county. The county's parks are only open from, I said that backwards, from dawn to dusk. So it was their recommendation that it be from dawn to dusk, but since the resort will be open anyway, we're fine with keeping it open during those hours. It will be easy enough to make a distinction between who is there for pink shell and who is there to use the beach access, because those who are there for pink shell have bands that identify them and allow them to use the pool facilities. While those using the beach access only and not there for the pink shell resort will not have access to the pool. One reason why we're suggesting this location, we think it's a better location where the current beach access is, because one, right at the entrance to the White Sands building is a trolley stop. Because if you look back at the slide before, you'll see that there's 800 feet in between the two, in between Beach Access 41 and Beach Access 43. Across the street on the bay side, that's entirely owned by Pink Shell with no public parking. So no one really uses, especially 42 right now, because there's nowhere for them to park if they aren't staying with the Pink Shell. So we're moving it to where there's a trolley stop, so there's a better chance that people will use it. Additionally, the White Sands building has restaurants that are open to the public, and most beneficial that you don't have at any of your other beach accesses is there will be bathrooms that will be open to the public. So those will be available during the hours that it's open between 8 and 12. So that that the trolley stop, the restaurants, and the bathrooms are public benefits for moving these beach accesses. One additional thing, I don't think it got corrected in this, in your packet, but originally we had proposed that we would extend the beach access to the CCCL line, where the EC zone starts. But the county has asked that we extend that to the mean high water line. So the legal description and sketch that's in the agreement that we have already negotiated with your town attorney does have the easement extending all the way to the mean high water line. And then I just want to go back to this for 1 second. So what we're asking for is Captiva Villas Development would like to vacate its easement, which is current Beach Access 42, and we're simply replacing it. Now, we're going through a vacation process, which this has never been required previously, which I think is why it's a little new. It was when Mr. Karen was your town attorney. He had instituted this vacation process, which is a little different than what the statutes contemplate. That's when vacating platted right-of-ways and platted easements. So this is a little different, which is why our agreement giving you access to propose Beach Access 42 is a separate agreement rather than part of a plat or something of that nature. So we, as I mentioned, we have negotiated that with your town attorney and included terms in there that have not been included in there before for the town's protection, including indemnification and insurance requirements. So if anything were to happen in that location, the JBO LLC does have insurance coverage. The town will be added as an additional insured onto that policy, and there is an indemnification provision in the agreement. So, and then maintenance is ongoing, is a responsibility of JBO LLC. So the town really has no obligation as it relates to the replacement easement.
Sarah,
Yes.
just real quickly, I don't want to belabor this, but prior to the storm, was the public really even using the current Beach Access 42?
No. No. Bill Wachulis has been with the hotel for 18 years, and he doesn't recall it being used.
It's a pretty odd location for a
It
beach
is.
access. Yeah.
It is.
Okay, just curious. Thank you.
Yes. So I don't remember where the second access was, but as Sarah mentioned, it was relocated. It was originally located between the White Sands building, the big one, and the Captiva Villas development. That is where the view corridor was originally created and still remains. The only reason why it's in your agreement as being restated is we're terminating the previous agreement. So in order to carry forward the view corridor, we needed to restate it in a new agreement, but it's not moving and nothing about it is changing. And then just to wrap up, this is what your code now requires as far as applications for vacations and the criteria that must be met. And our argument is that this does meet the requirements of the code, given that we are providing a replacement easement that does provide additional public benefit that the current beach access does not provide. So with that, our request is that you please approve the vacation.
All right, questions for Sarah? John?
Have you seen this email that came in at 2:58 this morning, or?
I did, and I think she made the same arguments in her email that was sent before the LPA meeting. I only saw it briefly on my phone. I know that there's a mention in there that the facilities in the pink shell are not open to the public based on a previous zoning approval. That was since changed. The zoning approvals now provide that the amenities within the pink shell, restaurants, spa, all that are open to the public.
What do you have to say about the allegation that this is doing after the fact, that this was already started and we're just now going to clean it up after the fact? It sounds like is what their accusation is.
A few things to that point. First, Pink Shell was one of the first resorts to go back online and be able to house FEMA individuals and the like. They had to get the resort safe so that they could have those visitors, and there was no fencing around the pool. So they did need to fence the pool in this location so that there was no one from the outside coming in and getting hurt. There was another point I was going to make there. Oh, I know what the other point was. We submitted our application originally over a year ago when the fence wasn't up. And it's just taken this long to get it through the process with coordinating with the county, who the county I've met with the county attorney and the county lands manager, and they are in support of this. They just haven't gotten it on agenda yet. They have the vacate or the termination and the replacement agreement. It just has to be put on an agenda. So this has been a long time in the works. So we started where it wasn't, the fencing wasn't there, but we had to put it up for safety purposes.
Also, there's a accusation that the Land Development Code prohibits vacations of public right-of-way solely for private purposes.
If a replacement is not given, and here we're giving a replacement easement.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor?
No, nothing additional.
Council Woodson?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Council Stafford?
So I have another question about this gate. Let's say you guys have a special event like singer-songwriter. What's going to happen to that gate? It's going to remain open, or are you going to close it?
I'm not sure about operationally, so I just,
Because if your hours are 8 to 11, then you might want to put something in there unless we have a special event, and we should be okay with that, because I could see that happening. I don't think anybody's going to do that, but I'm always looking at the what ifs.
Well, I'm Bob Boykin. I go back to the beginning. I bought the resort in 1998, and in some regards, the pink shell is a reflection of the entire island. If you look at what it was, and now we look at what it is, very different. And you guys are doing yeoman's work to get all of us into the future, and I appreciate that. But the reality is there's lots of operational factors that came into why we wanted to move it, and it is a completely useless easement. Let me just begin with that, because no one ever has used it, and I don't think they likely will use it heavily, if at all, because we have two easements on the north and south perimeter of the property that are wide open. This one, we had the previous location required us to basically segregate the pool decks with fencing, and then have electronic RFI gate access devices to allow people to travel between the various pool decks. This was an opportunity to bring it all together, and then in working with, we realized that vacating this easement was road too far. We weren't going to get there. So this was a pretty good solution that brought benefit with it by having the public restrooms available to people. We're pretty concerned about, however, having this be open 24/7, given that we have a pool right there. And just the liability of having somebody start to use that facility, in the middle of the night, and let alone the disruptions it could cause to our customers. It's just a safety issue. And so that's the big driver behind it. It gets into our insurance company's concerns and all of that. So I apologize. I wandered off your original question. Where were we?
My question, sir, was if you have a special event like singer-songwriter.
Yeah. And obviously
a private wedding.
We are going to have songwriters again this year, and pretty excited about that.
We are too.
We're gonna have that gate open. It's something we never had before. Well, we had doors, but the pool deck just wasn't something that was secured very often. We have a pretty effective security force now, and we've now located Chester right there in the vestibule. So if you want to come onto the pool deck, you got to get past him if you don't have a wristband. And so we realize that the security of the integrity of the resort, that pool deck is paramount. And so we'll have the team in place, but for special events, for whatever other reason, that gate can be just left open. I mean, it's something that we operate at our discretion. But we will be shutting it down at 11 o'clock every evening because we want to keep people away from that pool when there's no staff around.
Totally understand. Thank you.
Other questions? Okay. Public comment. Is there anyone that would like to speak in public comment? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Is any additional comments, Sarah? No? Okay. We'll now close the public hearing and request a discussion or a motion from town council to approve with conditions, deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I would move approval of resolution 24-133.
Okay, we have a motion for approval by Vice Mayor Adderholt. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Counselor Safford. Any further discussion? Vice Mayor Adderholt,
Aye.
Counselor Safford,
Aye.
Counselor Woodson,
Aye.
Counselor King.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1 with Mayor Adderholt abstaining. 4-0. Sorry, 4-0. Yeah, with the mayor. Did I say? Did I?
It's 1:30, so we're okay.
Moving on. All right. Item F is resolution 24-13 SEZ 202-30226 275/322 200 Estero Boulevard and 192 Estero Boulevard common element, the pink shell. It's a resolution of the town council of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions special exception SEZ 202-30226 to allow reconstruction of a pool deck, cabanas, fence, irrigation system, and cheeky huts in the environmentally critical EZ zoning district with the conditions for the property located at 275/322, 200, and the common element of 192 Estero Boulevard, providing for scrivener's errors, severability, and an effective date. If any town council member has had any ex parte communication to disclose, please let us know the subject discussed and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place, any correspondence that you received, or observations made of the site. Councilor King,
None that I recall.
Vice Mayor Adderholt,
I had some emails long ago, but I think most of those concerns have since been addressed.
Councilor Woodson.
Again, emails long ago, but I did receive that one at 2:59 a.m.
Ooh.
Councilor Safford.
I'm so glad people can't spell my last name. I didn't get that email. But my ex parte is the same. Lots of emails way back when, but nothing since.
Okay. Sarah Prost has been qualified as an expert already by this town council, and based on her education and experience has been accepted as an expert in the field of land use planning and development in the town of Fort Myers Beach. Are there any other individuals who would like to be qualified as an expert with witness on behalf of the applicant at this time who have not already done so? Seeing none, go ahead, Sarah.
Good morning, Sarah Probst. Good afternoon, Sarah Probst with Community Development. Jabo LLC and Captiva Villas Development LLC, owners of Pink Shell Resort, located at 275/322 Estero Boulevard, 200 Estero Boulevard, and the common element of 192 Estero Boulevard, have applied for a special exception to allow the replacement or repair of accessory structures that were in the environmentally critical zoning district prior to Hurricane Ian. These structures include a pool, paver pool deck, pool fence, 6 chicky huts, 2 movable huts, and landscaping and irrigation. The applicant is requesting this special exception through the ordinance amendment to section 34-652E that allows reconstruction or renewal of primary structures and major accessory structures partially or fully within the EC zoning district with the approval of a special exception. The EC zoning district is the land seaward of the 1978 coastal construction control line. The resort appears to have been built after the implementation of the 1978 coastal construction control line. However, the amenities may have been in place prior to the buildings. The applicants are not proposing any additional development in the EC beyond what was in existence prior to Hurricane Ian. Staff has received several letters of support and of objection from the adjacent property owners. The applicant has provided a landscape plan for the pool deck and side yard event area and an emergency evacuation plan, which was requested by the LPA. Staff is available for any questions, and the applicant is also here.
Scott, questions for Sarah?
Not right now.
Karen?
I'll hold.
Jim?
Nothing at this time.
John?
None currently.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sarah 2.0.
All right. Good afternoon again. Sarah Spector with Retzel and Andrus on behalf of Captiva Villas Development and Jabo LLC, both of which have an interest in the property that is subject to the special exception request. As Sarah mentioned, we are asking for approval to simply put back what was there prior to Hurricane Ian that crossed over the CCCL line. So that is a special exception to allow for a pool fence with gates, pavers, 6 cheeky huts, irrigation to support lawn and landscaping, which I'll show you the location of, and also electricity to the 2 movable huts that Sarah had mentioned, which I'll also point out to you. So here is a depiction of the resort with the yellow line being the CCCL and the green line being the dune, where the dune will be restored. So it's everything between the yellow and green lines that we're talking about now. So you'll see there's a dark gray area that's noted as lawn. That's the lawn area. There's around the pool is a light gray area, which is the pavers. You see a dashed line that goes around the pool deck. That's the fence. You'll see 3 little squares, 6 rectangles and squares that don't have red X's to them. Those are the cheeky huts. And then the 2 movable structures that have the red X's through them are not included in this request because they were approved by the zoning. So those have already been approved and don't need special exception approval. However, the electricity that runs to them does. So that is included in this request. There's a nature center in one and food being served out of the other. So electricity is needed there. As was mentioned, there was some concern at both the original application level and also with the LPA regarding the landscaping. As you'll see here, the lawn in the previous picture went all the way over to the property line, which is not actually what we're doing here. We're reinstating the walkway that was there. And then you'll also see as benefit to our neighbors who had some concern, we have put in a hedge of clusia so that they will not see anyone once they grow to their maturity or full maturity, will not see the walkway that's through there. This is a picture from September 14th, 2017. The only reason I've included that, the date's not of any importance, but I did want to show you that there was some concern previously about we were asking for something more than what was there before. So I wanted to be able to show you here that it's actually identical to what we were asking for before. I know that there was originally opposition to the lawn area. That's why we've since provided the landscape plan, which shows that the trees that were removed by the storm, and I say removed by the storm, they were destroyed by the storm. The landscaping will be put back to closely mirror that, but unfortunately we can't put in the thick level of landscaping that was there to begin with. So in your letters of objection that you might have received back from January, these were two of the issues that were addressed. The third was the vacation. And so since we've already addressed that, I've taken that out of this presentation. One concern was the number of cheeky huts, because we currently had 4 prior to the storm. However, long ago, as you can see in this pamphlet, there were 6 cheeky huts. The cheeky huts were contested by our neighbors to the south, Beach Villas, for blocking their view of the water, and we entered into a settlement agreement with them to where we moved the cheeky huts that were in front of Beach Villas, which is to our south. We moved them north because we historically had 6. We're asking that we have permission to put 6 back, but they will all be north, either located directly in front of or north of the White Sands building, so that they comply with the settlement agreement. The other thing I should note here is that DEP has already issued permits for 6 cheeky huts. So DEP has already approved of the 6. There was also a question as to what was going to happen in these cheeky huts. So I just wanted to provide a picture. This is from shortly before the storm. They're just open structures where people use them as a cabana. So there's no parties or anything going on. There was concern that it'd be like a tiki hut or something like that. But as you can see here, it's solely to serve as a cover when people are using the beach. And then I made references. This is what the area looked like prior to the storm, but all of that has been removed mostly by the storm and what was left afterwards. And you can see the pathway that is being created with the landscape plan to the left. That's what we intend to put back. And then I've listed the special exception criteria and I've gone through each one of them. But in place of going through that, I would like to ask that you submit the staff report to the record, and we agree with the staff report where recommendation has been made that the special exception criteria has been met and the special exception should be approved. So we would ask that you please approve the special exception.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. There was one additional point. In addition to the landscape plan, we were asked to provide an evacuation plan for the movable structures that you saw with the red X's through them. We had submitted that in advance, but it didn't make it into your package. I don't know, did copies? You do have that? Okay. So this is just the what the LPA had asked for, and it just identifies what steps will be taken if a storm comes through the area and those movable structures have to be addressed. So with that.
Okay. Questions for Sarah? John?
None.
Vice Mayor Adderholt? Counselor Woodson?
Nope.
Counselor Stafford?
No.
Okay. We'll now open up to public comment. Is there anyone that would like to speak in public comment? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Any rebuttal? No? Okay. I'll now close the public hearing and request discussion or a motion from town council to approve with conditions, deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I would move approval of resolution 24-13.
I'll second.
We got a motion by Vice Mayor Adderholt, seconded by Counselor Safford. Any further discussion? Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously 4-0 with Mayor Allers abstaining. Next is resolution 24-134 SEZ 202-40126. 7400 Estero Boulevard, a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions, denying special exception SEZ 202-40126 to allow reconstruction of a storm-damaged infrastructure in the EZ zoning district, including a partial parking lot, a new aluminum rail fence along the seawall, and new fence with gate around the south garden for the property located at 7400 Estero Boulevard, providing for scrivener's errors, severability, and an effective date. If any town council member has had any ex parte communication to disclose, please let us know the subject discussed and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place and correspondence that you received or observations made of the site. John?
None that I recall.
Jim?
Prior to the store, I lived next door, but I have not had any specific conversations about this item.
Okay. Karen?
I have had none.
Scott?
I've had none.
And I have had none as well.
Mr. Mayor, I think this is Eli. Have you been qualified as an expert before the town council?
Okay.
So if you can, could you please state your qualifications to serve as an expert witness on land use planning in the town of Fort Myers Beach?
So Eli Lee for the record, with Community Development Department. Been with the town for 5 years, served 2 years as a code enforcement officer, 3 years as a planner, and also received my master's in public administration from FGCU. So.
Mr. Mayor, I move we qualify Eli as witness.
I will second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Welcome to the expert panel.
Going to brag about it later.
You get ready. Eli Leaf has been qualified as an expert already by this town council, and based on his education and experience has been accepted as an expert in the field of land use planning and development in the town of Fort Myers Beach. Are there any other individuals who would like to be qualified as an expert witness on behalf of the applicant at this time? Seeing none. Has the property owner applicant seen a copy of the agenda backup materials from staff? Yes. Okay. Eli, take it away.
Yeah. So once again, for the record, my name is Eli Lee with Community Development. Leonardo Orange Beach Club Condominium Association has applied for a special exception to allow the replacement or repair of a major accessory structure that was constructed in the environmentally critical zoning district in the construction of 2 new minor structures on the common element portion of the condominium property prior to Hurricane Ian. These previously existing structures is a partial parking lot, and the new structures are an aluminum rail fence along the seawall and a fence with gate around the soft garden. The applicant is requesting this special exception through the newly adopted ordinance amendment to section 34-652E that allows reconstruction or renewal of primary structures and major accessory structures partially or fully within the EC zoning district with the approval of a special exception. The EC zoning district is the land seaward of the 1978 Coastal Construction Control Line. This condominium was constructed in 1969 prior to the creation of the 1978 CCCL. It appears that the parking lot was part of the pre-existing development prior to Hurricane Ian. The applicant is also proposing installation of the fences, which are new developments that did not exist prior to Hurricane Ian. Staff notes that because the proposed fences are new, they do not meet the code requirement for the special exception. On June 11th, LPA voted approval of the request, and including in the staff report are the list of conditions. Staff is available to answer any questions that you may have, and also we have a representative from Leonardo Orms here if you have any questions.
Okay. Questions for Eli? John?
Yeah. Can you help me understand the denial for the seawall fence and the garden fence?
Yes. So the denial for the seawall fence, the applicant said that was for liability purposes and fall protection. So I talked to the town's building official, and there's no requirement for a seawall fence for fall protection because the Florida Building Code, from my understanding with the town's building official, is that you only need a fall protection for walking surfaces. A seawall is not considered a walking surface. That's not what the intent of a seawall is. So that's why I recommend a denial for it. And also the EC code section says that minor structures are allowed in EC, but has to be located closer to the landward portion of the EC line. So the proposed fences are fully in EC. And not only that, but they also did not exist prior to the storm. It is not required by Florida Building Code to have.
Thank you.
Okay. Jim?
Eli, this is maybe a better question for the applicant, but as somebody who lives in this area, when you walk along the beach from the south end to the north end, you run into this seawall, as you know, you've been out to the location, I'm guessing. And your first instinct trying to get from the south to the north, you used to be able to walk the whole length of the beach, which is one of the blessings of this renourishment plan that's coming down the pike. It'll fix that, is to hop on top of that seawall and walk around. Now, I do everything I can to prevent myself from doing that because I could see the liability issues for Leonardo Arms and the danger involved. It's not a balancing beam. It's a little wider than that. So it's definitely doable. So I understand the liability issue. So when you say you're in denial, you're denying this, you're just sort of, it's more procedural than practical. Is that fair?
Yes, and I do understand what the applicant was saying. That is a liability, life safety, fire protection. When I talked to the applicant about this during the review process, I asked him, is this fence a huge priority? And he told me that it is, but it's not as important to have as the rebuilding the parking lot that was truly damaged from the storm. And then as well as, of course, the building official saying that it's not really required. They don't really need to, have it. Like the code's not required them to make to install it. So that's what aided in my decision. But I do understand the liability, life safety need for it. It was a soft no.
Yeah, because you can't. I appreciate that, and because you can't really get around to continue to walk on the beach because of that seawall.
Yeah.
And of course, the instinct is just to climb on top and just walk on top of it, which I'm sure gives the owners heartburn and legitimate concern. So thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay. Karen?
So this fence would be in the critical wildlife area. This whole area is on that beach. Is it critical wildlife area or not?
No, it's critical. It's
Yes, it
environmentally critical. It's EC. It's not in the critical wildlife
But
like the dunes or anything like that. It's on the seawall.
It is in the critical wildlife area.
Oh, well, EC, yes.
Yeah. Nope. I mean, it's in the CWA. Yeah.
Oh,
as
okay.
well. Is that what you meant?
Yeah, because I know, and I'll just go back to the infamous dune walkover. They were not allowed to have railings or anything of height because birds of prey sit on top of it and go after nesting birds and that type of thing. So I'm wondering why that wasn't brought up, or if it was brought up, or does it even play a part in this? I guess I'm asking. But if it's in the environmentally critical zone, wouldn't it?
Well, yeah, it's in the CCL and the CWA.
Are we sure that it is in the CWA?
I am sure because the Bermuda Dunes, which is on the south end of it, is in the CWA.
Okay.
And then obviously everything to the north up until the dune walkover is in the CWA.
South.
South. I'm sorry,
right?
south. Right. Yeah. So the dune walkover goes from the dune. I'm sorry. The critical wildlife area goes from the dune walkover to just before the Wyndham.
Thank you.
So I'll go back to it, and I would
don't know the answer to your question.
Yeah, I mean, I would just for consistency, and what the DEP had said was they didn't want any kind of railing or fence or anything like that because of birds of prey. So I can understand for other reasons than what you stated, the denial of having a fence there.
I do know that Leonardo Arms had to get an emergency permit from the state to build the seawall. So whether they had to do that for the additional railing, that's a good question for the applicant. I don't know.
Scott?
You got me confused now. No questions at this time.
Okay. The applicant like to come up?
Good afternoon, guys. Miles Lagarde, South Shore Construction. I am the general contractor working with Leonardo Arms. Thank you for your time today. As you mentioned, the seawall was not there prior to Ian. And I think the main concern that they're having is as well of the seawall. I don't know if you still have your packets, but there is a riprap wall, a splash apron that is now in the works of being permitted. And until the beach replenishment happens, the only way to get across from the north to the south is the seawall. And what they don't want is people walking on the seawall and falling into what will be the splash apron, the riprap. So they're very concerned about liability. And as far as the South Garden Gate, that was news to me that it's in the EC zone. And all that is they had a fence there prior. And when I was back, I was here in front of you guys back in January to get a special exception for the pool.
No, just so we're clear,
Sure.
I thought Councilor Woodson asked if the seawall was in the CWA. I thought that was her question.
No, I thought I heard you say that because it was in the CWA, the railing wouldn't be, that both the railing and the south gate wouldn't.
I wasn't referring to the south gate.
Okay,
just
I
the seawall.
apologize.
No, that's okay. I just
Okay.
want to make sure we're clear. Yep. But my question for you is, if I could, the seawall, you're going to put a fence on top of the seawall. How high is that fence?
We requested 42 inches per code. It'll be a 42-inch powder coated railing.
Does the railing go away after beach renourishment abuts the seawall? Or does the fence, I mean?
I would say that they may be open to that. Again, they're just concerned about the situation that they're faced with now. So I can certainly request that. I can't answer that.
I think, again, if the renourishment is as extensive as we're told, and I asked about Leonardo Arms specifically, and they said initially it would be 200 feet of sand in front of Leonardo, then nature would be allowed to sort of naturally do the initial wear back, which would still leave 75 feet of sand. So that fence theoretically would no longer be necessary. And I can't imagine the residents there would want it, and I wouldn't think the neighbors would want it, and I would think the aesthetics of walking up and down the beach would not be good either.
Sure.
Certainly understand the need for it now.
I would agree to that. Yes.
So would you be comfortable as a condition that after renourishment is done, that fence come down if there's no longer a safety need or public safety need?
If we could revisit that, yes, in case there is still with the riprap wall of safety. But yes, absolutely.
Any other questions for the applicant? Karen?
No, I'm good with that. I like that suggestion.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Public comment? Is there anyone here that would like to speak in public comment? No? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Is there any rebuttal from the applicant? I'm assuming probably not. No? Okay. We'll now close the public hearing and request a discussion or a motion from town council to approve with conditions, or deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain.
Mr. Mayor, let me
Yes, sir.
take a crack at this.
Okay.
I would move approval of resolution 24-134 with the condition that the additional fencing on top of the seawall be removed if there are no longer any public safety concerns post beach renourishment.
Okay.
Vice Mayor, I'm sorry, who would be making that determination?
Frankie, I like that. Yeah, I would the town's director of operations or the town of Fort Myers Beach, whatever is appropriate. Yep.
I'll second that motion.
All right, got a motion by Vice Mayor Adderholt, seconded by Councilor Woodson. Any further discussion? Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
Councilor Woodson?
Aye.
Councilor Safford?
Aye.
Councilor King?
Aye.
Mayor Allen is an aye. Motion carries unanimously. Anyone need a break? We want to keep plowing through. Oh, they're about ready to eat there. All right, we're gonna take a break and can eat while we're working or do. Okay.
Just threw you all under the bus. Did you hear that?
All right, we're going to call this meeting back to order. It is 2:09 PM. Next, we have the administrative agenda. If it's okay with council, in speaking with Nancy, we're going to switch item D and E, just because it's the two short-term rental discussions, and then save the millage rate for last. So we can, to good point, keep the same train of thought. Any objection to that? Okay. First item is resolution 24-126, authorizing use of ARPA funds to reimburse the emergency fund. Joe?
Good afternoon, Joe Onzik, Director of Finance. So this very first resolution on the administrative agenda is regarding, it's really the remnants of the Veeder Consulting expenditures that occurred during the first 2.5 months, primarily immediately after Hurricane Ian. There was about $1.7 million of expenditures that were, they had invoiced us weekly. And so those first 7 invoices were paid out at that time, fairly soon after they were invoiced. That was immediately after the hurricane. And so Tidal Basin became involved soon after that in reviewing expenditures. And then the interim finance director had come on board at that time as well. And through that joint effort in reviewing these invoices, they realized that there was not sufficient documentation to have FEMA, to qualify for FEMA reimbursement. And so that started a long process working with Veeder and going back and forth and trying to obtain as much documentation as we possibly could for FEMA reimbursement. And I just brought this binder with, so it's 7 invoices, and this is all the documentation that we eventually were able to collect from them. But at some point, they just stopped cooperating. And that was the point at which the decision was made that we would withhold further payment to them until they finished providing us the documentation. And that's what eventually led to the dispute with Veeder, and then to the mediation process, and then the settlement. But in the aftermath of that, there was still 400 and let's see, 11 with the amount $411,000 worth of expenditures for which we did not have sufficient documentation to be reimbursed by FEMA. And so fortunately, the American Rescue Plan Act, the ARPA funds, they are allowed to be used for emergency expenditures. And so this resolution is proposing that we use $411,000 of the ARPA funds to reimburse the emergency fund for these expenditures.
Okay. Questions for Joe? John?
None.
Jim?
No.
Karen?
No.
Scott?
Just for the people watching at home, what's the acronym ARPA stand for?
American Rescue Plan Act.
Okay. And how much money do we receive from them?
It was like 3.6 million.
Yes.
And how much of that have we used so far?
There were, after this.
Ballpark,
Right. After this would be, we have almost 3 million of it accounted for in terms of either has been used or is proposed to be used. Like, for example, 1 million of it is proposed to be used for the matching portion of the grant for the new ball fields that are going in. So that's 1 million of it. And we used 800,000, plus 1,000 to help balance the budget for this current fiscal year. And there's 1 or 2 other items.
So how much will be left then?
After this would be about 800,000 would be left, and we are required to spend it by the end of this current calendar year, by December 31st.
Not fiscal calendar.
Right, calendar year.
Okay. I don't have any questions. I think you covered it all. I'll make a motion to approve resolution 24-126, authorizing the use of ARPA funds to reimburse the emergency fund.
Second.
A motion by Mayor Aller, seconded by Councilor King. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries unanimously. Next is item B, resolution 24-127, adoption of the final financial policies. Joe?
Yes. In the process of applying for the CDBG-DR grant, as well as ensuring that we meet the requirements for receiving funding in advance, as much funding in advance as possible. Was that FROC process that the town had gone through. We worked on developing our financial policies and formalizing them. So the four that are included here would be the emergency financial plan, the grant financial management policy, the duplication of benefits policy, and then the accounting policy. I'll just skip over the first one and then go right to the grant financial management policy one. This one is really, it's almost word for word Lee County's policy, and we just took it and customized it to match our own situation and the positions that we have within the town. And so that is how that policy was developed, and that was necessary in order to qualify for CDBG DR funding. And the same is true for duplication of benefits policy. The duplications of benefits policy is just the procedures and the controls that we have in place to make sure that the funding that we're receiving from outside sources for a particular expenditure, grant funding is what I'm referring to, is not duplicating itself. So we're not receiving two different sources of funding for the same expense. So it's just the procedures that we have in place to ensure that that doesn't happen. And that's what the duplication of benefits policy is. The accounting policy is basically a cut and paste of our accounting policy that's already included in our audited financial statements. And that was drafted by our auditors. And those are the policies that they ensure that we follow for in the way we process and record and report our financial transactions. So those three things were really developed by either Lee County or our auditors. The very first one, the emergency financial plan, this is brand new. It was required by the FROC process. It's encouraged to have an emergency financial plan. Excuse me. By the Florida state statutes for all towns and municipalities within Florida. I did a search to see if I could find someone else's town's emergency financial plan. I could not find anything. The only thing I could keep coming up with was FEMA had guidelines for how to create one. So that is what I did. I closely followed FEMA's guidelines. And so just to briefly run over some of the things that are included in this emergency financial plan, it captures the essence of effective financial management of a disaster. So it kind of lays out the various elements that need to be taken into consideration and the things that you should be doing, the calculation of costs, and then comparing that to the financial resources that we have available. It recommends the formation of an emergency financial team, which is basically what we had, and it would consist of the town manager and the directors. And then this group would assist with budgeting, forecasting, cash flow management, debt monitoring, payroll, risk avoidance, disaster assessment, expense reimbursement, emergency protective measures, debris removal, timely tracking and reporting of costs and long-term disaster recovery, project planning, funding streams. So it really itemizes all the different things that we were already fully engaged with, but it just formalizes it. It talks about the importance of project portfolio management. I think we have something like 37 different FEMA projects and how important it is to keep track of all of that. The coordination of multiple funding sources, and we're seeing that with the various granting streams that are coming to us, primarily FEMA, but there's other ones as well, and how to coordinate that. The compliance with the procurement regulations, how important that is. Refers to the grant management policy, which was a separate policy, which is here for your approval. It talks about the importance of having pre-existing and pre-qualified emergency contracts, which, like, for example, for debris removal. And then it also focuses on the maintenance, well, the establishment and maintenance of an emergency reserve fund so that we're able to provide rapid response and recovery from a disaster. It talks about the logging and tracking of the disaster response and recovery costs and all of the forms that are necessary, like for FEMA reimbursement. and it talks about the monitoring of cash flow. And then that leads into the source of funding for the disaster, and and what it asks the guidelines for FEMA recommends is that we have like a hierarchy of funding sources to fund the disaster. And so this is kind of touches on what I presented to you regarding the millage rate and talking about what we actually did do immediately after the hurricane. And so our first source of funding is the emergency reserve. Then it would be the general fund emergency reserve. Then it's the general fund operational reserve. Then it's the general fund contingency account. And then from there, if we're still in need of cash, it would be the capital fund reserve. So this just formalizes that hierarchy of what we would need. So it's all just presents it in what's called the emergency financial plan. And I just wanted to highlight all of those aspects of it so you had a better understanding of it.
All right. Questions for Joe? John?
None.
Jim? No. Karen?
I have no questions, but I just got to say, the work you've done on this is just incredible. Thank you.
Thank you.
John?
Yeah, I got to say the same thing as a numbers guy. This is well written.
Thank you.
Hey, a lot of time and effort. Since we're talking about the FROC, have we received our number yet? Or are they still? I know we've completed all of the stuff that we need.
We've got we received a considerable upgrade. They're still working on it, but I think the top's 52 or something, 55, and we're like at 49. I mean, we knocked it out of the park, right?
Yeah, I was just talking to Jason this morning, and he said that I think it's 60 is the highest, and we're at 55. So we've
knocked it out of the park.
Good. Good. And just if you can explain a little bit about what that is, because people aren't really sure what FROC is and what the program, how it would benefit having that high rating for the town, how that would benefit us should we have another storm.
I forget what the acronym stands for, but it's what the emergency, the Florida Emergency Department, Emergency Management Department. It's an evaluation process in which they have a whole list of criteria of individual policies and procedures that we need to have in place, and they use this as like a risk assessment in order to determine how safely how safe is it to give any town or municipality the funding up front and be entrusted with that funding to manage it properly according to all the policies and procedures. And so to get a score of 55 out of 60 is really incredible.
FROC is Florida Recovery Obligation
Yes.
Calculation.
Yeah, we were probably in the upper 20s when we first started, and then the homework and the providing information, documents like this, we're one of the first. We are in the first group, and now they've had almost every town and city's clamoring to get in the program now. But we're already way down the road. Jason, you want to talk about FROC at all?
I just think it's really important that the people out there get to hear exactly what it is.
Yeah, Jason's been our liaison for that. So if you want to just talk a little bit about where we started and where we are.
Sure. Sorry, apologize. We're doing an EOC briefing right now too, just for hurricane season. So we're listening to that. So a couple of us were on that. But
your staff.
Yes, so the FROC program was new last year. The town opted into it. We just started the optional opt-in process for next hurricane season. So we were in the first year of the program, which is pretty exciting. So essentially entailed us going through a lot of our category A and category B expenses and procedures and policies, which is debris removal and emergency protective measures, I believe. Under FEMA, correct. So we worked with the Division of Emergency Management, FDM, on taking a look at our policies, sending them current policies and practices, and they gave us an abatement plan of different activities that we could do to kind of streamline the process, make it easier on them, make it easier on us, kind of formalize a lot of those policies and procedures. So we did that through items such as updating the procurement ordinance, which we did a couple months ago, I believe. And so I don't believe we have our final score yet. But from what we've indicated, we've gone up a substantial amount from what our initial score was after that abatement plan. So as soon as we get the official word on what that score is, I'll be able to share that with y'all. But essentially that score will translate to money up front that we can receive upon obligation. which I know Joe can kind of probably explain what obligation is a little bit more than I can, but essentially that helps us with cash needed in hand after an emergency, which I think will be very huge for us. So what that score does is it translates to a percentage of money that we can get up, I guess, from FM upon obligation. So pretty exciting. It's a new program. We just started it this year. Kind of we're part of that, like Andy said, that first group that we, kind of to go through everything. And now I think there's a lot more interest in it. So it was pretty neat to start with it and see where the program goes. So.
All right. Thanks for the update. Any other questions?
Mayor, I'll move 24-127, authorizing adoption of financial policies.
All right.
Second.
A motion by Counselor King, seconded by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously. Next is Resolution 24-128, short-term rentals. Who's taking that?
I can.
Nancy?
Yeah. Did you want to read the title?
I
or-
can, sure.
Okay.
It is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, waiving the requirement for proof of use of a dwelling unit as a short-term vacation rental during the prior year due to the pendency of the local states of emergency for Hurricanes Ian and Idalia, directing town staff to administer annual renewal applications of previously registered monthly and weekly short-term vacation rentals and collect short-term vacation rental fees as if the annual registration was timely received and the houses had been rented during the prior year until June 1st, 2025, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. So I will be asking you for a little bit direction regarding the June 1st, 2025 date. But basically what this resolution does is it attempts to put into action your direction from your June 6th management and planning meeting, where we had a situation of a June 1st deadline for those that needed to register for short-term rentals. And they weren't sure of what they needed to do because of the fact that their home, their structure had been damaged by Hurricane Ian. So as we understood, the intent was to not require, we're not making any changes to the ordinance, but to not require proof of rental during that period of time when they were getting their permits and moving forward with getting that structure house back into the rental market. So that is the first waiving that you're doing with this ordinance or resolution. The second part is meeting the deadline of June 1st of 2024. I mean, obviously that has passed. So the second part of the resolution is to direct town staff to administer the applications of those that had previously registered as if the registration had been received by June the 1st and the house had been rented during the prior year. What we didn't know was, are you going to set a deadline for when those that perhaps have not registered now to actually get their applications in and pay their fees? So we put in the date until June 1st of 2025, which you may want to redirect that.
I guess my question is, what is the need for a deadline at all? I mean, if someone wants to take a year off, or someone where they sell their house and they are on a weekly street and now it's October and they missed the deadline to do that, they should, why
It's
is there
a renewal. So at some point in
why
time.
can't it be like your tags on your car? I mean, if it's your birth date, every year, on your birth date, you got to go in and get your renewal, or you're not in compliance with the law.
That I don't have a problem with that as far as the June 1st date. But the way that this is worded right now, which I'm bringing to your attention, is that anybody that didn't meet the June 1st, 2024, they still haven't made their renewal application and they still haven't paid their fee. So how much time are you going to give them to actually come into compliance at this point? Because you've waived the requirement of showing proof that it was rented as a short-term rental, and you waived the deadline under your emergency powers that you have. You can do that. So now what are we doing going forward? That's the second part of that resolution.
So I think a couple of the people that had voiced concerns had lost their structure completely. So when their house is finally rebuilt and they get us, when they're finally ready to either move in or rent, that's kind of when they want it to register, because it makes no sense to register while your home's being built or you're still not there yet. So I thought that was the main issue, is that people want to keep their status, but they're like, hey, my house, does it go with my property? Is it go with that structure that washed away? And we clearly stated that it goes with the property, but some of these houses aren't going to be built by June next year.
So I agree with you. That makes perfectly logical sense. The problem is that your code has that June 1st deadline in it, and we can't make any changes to that. So we're functioning under our emergency powers that we have in our local state of emergency. So we're providing some flexibility for them to re-engage. But when do you want them to now file a renewal application and say that, my property's been damaged, I'm trying to get permits, here's my fee, because the June 1st date has gone by, and you're waiving the requirement again for the, we put June 1st of 2025 because we didn't know. I think that's kind of long. That's a whole
Can we
year if you
tie it
want to
along
do
with
that.
SB 250, where it's September 28th?
It's just direction to staff, and you'll probably be coming back for the extension of your local states of emergency. We don't know when those are going to end. So
Just a point of reference, Mr. Mayor, we have been very lenient with everyone that's approached us. There are some that have not contacted us and have gone to contacting you all. But those that have contacted us directly, we have treated them on a case-to-case basis, realizing that they may not have a permanent dwelling at this point, or a dwelling that's up and in the process of getting back on their feet. So we've been more than lenient as a staff, as Nancy said, looking for direction.
And again, we're not talking about changing a monthly street to a weekly street or weekly to monthly. We're not doing
changing
any of that.
anything.
This is just to get your fee in and your application in. Now, what if someone's renting and they're just not they're just not coming in to get their application?
Those people will be found out through either code or the system itself, because it goes through the registry that we've initialized when you guys started this program. So as we get further and further along with this, those things do pop up, and they do get put out to code, and code does make a visit. If we find that you've been renting without coming in, and you've had every opportunity to do so, then it's a kind of a blatant violation. Again, we're not in that business. We're in a business of education. So we bring it to their attention first, but we all know that there's at least correct.
So as a property owner, I would need to have something from the town saying that I could still engage in short-term rentals when I go to apply for a construction loan, so I could rebuild my house.
Sure.
So what document are we going to give them? At this point, they need to apply for renewal. We've waived the requirement to show proof that they rented last year, and probably collect the fee. And when would you like them to come in? Instead of having that June 1st deadline that's in the current code, what is a reasonable amount of time to bring all their paperwork in order?
I think your June 1st of 2025 is pretty
Is
reasonable.
reasonable. Okay.
And you can always revisit it.
Yes.
If need be later.
Okay. All right. Then that's
everyone okay with
all I
that?
have to say.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
fine.
I'm fine with that.
Okay. Any other discussion or a motion?
I'll move 24-128 vacation rentals resolution.
All right. Got a motion by Counselor King.
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Safford. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. Next is resolution 24-129, condo opt-out resolution. A resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, suspending during the pendency of the local states of emergency for Hurricane Ian and Dahlia the requirement for condominium associations to notify the town manager if they self-perform an enforcement program for violations of the Code of Conduct for the short-term rentals as provided in Section 10-197 or 198-7 of the Town of Fort Myers Beach Code of Ordinances, waiving payment of the required fee for each building for which an opt-out exemption would otherwise be requested and providing for an effective date.
So this one also does not make any changes to your existing code. And this one is in effect, the waiving of it until the local states of emergencies for Ian and Adelia have come to an end.
Any questions for Nancy? None? All right. Is there a motion for resolution 24-129?
So move, Mayor.
A motion by Counselor King,
I'll second.
seconded by Counselor Safford. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries unanimously. And last but not least is resolution 24-120, the tentative fiscal year 24-25 millage rate. A resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, adopting the tentative operating ad valorem rate of, we don't know yet, for fiscal year 2024/2025, with the Town of Fort Myers Beach establishing the date, time, and place for hearings to adopt the final operating ad valorem millage rate and budget for the fiscal year 2024/2025, and providing for an effective date. Go ahead, Joe.
Okay, I'm kind of embarrassed because I think I may have sent Jacob the wrong slide, but maybe it's just the first title that was wrong. So I just was going to bring up the same presentation. I won't go through the whole thing, but I think, one of the key places was just looking at, one of the key issues was looking at how much of an emergency reserve we should have, and that was determined, as explained last time, it was about $3.5 million just in total, so that we could make sure that we have enough cash on hand to get through the initial portion of a disaster. And then of that $3.5 million, we have what's left in the emergency fund reserve of $220,000. And I was already assuming that you would approve the reimbursement of that $411,000. So this is after considering that reimbursement. And then we would have the $1,060,000 in the general fund emergency reserve, the $600,000 operating reserve. So we would have like almost 1.9 million of the 3.5 million that we need. So we're short the 1.6 million. And let's see. So we have in this proposed budget 290,000 available that we can contribute to the emergency fund. And then this is then, if we were to stay at the 0.99 millage rate, that would enable us to contribute 290,000 to the emergency reserve.
Joe, on that previous screen,
Yes.
does that include this 290? If nothing were to change, that
Uh,
no, one more back. Oh no, I'm sorry. You're right. Go forward.
This one here?
Yeah. Is that is that included in the 1.6 million? That 290,000?
Well, it would contribute towards that amount. So we need to add 1.6 million in. The 290 would go towards that.
Okay, so that would decrease that
It
number.
would decrease it, yes. The only other thing I would add to this, just to maybe give it more context, and I don't know that it necessarily impacts this year's decision, but I just tried to focus on what our immediate urgent need is, and that's the boosting up the emergency fund reserve balance. But one of the things that was reinforced when I went to the Government Finance Officers Association conference in Orlando this last few days, and I tried to go to as many sessions as they had regarding emergencies, reserves, and things like that. So one of the things that was reinforced was the importance of having a sufficient emergency reserve fund. And one of the ways to calculate that was to take the probability of the need and use that to kind of calculate how much you should put aside each year. And so if you, I mean, and this is obviously Hurricane Ian was as extreme as you can get, but that we had $20 million of expenditures, and that's just our own. That doesn't count what the state paid and all their debris removal. We had $20 million of expenditures. Typically, we would be required to pay 12.5%. So that would be $2.5 million. So that would be like, let's say, the worst case scenario total cost. In looking at, I was trying to search for what is the probability of hurricane hitting Lee County again. So the probability of a major hurricane, according to Colorado State University's research, for Lee County in Florida is like 19%. And so if you just round that up to 20%, that's like once every 5 years. So if you use that kind of methodology, that would mean we should be putting like $500,000 a year towards worst case scenario into the emergency fund so that every 5 years we would have enough. And of course, every year there'd probably be more minor storms that we'd have to deal with, and we have, you know, much less expense. But every year we need to have something in the budget to replenish what our share of that cost would be. And so I think, although this specific presentation is geared towards building up the emergency reserve, I think on an ongoing basis, we also need to think about having enough in the budget to continue replenishing it. And so I guess I'm just trying to make sure that this isn't seen as a one-time need, that this is really the beginning of an ongoing need that we'll have.
I'm not doubting the need to do what you said, and I support that. Help me understand now this FROC thing. Would that offset help with that $3.5 million we had to come up with, since it sounds like we can get that money quicker, or?
Well, I don't think it necessarily would change that, because FEMA decided to give us the 7.6 million, and that comes through the state. So as long as it takes to get to that point where it's decided that we're going to be getting money and it comes through the state, then that's the point at which it's released. And so in this, for Hurricane Ian, it was 7.6 million, but it took, it was like till mid-December before that money came to us. So it was October, November, and into December. It was like those, was that 10 weeks worth of emergency expenditures. We would have to go through using our own cash on hand.
I guess what I'm getting to is, I thought I heard that with this FROC program,
Yes.
that would expedite issues.
Well, all it would mean was like, so like when the point at which we get the money up front, it would be, I mean, it could be like the 10 weeks. It may be 10 weeks after the event. And so we'll have to have sustained ourselves for 10 weeks.
And that's what's considered quick for government work, is 10 weeks.
Well, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, even if you were to receive an influx of cash from FEMA through the state, we still are required to pay 12.5%.
Yes, I get that.
Of whatever. And
Yeah.
that's where this money would come into play.
Yes.
To offset the difference between the money we get through FROC or through FEMA.
Yes.
To pay our portion of it.
That's true. Right.
To answer your question directly, sir.
Thank you.
The FROC program is basically just to expedite all that paperwork.
And that's what I was looking
So
for.
we had the proper checking account, so to speak, in place, all the control systems put in place. So they just basically hand you that check as soon as they get it.
Which
Doesn't
sounds
really
like it's
happen
10
that way,
weeks.
But it gets it a lot quicker than what Joe explained.
I think the other thing we have to look at.
Thank you.
The other thing we have to look at is just this storm last week, Thursday. If we would have had a tidal event with that storm, oh my goodness. So our shorelines are eroded, our infrastructure's a lot weaker than it was. You know, a category 1 could do as much damage to us as what would a 4 would to another town. So just because it's not a 5 doesn't mean if we get storm surge with the way our beach is today, you know, we're in our infrastructure. I mean, we're exposed.
Well, just look at what Adalia did.
Yeah.
I mean, that was 60 miles offshore, and if it wasn't for the berm, those that didn't have it saw they saw the effects of just what a tidal, to your point, Scott, just a tidal event could do.
Yeah.
I think we should also be clear, it's, it's been very widely issued of the money that we just received from DeSantis signing a bill. And can we kind of go through what that goes over? That does not go into our reserve. That's basically reimbursing us for a lot of expenses we've already had. And then for our building, for the town hall building. So can we kind of go through that? Because that just doesn't come as a, influx of cash, so to speak.
That's correct. The $8 million for the building will be used for the building and for whatever renovation needs to be done there. So that's nothing that we can or should count on for a reserve. So we need the building. Unfortunately, FEMA reduces their grant to us by any other funding that we receive. So if whatever we thought we might get from FEMA for a building would be reduced by that, to the extent that FEMA may pay for if there's any kind of additional costs, like for mitigation, they may cover some of that if it's over and above this $8 million. So we're given one thing, but it reduces something else. So we're not really coming out ahead, but it's a wonderful thing that we, either way you look at, we don't have to pay for the building, the town itself, it'll be paid for. So that's a wonderful thing, but it has nothing to do with our emergency reserve. The $7.6 million, I believe it is, for revenue replacement, that's truly that. It's money that revenue we lost as a result of the economic impact of Hurricane Ian. And we survived through that by using the bridge loan. And so this money that's coming into us as revenue replacement is really just enabling us to repay that bridge loan. And so that will go back to the state unless that loan is forgiven. And then at that point, it could truly be considered additional revenue that we could put towards other uses. But for now, we're required to use that. And we pledged that all of our non-ad valorem revenue would be put into trust to repay the bridge loan. So until that changes, until the loan's forgiven, or for some reason they change the terms of that loan, that's what we need to do. So we can't even touch that money.
How much of the 11.9 bridge loan have we used?
Well, I had this the last time. I'm sorry. It may take me a few minutes to find it, but it was whatever the amount that we approved a few weeks back for 2023.
It's 3 million.
So it was 3 million. Okay, so there's that. And then we budgeted like 3 point some million for this year, although I don't know that we're going to need that whole amount, but we budgeted that. And then we have what's in the budget for this year, which I think I've got on one of these slides, 2.4 million. So if you add those three together, it's like over $8 million. So the projected use of the bridge loan is more than what we got back in revenue placement. But if we use less this year and next year than what we're projecting, it may turn out to be just right. The other use of the bridge loan that we're presuming we'll need it to use would be for the cost of demolition, because we'll have to temporarily fund that until it comes back to us from the tax collection.
And
Demolition of unsafe building.
Demolition,
Right.
yes.
so we won't know, or is there a time frame that we'll find out whether that loan is forgiven or not? Or is that just out
Best
there?
case scenario would be after the next legislative session.
Yeah.
So
but
not
you
until
can't-
next June.
But you can't do
Year
you
from
can't
now.
you
Year
can't
from
do
now.
a budget and base your numbers off of
What if? I
what
get
if.
that. No, I
So-
get that. I just want to make it clear, though, that right now, as of this moment, we are still paying it back.
Yeah, that's correct.
At 10% interest.
Right.
John, I've kind of jumped around a little bit. Do you have any more questions?
Joe, you barely touched on it, I think, but you, going back to the revenue replacement, that comes with parameters. That's just not something we can start using right away, correct?
You're talking
From the
about
state?
From the state?
Right.
Well, I haven't seen the agreement. Normally, these things come to us along with an agreement, and that would specify, but there's nothing specific I know of now.
Okay. Thank you.
The only thing that would be governing it at this point that I do know about would be the terms of the bridge loan agreement itself, and that's any non-ad valorem revenue would be pledged towards repayment of the loan. So at this point, that's how we have to view it.
And there's never, at least been in all the meetings we've had, there's never been any discussion of any strings, quote unquote, attached to the revenue replacement. Whereas there are strings attached to the DEO loan that you can only use it for operating costs. You can't use it for capital improvements. You can't. So I have not heard of any discussion that there would be restrictions. But again, if you haven't seen the contract yet, or if it's going to be just a grant or how it's going to come down yet, again, that's an unknown. We don't know what we can do with it.
So just one other question. Between now and our final budget review and decisions, what, if anything, could still be coming down the pike that could change our expectations of the budget between now and our final budget meeting, September, or whatever that is, 23rd? 23rd.
Just off the top of my head, I'm thinking, most of the non-ad valorem revenues that we've built into this budget were based on our current estimates. So if it's possible, as we move closer towards August, September, we may find out or realize that there might be more revenue coming in for any one of those than we knew about. I think the state may have like an updated forecast by then, so possibly one of their revenues may be higher than what we're currently expecting. So that would be an improvement. I mean, it could go the other way too, but that may improve it. If once we get the final taxable value amount from the appraiser's office, if it's higher, then we would have higher tax revenue than what we thought. But last year it went down actually, so it could also go down. So those are some factors that could change it, but either up or down.
Also,
John?
really quickly to detail on what the state is looking at, we did get some communication from DEM that possibly by the end of this fiscal year, that the state's fiscal year, not ours, that they would have an update for especially our community here as far as where we stand and what their projection was for our area. But we haven't gotten anything since that initial email from them.
And what is their date versus ours?
With their
The fiscal year?
Yeah,
I think it's June 30th.
Yeah.
June 30th.
Yeah,
is
July
the final
1st is
date.
the
July
start of their
1st
fiscal year.
Starts
Okay.
at ours goes October 1st.
Okay.
John, what else you got?
Well, I mean, I've got a lot I could think of before we start moving, but I don't want to dominate the conversation and give you, if you want to hear what I have to think, then
Well,
of
if you have
whether
any
to.
specific questions for Joe, but we'll
Nope.
have discussion.
I do. Okay. Thank you. Thanks for clearing that up.
Yep.
I do not. Thank you, Joe.
Jim, questions for Joe?
Yeah, it's been some good discussion this afternoon. I think we've established, and I think we can all agree, based upon the conversation that we've had thus far, that to have 3.5 million in emergency reserves is good public policy. We've established that thus far. Just to be clear, though, Joe, under the current millage rate, we're going to increase next year that emergency reserves by 290,000.
Yes,
We'll still be short. We're 1.6 million short.
yes.
So we're bad public policy people if we just do that. If we raise it to 1.6, which is the max you have on here, we're at 542 upon the completion of that sale, fully meet the needs of the 3.5 emergency reserve. If we take your call to have that 3.5 million seriously, which I do. So whether it's 290,000 under the current millage rate, or it's 542,000 we replenish under the 1.6, we're still doing a disservice to what you're challenging us to do. It's better, but it's gradual. And if we had a hurricane, God forbid, this year, we're short. So it seems to me the prudent fiscal policy and risk management policy is to sell part of that land and fully fund our emergency reserves, keep the millage rate the same. Am I missing something in the logic of that, Joe?
No, I mean, I agree that selling the land would be the quickest way to boost our reserve that I know of, given our options, which are very few. So that would be a wonderful way to take care of that.
Because Joe, if we raise the millage rate to
Right.
1.6, we don't satisfy what you're asking
No,
us to accomplish.
No, we don't. My only concern is, and it doesn't have to be done this year, but we do need to be prepared to be funding the reserve on an annual basis.
And to that point, that's a fair point. If anybody had a chance to listen to Matt Caldwell, the Lee County appraiser, to Karen's point, he said over the next 4 or 5 months, where we'll be wondering what's going to happen when we have to finalize the millage rate, he said things were likely to get better, not worse. Again, guessing, but he's a pretty qualified guesser. He also said over the next year, we'll be back where we were prior to Ian in terms of our appraised value for all of our aggregate appraised value for Fort Myers Beach. We're on the move. And Sanibel is flat. Caldwell said this on Saturday. He said they're 8 months behind Fort Myers Beach. I mean, that's amazing. Fort Myers Beach is on the move and in a good way. So the prognostication is good for Fort Myers Beach. So it seems like if we're going to heed your call seriously, we need to sell that piece of property, or at least part of it, get this emergency fund fully reserved and fully meet the emergency reserve numbers that you're asking us to do. Otherwise, we're going to be negligent from a public policy standpoint. I just wanted to make sure that I know we can all disagree on whether we should sell the property or not, but I just wanted to make sure it's consistent with what you're trying to accomplish based upon what you said thus far today.
Yeah. Yes. If you're,
Okay. All
yes.
right. I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I just want to make sure it makes sense because you're making the recommendation. I don't think we're doing you justice by raising the millage rate because that doesn't accomplish what you're asking us to accomplish. It's a start, but it doesn't accomplish it. If we're heeding your call seriously, we need to do something much more dramatic to be ready for a storm this hurricane season.
No, I agree. It's just the only issue is the timing of when would the sale take place? How soon can we get that? That would be an issue as well.
And I understand your points are very valid, Vice Mayor, but I don't think it's fully addressing what you're saying, Joe. If I'm hearing you, yes, this could be a potential quick fix to the initial influx of capital that we would need to reach that 3.5. But that would be all it is. It would not be a reoccurring revenue source to be able to keep that fund where it is, as every year that fund will go down and it'll need to be replenished. Every year it'll go down, it'll need to be replenished, even from small issues that we've had like over the last week. So if the goal is to ultimately achieve everything that you're trying to do, then it would have to be a hybrid of what I believe you're proposing here and what the Vice Mayor is proposing. It can't be a one solution fix all. If I'm hearing you correctly in what you're saying, going past, yes, this initial sale could potentially fix today's problem, but it's not going to fix the reoccurring problem we're going to face every year thereafter.
That what you're saying is true. I agree with that. And I think because also in my mind is that, yes, we're focusing on the emergency reserve right now, but we have other expenses that we haven't even talked about or haven't even shown you, but we need to be, beside putting money aside into the emergency reserve, we need to, once the bridge loan issue is it's either repaid or we have money in trust to repay it, we can then start putting money into our capital fund, which we've stopped since we've had the bridge loan. And at the GFOA conference, they recommend putting 25% of your depreciation into the capital fund every year. That's $330,000. Once we get the pullback in operation, if you deduct the revenue that it brings in, that's another $380,000. We haven't even talked about ongoing beach renourishment, and we should be putting money aside for that. So there's all these needs that are out there. They're not nearly as urgent as this is, But I think we have to be careful in thinking that just the property tax value increase is going to be enough. It'll be enough to take away the need for the bridge loan. It'll be enough to maybe start putting more money aside into the emergency reserve. But it remains to be seen if it'll be enough to address all these other needs as well. But that's what the big unknown. We don't know. We can be optimistic, we could be hopeful, but all we know is what we know now. And I think that's why I feel concerned that we need to do as much as we can to bring us to a more fiscally responsible place. And I think selling the land, that will certainly be a big step in that direction. I think doing what we can to increase revenue to make sure that we have enough to meet all of these needs, especially the emergency reserve, is important as well. But so I guess I'm just repeating myself.
Can I take a crack at that, Mr. Mayor?
Sure, go ahead.
Just based upon what Matt Caldwell said, after the storm, the aggregate valuation for Fort Myers Beach was $4 billion. After the storm, it went down to $2 billion. Over this last year, we're back up at $3 billion, and he projected over the following year, we'll be back at $4 billion, which is where we were prior to the storm. And then we've got all these major projects, all these larger homes coming back online, everybody rebuilding, continuing to rebuild. It's not even a rosy scenario. It's a realistic scenario, given what's ahead of us and what we all see happening around Fort Myers Beach. I do think there's a way to grow our way through this and address some of the concerns Joe's talking about. Particularly, it gives us an opportunity to give our folks a breather while they're still recovering from the hurricane, I think in a responsible way. So I just, based upon what Matt Caldwell talked about and what he projected, I think we're headed in a very positive direction. Whether it addresses all of the needs Joe's suggesting, I don't know yet, but we'll know as we go down the pike. But we'll certainly address your number one need, which is our emergency reserve fund, by selling part of that property and preventing the need to raise the millage rate this year. And then we'll have a much better sense next year as to where we're at. That's just my thought.
Here's kind of my thought. Well, I'd love to play Monopoly with you, Jim. I mean, you want to keep your assets. That land is our asset. And if you are correct, sir, that yes, the property values are going to go up and everything. If we can get through this, struggle through it, not only will we be in Rosieville where you're talking about, but we'll have a large piece of property that we may or may not use, but we can use it as a poker chip to maybe get something else, because you never know what's going to come up. We can also use that property right now to generate some revenue. I don't know why we don't have parking spots. I don't know why we don't try to look at our app and go, hey, you know what? Let's do an overnight parking option. Generate $25 a car for overnight parking there. There's lots of other ways. You have to remember, Jim, that our revenue has dropped substantially. And I don't want to hammer, the property owners and everything else and with that narrative, but facts are facts. We were underinsured, no fault of ours, but we were heavily underinsured. We had replacement costs. I mean, we're pretty much like any condo on the beach. Underinsured. It's tough getting the money back. Revenues, our revenue is down substantially. I mean, people aren't using the ball field, Bay Oaks, Mound House, parking, you name it. So all these sources of revenue have decreased substantially, and it's going to be a couple of years till we get there. Now, I don't know any condo on the beach that is not raising their HOA fees. Not one. And it's going to be a couple of years till, like you said, we're going to have, we can look in a couple of years, but I think it would be prudent right now to raise it, to potentially raise it, but give us that cap. So in the next couple of months, we can have some serious discussions of where our revenue is coming from, what our expenses are going to be, and look at different sources of revenue. At the meeting I was at last week, one of the towns, they use a P card. They use a credit card that gets cash back to pay all their invoices. They made over $900,000 in cash back. I mean, there's other ways to generate revenue. It's not just ad valorem, but yeah, I just think we've got to, we got to take a hard look at this, not only on a revenue side, but also on the expense side.
As somebody who lives in a condo, Scott, though, the state hasn't bailed those condos out the last 2 years to the tunes of multi-million dollars.
Right.
So that's a nice little something to have in your back pocket. I mean, there's not a condo on this island that wouldn't like that, and have that forgiven.
Yeah.
I would just say this, your point's well taken, except for the fact that the first couple of years were brutal and it affected our revenue demonstrably. But the mayor and our team and our legislative friends did yeoman's work to replace those revenues for those ugliest first couple of years. So what Joe's here telling us is today, correct me if I'm wrong, that he's telling us the reason why we have to raise the millage rate is to begin the process of replacing our emergency reserves. That's why he's here today. That was his number one issue and number one concern. So I hear you, but I'm not sure I'm in agreement.
That's fine. I mean, this is why we're having this conversation. I mean, I think, as Joe pointed out, this is the big one, but there's where's the money going for capital improvements? I mean, you saw what happened four days ago in that storm. I mean, we're going to need some capital improvements like you wouldn't believe. I mean, we're going to have to address those.
For me, I heard what our representative said on Beach Talk Radio, and although they said what they said, that's two of many. And over the last 2 years, we've been up there asking for money. They've been so gracious in helping us, but that's what they've done. They've helped us. But it was made very clear to me in the meetings that I had that you have to also help yourself. We're not going to always continue to help you out of things. Now, if things are perfect over the next 5 years, 6 years, 10 years, when we get to that place that you're talking, Jim, of where we won't have to worry about it, that's a whole different ballgame. But we don't know what could happen tomorrow. We don't know what could happen next week. And to not take steps to at least stay in the ballgame until September, to then get more data. And I will challenge you, Joe, to go back and find anything that you can find to trim the fat, if you will, to shave where we can shave, save where we can save. I know there's some programs out there that we could probably look at to save some money here and there, to try to help alleviate that. Anything we can do to cut spending so that we don't have to ultimately raise the millage rate, I would challenge you to do. Not that I don't think you haven't done that already, but maybe come back with some suggestions for us as to here's some ways that we could alleviate some of this to help, get this reserve funding back, and then let us make the policy decisions and let the public help us make those policy decisions on whether it's a program they want to cut, or if it's something that we all agree that this more important putting this money now in this spot than in this spot, and we'll revisit it that way. I mean, keeping every option on the table is really what I'm all about right now. I don't want to pigeonhole us in today's meeting to not being able to do something should something catastrophic happen over the next 3 months. We just don't know. I completely agree with what you're saying, Vice Mayor. I think if we stay on the path that we are, we will be fine. But what we don't know at this point. And it's hard to just hope for the best and not plan for the worst. So I guess that's kind of where I'm at. Karen, I know you have had a chance to maybe ask some questions, so please do.
No, it's not even asking questions. I mean, I hear what you're saying, Vice Mayor, about selling the land. I don't know that I agree with it. We've seen nothing but a decrease in property sales, especially this calendar year. If we held on to it as an asset, like Scott said, and we ultimately do decide to sell it, we could get a lot more, perhaps. We could reimburse a lot more things, perhaps. what we do today is not set in stone until September 23rd. So whatever we decide on today can always be changed based on what you come back to us with in our budget meetings, what creative ways we can come about. I love the idea of the credit card, cashback credit card. But the other thing, and I'll go back to, I remember in our budget meetings last year, and we talked about raising the millage rate. And we agreed that we would not, because our citizens just absolutely could not bear it at that time. But there was also concern, even back then, with everything that we were being given by the state, how long would this last? Now we're another year into it, and this budget goes into effect for the following year. So again, how long will this last? We're seeing everything being reduced by FEMA. We're seeing grants fall by the wayside that are disappearing. That available funding is just not there going forward. And I shouldn't say it's not there. It certainly is being reduced from what we had at the onset of this. Just looking at what happened this last week, and now more rain coming this week, and all the people's houses being flooded still in that, first category of streets. I mean, there's a lot of work that needs to be done on the infrastructure, and, we don't have that budgeted. So whatever we do today can still be changed if other things unfold.
Mr. King?
We move beyond questions.
Well, I was just going to say, I think the question, I'm sure there'll be more that come up, but
Because I'm ready to let everybody know where I'm coming from on things. But
okay.
and I think I've started, but down that road. And Karen, I thank you for that. But I understand it's not set in stone, but I think it sends a bad message to our residents. Mayor, I appreciate all the lobbying efforts that you, the town manager, Frankie, Jason have done over the last couple of years to bring home what was needed. But I sit there and I look at the bridge loan. It cannot be repaid by ad valorem taxes. And that tells me the state is against raising property taxes. Also, I think you talk about we need to show that we're helping ourselves. I think by implementing the impact fees that we're talking about will be a big help to show the state that that's what we're about, raising ourselves up by our bootstraps. We still need, I think at times, a handout. I know the delegation, at least the two members, the senator and the representative, talked to. They're still willing to strategize and brainstorm about what we need, if anything, for the future. So the millage rate stays the same, but people are going to be paying more in taxes. That's just a given. I think the vice mayor did a great job in coming up with a solution that I think, for me at least, is something that I can hang my hat on, and that's the sale of the old town hall property. And I thank him for working hard to come up with that solution. And that's where I'm coming from. So I will not be supporting any increase.
That's fair enough. I just don't know that I'm seeing over the last 4 years how hard it's been to try to acquire land, to accumulate things that the town has wanted to do, connectivity, green space, things like that. To me, it would be a last resort to sell something so valuable that you could bond against, protect. I mean, you can loan against. I mean, there's you could potentially use, if we don't get approved, to get that forgiven or the interest rate go down a year from now or 18 or 24 months, we could use that property to loan against to pay back the loan at a much lower interest rate, therefore saving a lot of money. So I think there's other ways that you could use that property to benefit, as opposed to using it and being a knee-jerk reaction to try to fix something. To the vice mayor's very well pointed out point, there's not one thing that's going to fix what I think your concerns are, Joe, overnight. There's not one thing that we've talked about up here in the last 45 minutes that's going to solve, I think, what's keeping you up at night and how are we going to fund this. So I think it has to be a multi-pronged approach. And again, it's what we're discussing here is not finalized. It's not something that, you can just take it to the bank that this is what the number is going to be. But if we don't do something to at least keep those options open over the next 3 months, in my opinion, I think we're not being responsible stewards of what we need to do. And I would just hate to come back 3 months from now and we got hit with another storm and there's nothing that we can do. There's nothing that we can do to help get money back into this reserve fund without going with our hat in hands again and saying, we didn't take action. We're hoping there's going to be action that covers us over the next few years, but we're not taking action on our own to at least be prepared as much as we can be prepared for this potential small amount. But again, I go back to, I really challenge you to go back to the budget if you can and take another look at it and find ways to offset what could potentially be a tentative number that gets set here today to help offset some of that cost. I'm sure there's a program or two out there. I know I'm thinking one off the top of my head. I'm not going to say it publicly, but or I'm not going to say it right now, but I can think of one off the top of my head. I would absolutely hate to lose, but if it meant saving the taxpayers money in September to have to revisit it down the road, I would certainly do that. But I just want to make sure that we're giving ourselves time to hear from our residents to say, here's some things that we could potentially pull off the table to offset what we could maybe have to do if we get it with a storm. But we want to hear from them. We want to hear from them that, no, this is important. We keep this program, or it's important that we keep that. We need this, we don't need that, and see where those numbers come out so that we hopefully in September don't have to do anything that none of us want to do.
Yeah, look, I don't want to raise taxes either, but I'd sure like next 60 days to get feedback from the town. And, you know, Vice Mayor, I think trying to sell that property now, you're almost like, hey, motivated seller. And are you really going to get a solid offer? You're just going to get lowballed like crazy. I don't think we should be leaving money on the table. I think, you know, as to Karen's point, down the road, when things appreciate and we're in a better financial position, then we're selling or horse trading that property from a position of strength, not weakness. I just, that's my 2 cents on commercial real estate.
It's always the awkward time of the year. I guess, Joe, what is he's got the smirky nose. It's always a very tough issue. And, you know, if this was September 23rd, we may be having a different conversation, or we will definitely be having a different conversation. But looking to you, Joe, you're the one that sees the numbers every single day. You're the one that, you know, things keep you up at night. I need to know if I'm going to approve something that you feel comfortable in, whatever that is, knowing that it's the right path based on your knowledge and your expertise to put us in the best path forward, if you will, to eventually get to the goal that you sat down here an hour ago now to try to get to. Not to put you on the spot, but
Yeah, no pressure.
Well, I guess I will just stand by my original suggestion. Recommendation would be the 1.03 millage rate. And I say that both from the perspective, I know that's certainly almost like a drop in the bucket in terms of getting us back, but it's 1/4 of the way there towards getting our reserve where it needs to be. And then I'm thinking that coincides with roughly that 3.7% cost of living increase. And I know it's really not the best way to look at a millage rate increase, because it's also coupled with taxable property value increases. So the end result is a much larger increase. But in terms of a millage rate increase, I think that 3.7% is reasonable. And so I would feel comfortable recommending that. And I think it would make progress towards where we need to be. And, you know, hopefully we won't have to do that come September, but that's what I would recommend.
okay. Any more discussion? No? Is there a motion? I guess I'll make the motion since nobody wants to. I'll make a motion to, based on the recommendation of our finance director, to set the tentative millage rate at 1.03 to put forth to the state to then be brought back to discuss in the two meetings in September on the 9th and the 23rd.
I'll second.
Got a motion by Mayor Aller, seconded by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 3-2. Next, final public comment. Anyone here?
We cleared the room.
Yeah, exactly. That'll be the final public comment is closed. Town manager items.
Thank you, thank you, Mayor. Thank you
Excuse
for
us.
all you do.
Hold on.
Can we back up just a bit? Will you do a roll call on that last
On
vote,
the roll
please?
call? Okay. So you want me to restate the motion or just do a roll call vote based on the last? How do you want me to work?
Yes.
Okay, we're going to do a roll call vote on resolution 24-120, the tentative fiscal year 24-25 millage rate to set the tentative millage rate at 1.03, not to exceed 1.03, with the final discussions happening in September. Mayor Allers is aye. Councilor Woodson.
Aye.
Councilman Safford.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt.
No.
Councilman King.
Nay.
The motion carries 3-2.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good final public town manager item. Sorry.
Yeah, I put notes down here, 8 hours ago, and now I'm not even sure if they're pertinent because
Who made the
we talked
agenda?
about a lot of things. Just an update. Obviously, the last two meetings I've updated you on the FEMA, the National Flood Insurance Program, the 105 properties that we were asked to provide information. We met the deadline. We provided our narrative. We met all the deadlines, met with them. We've done everything we feel like we need to do to maintain our number, our discount, but it's not in our hands at this point. So now we're waiting for FEMA to review everything. I'll use air quotes on that because we thought they already reviewed them
play air guitar
6
too?
months ago. Yes, but we're hopeful, and we'll leave it at that. I wrote down town hall, and it'll come back to me in a minute, but we are moving forward. Obviously on that, there's some other things that we'll be doing, looking at a piece of property next to it, to put an offer in. I'll put an offer to see. We're going to talk to the lobbyist, see if he can make some calls, do a few things for us on another property. So hopefully we'll just get the ball rolling strictly because of the fact that we are going to provide all the parking that we require. We're not going to ask for a variance. We're going to do the right thing and put parking where it needs to be. And also we're going to put flood controls in to help with Bahia Via, to do some things there. So we're going to be a good neighbor. We're going to do all the right things to help alleviate some of the concerns and the energy that's expended on worrying about flooding in that area. We will do all we can do and go from there. You've got a question.
I do have a question, Mr. Town Manager. I again, based upon the mayor and the town team and our legislative delegation's hard work and the signing of the governor, we received $8 million to purchase the new town hall building.
Right.
I just think it's important for the taxpayers to know that there had been estimates prior to this for the town to build a new town hall.
Correct.
And the difference between what those estimates are and what it actually costs to purchase an existing building are dramatic.
Correct.
And to your credit, but could you just for the record discuss what the costs prior to all this were in terms of what we were being told to build a new town hall at the Bay Oaks location?
Yes. Mayor can probably add to this as well, but when I got here a little over a year ago, the discussion was that we were going to ask for $12.5 million over 2 years, which is a total of $25 million to build a new facility on the property we already have. Now, in my experience with estimating, town managers typically underestimate. We typically do because we want to sell somebody on what we're going to do. I would imagine it would be north of $25 million were we to actually build something. We can't control cost and supply and things like that. That affects what's going on. We can't control the weather. You don't know what's going to happen over a 3-year building project. Plus then it's 3 years. Now, we went to Tallahassee and we actually were sitting in the Senate President Pasadomo's office. We didn't know she was going to come in. She came in one of the meetings and they run together, Mayor. And she said, I don't know if we can do that. Go back and sharpen your pencils, as it were, and see what you can come up with. And we did. We looked and we found a suitable facility, which we've all been in. We understand how good that fits us, and we reduced that down to $8 million ask from just a 1 year of $12.5 million. And to her credit, she got behind that, even though she's not our senator. She got behind our recommendation and our ask, and we were successful in achieving that because we worked with our partners in Tallahassee and in Lee County.
That is a significant public policy accomplishment. I just didn't want it to go unnoticed.
Thank you, sir. Also, we continued hurricane preparedness, getting more information out as we go forward. Of course, we realize that, in the drop of a hat in the next, 3 days, weather could change, as we all know. But we continue to do that as a staff and continue to train and make sure we're ready. Even go on Fox weather if we need to.
Looking good.
I get poked pretty good by this guy and that guy about that, but it's not you, Mark, the guy on the end down there.
You're not a meteorologist, but you play one on Fox.
Apparently so. Sorry. We're also, I need to talk a bit about bringing to you probably in August a discussion about an ordinance for silt fencing. We don't have one, and I believe part of what you see, and I know what part of what you see with the sand in the streets and getting in our storm drains and things of that nature is not helping. We need silt fencing put up, so we're going to bring an ordinance to get back and have you discuss that at a future meeting in August there at MMP. So just be mindful of that. Strategic planning, going to get with Angela Christ over the next couple of days. So when you get back in August or between now and then, we'll have more discussions about our strategic planning so we can start to focus on our future. R2P2, the survey's out till Friday, I believe. That's the 27th, which is a Friday, I think, maybe. I don't know.
No, it's a Thursday.
Okay, close enough. So it's still out there, but please they're looking for the results. They're looking for input to what the proposals they put out there, so we can get some feedback. I think at the time on Friday or Thursday, they only had about 10 or 12, but they were it was good information. And also, I'll finish up. Town Hall is closed on Wednesday for the Juneteenth holiday.
Okay. Anybody have any questions for the town manager? No. Town attorney items?
No items.
Okay. Council member items and reports. Scott?
I think we had a long day. I'm good.
Karen?
Done.
All right. Vice Mayor Adderholt?
I just have a brief one. I just wanted to get consent from my colleagues to begin a process to work with the owner of Santini Plaza and some of the tenants, including Anita and some of the other tenants who are signed. The sign ordinance for Santini Plaza is very outdated and just needs to be tweaked and updated a bit. And just wanted to get everybody's consent to begin that process to update that sign ordinance. So when Santini Plaza gets up and running, they can be competitive and their existing and future tenants can have a successful venture. And I'll be working with the town council, our town attorney on that. And I'll have, obviously, the devil's in the details, but I just want to make sure people were comfortable with that process moving forward.
No, it was actually, I was going to bring up the side ordinance too, believe it or not, but in a different aspect. It seems as there's many on the island that are choosing not to follow the sign ordinance. Now, I think what you're suggesting is maybe looking at it, is there ways we can tweak it, make it better? Or
just for that particular plaza.
Just for that.
Yeah,
okay.
but certainly open to other concepts as
Yeah,
well.
I mean, because there are some that have 5, 6 signs on their property advertising their business, and then there are some that are following the rules and starting to get more emails from people that are saying, well, how come they can have 4 or 5 signs in their front yard for this, but we can't have a 3-foot by 3-foot sign? So I'm in agreement. So I think if we're going to look at it, let's look at it as a whole, not necessarily just for that one specific property, but
Only because their situation is very unique and their language is very unique that
Got
affects
it.
them. But I'm happy to look at it the broader, and just from our enforcement standpoint, I think it's technically expired, but I appreciate the town continuing to give grace to those condos who have yet to open. We decided after the storm to allow those condo buildings to allow their general contractor to put up a larger sign so the subcontractors could find it, because a lot of these places don't even have signs or addresses. that are visible from the street. So and then not all the subs, but just the major general contractor can at least have a sign out there that it says the name of the building, contact information, phone numbers to help them rebuild and help that subcontractors have them all, including the tenants and the owners, get in there as well and so forth. So, but hopefully we'll continue to show them a great, since the condos are still hanging, dragging along, we can show them some grace maybe till the end of this year as well. But I do agree we can certainly look at the broader sign ordinance as well. That's all I've got.
Okay, John?
I'll pass.
And yeah, I have nothing else. If there's nothing else, is John?
Well, I heard the Go-Go song yesterday and it was vacation all I ever wanted. Vacation had to get away. So those of you about to vacation, I salute you and I'll move to adjourn.
All right.
Second.
You guys
We got
most-
the beat.
Second.
Way to pick it up.
Motion by Counselor King, seconded by Counselor Safford. Any further discussion? All